taking home a lonely gal from my class and turning her into an elegant beauty. Volume 3. By Yuzumoto Yuto. Translated by Yuki Kitsuneko. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. It was early June, on a rainy day. That's when I found myself taking in a drenched gyaru at a nearby park. Her name was Suruto Maoi, a girl from my class who was well known at school for being a gyaru. She rarely attended school and often skipped entirely. With her flashy, long blonde hair, rumors constantly surrounded her, painting a picture of someone distant and unapproachable, a solitary gyaru who kept others at bay. Sensing something unusual, I invited her to my home to hear her story. It turned out her mother had run off with a man, leaving her behind. Unable to pay the rent for their apartment, Aoi had nowhere to go and had been aimlessly wandering until she ended up at the park. I couldn't bring myself to abandon her and proposed that she stay at my place. And so, until my eventual transfer, my life of cohabiting with Aoi began. As we both adjusted to living together, I soon realized that Aoi wasn't the delinquent or stereotypical gyaru everyone assumed her to be. With the help of my close friends, Eiji and Izumi, I decided to help Aoi resolve her problems. There were two main challenges. The first was repairing her tarnished reputation at school. The second was securing a place for her to live after I transferred schools. Thanks to everyone's cooperation and Aoi's efforts, we managed to tackle the first issue by the end of the semester. Then, as summer break began, we set out to address the second problem, finding Aoi's grandmother's house. But before we could make much progress, something unexpected happened. Aoi's estranged father, who she hadn't seen in 9 years, suddenly appeared before us. He explained that Aoi's mother had asked him to take her in and proposed that she come live with him. However, he gave her until the end of summer to make a decision. While Aoi grappled with the sudden reappearance of her father, we continued searching for her grandmother's home with the support of Eiji, Izumi, and Hiyori. Yet, despite our efforts, we couldn't locate her grandmother before summer break ended. It seemed we had no choice but to rely on her father. When I met with him, he opened up about the family's complicated past and his genuine intentions. At the same time, I came to realize something about myself, something darker I had been unwilling to face. I had been demonizing Aoi's father because I wanted an excuse to stay by her side. If her father was the villain, it would justify me continuing to care for her. But in truth, he wasn't a bad person. He genuinely wanted what was best for Aoi. As much as I wished for her happiness, I couldn't ignore the selfish desire that had made me resent her father. Aware of my own ugliness, I couldn't bear the self-loathing any longer. Summoning my courage, I confessed my true feelings to Aoi, ready to face her rejection. But she didn't condemn me. Far from it, she accepted me as I was. Not only that, she promised to stay with me, no matter what, until the day I had to transfer. It wasn't just that I wanted her to stay. Aoi, too, wanted to be with me. With her father's understanding and support, she finally reunited with her grandmother, who had been located thanks to his recollections. Thus, summer came to an end. By late September, all of Aoi's immediate problems had been resolved. Yet, as the countdown to my departure began, with less than 6 months remaining, I spent my days trying to define my feelings for her. That's how things were supposed to go. But life threw us another curveball. While we believed that our days would remain peaceful until the inevitable goodbye, a new problem appeared, one we never saw coming. Chapter 1. The School Festival Committee. It was a Wednesday afternoon, a little while after the second semester had started. During the last class of the day, our long homeroom session had just begun. As you all know, the second Saturday and Sunday of November will be the dates for our school festival. Standing at the podium, Izumi, our class representative, enthusiastically scrawled "School Festival Coming Soon" in big letters on the blackboard. She then turned to face us, her eyes sparkling with the excitement of a child before a big trip, and raised her voice dramatically. So, today's agenda is all about the school festival. We'll discuss the event our class will host and decide on 2 representatives for the festival committee. The classroom immediately burst into applause and cheers. Izumi's boundless energy seemed to spark an odd wave of excitement among our classmates. While it might seem like we were overreacting to something as routine as a school festival, ours was a little different. Every year, it was known for being a grand event, even compared to other schools, for two main reasons. First, our festival coincided with the city's annual festival. Since the school festival was officially part of the citywide celebrations, many visitors to the city festival also stopped by the school. This meant that our festival attracted far more outside attendees compared to other schools. Most locals had visited our school festival at least once in their lives. Second, all profits from the festival were returned directly to the class. Each class was given a budget from the festival committee, and after repaying the initial costs, the remaining profits were free for the class to use as they pleased. This system created an intense level of motivation among the students. Normally, in events like this, there would always be a few people who weren't interested or who just didn't care. But maybe because Izumi, our class mood maker, was leading the charge, everyone was already unified and buzzing with excitement, as though the festival were happening right now. To be honest, it was so noisy I started to worry if we might be disturbing the neighboring class. First, let's talk about what we'll do for our class project. I'd love to hear everyone's ideas, but coming up with something from scratch can be pretty tough, right? That's why I've prepared a few suggestions in advance. If it's okay with everyone, I'll share them, and then we can brainstorm from there. Izumi spoke modestly, but her words were filled with an air of anticipation. She paused dramatically, a knowing smile on her face, as if she were about to unveil a groundbreaking idea. How about a traditional Japanese blonde gyaru cafe? What kind of bizarre combination is that? If this weren't a homeroom session, I would have been the first to call her out without hesitation. Izumi had a well-known love for traditional Japanese culture, preferring kimonos to dresses, green tea to black tea, and wagashi to cakes. Even her hobby was unusual for a high school girl, bonsai. Given her passion for tea and wagashi, her suggestion for a traditional Japanese cafe made perfect sense. As for the concept of a blonde gyaru cafe, it wasn't entirely out of left field either. Foreign blonde beauties in maid costumes were a common trope in anime and manga. And if you squinted, you could sort of picture blonde gyaru fitting the bill. There were probably even cafes that leaned into the gyaru theme if you searched for them. But why combine a traditional Japanese cafe with blonde gyarus? Even as a fusion concept, it felt like an impossible mismatch. Still, the girls in the class responded enthusiastically. Blonde gyaru? I love it. A regular cafe would be boring. Let's do something fun and unique. Only Izumi could suggest something so traditionally quirky. So, we're all going blonde gyaru for the day? The room was filled with laughter and agreement, with Izumi nodding along in satisfaction. It was clear Izumi had already spoken to a few classmates beforehand and secured their support. Starting from zero would have likely led to endless discussions and wasted time, so rallying some backing beforehand was a smart move. She probably hadn't approached the boys, but they didn't seem to care. After all, they'd get to see the girls in costumes, and in an atmosphere like this, hardly anyone would object. Izumi's approach wasn't something just anyone could pull off. Her willingness to go out of her way for her classmates, always eager to help, even when it was inconvenient, made her ideas easier to accept. Sure enough, the class unanimously agreed on the traditional Japanese blonde gyaru cafe as their festival project. Still, I couldn't help but think, are we really doing this? Thank you, everyone. Now, let's move on to selecting 2 representatives for the festival committee, Izumi said, calming the energized class and transitioning to the next topic. Technically, we should have chosen the representatives before deciding on the project, but I had wondered about that too. Normally, the representatives would lead the discussions about projects and roles. But Izumi's determination to secure the cafe project must have led her to reverse the order. Actually, I already have 2 people in mind, she said, smiling mischievously. Of course, she did. To be honest, I chose this cafe idea specifically because I wanted these 2 to take the lead. Without them, this concept wouldn't even be possible. Her confidence in these individuals was intriguing. Clearly, she had already spoken to them. Still, I didn't think this had anything to do with me. At least, that's what I thought. Akira-kun, Aoi-san, would you two be willing to be our representatives? What? The sudden call-out dragged my gaze from the window back to Izumi, my reflexive shout echoing through the now silent classroom. I glanced at Aoi-san, who looked more troubled than surprised. When our eyes met, she offered an apologetic smile and shrugged slightly. I quickly pieced the situation together. So, no heads up for me, right? Izumi had clearly spoken to Aoi-san beforehand. Sorry, but I have my reasons. You and Aoi-san are the perfect fit for this, Izumi said unapologetically. All right. Let's hear it, I replied, resigning myself to the explanation. Izumi began addressing the class. First, the reason I chose Aoi-san. She's been working at a cafe since starting high school. She has experience with customer service and knows her way around cafe operations. There's no one more qualified. Plus, when you think blonde gyaru, doesn't Aoi-san come to mind? Her playful tone drew laughter from the class, not mocking laughter, but genuine agreement. Thanks to Izumi's efforts before summer break, Aoi-san had grown closer to the class. What had once been an isolating label, blonde gyaru, had transformed into a light-hearted, endearing joke. Blushing at the attention, Aoi-san seemed embarrassed but not upset. Compared to her previous isolation, this was undoubtedly progress. So, that's why Aoi-san is the perfect fit, Izumi concluded. The class nodded in unanimous approval. And now for Akira-kun, Izumi paused, her smile turning mischievous again. Who else would you think of when it comes to taking care of Aoi-san? The class's agreement was even more emphatic this time. Of course, I muttered, sighing. Apparently, my efforts to help Aoi-san hadn't gone unnoticed. Early in the term, our classmates had even started speculating about our relationship. Are you and Aoi-san dating? Someone had asked outright when they saw us together. Caught off guard, neither of us could answer, but Izumi had stepped in. It's better to clear up misunderstandings than to let rumors spread, she'd said before explaining, in her own exaggerated way, that I'd been helping Aoi-san adjust to school. Somehow, that had turned into the narrative that I was responsible for all of Aoi-san's improvements, her new attendance, better grades, and integration into the class. Izumi might have laid it on a bit thick, but it worked. The rumors stopped, though I was left with the unofficial title of Aoi-san's caretaker, which was both mortifying and, unfortunately, true. Well, will you two take the roles? Izumi knew I couldn't refuse if Aoi-san agreed. And with the atmosphere so one-sided, saying no would make me public enemy number one. Resigned, I sighed. Fine. Really? Thank you so much, Izumi said, overjoyed. I don't have any clubs or part-time jobs, so I've got the time. As long as Aoi-san's okay with it. I'm fine with it. If it's with you, Akira-kun, I feel confident. And so, with Izumi leading the applause, the class joined in enthusiastically. The first committee meeting is right after school today, so don't forget. What? I could hardly believe what I was hearing. After school today? Whoa, hold on. Isn't that a bit sudden? It wasn't like we had learned about this yesterday, it was literally happening today. I shot Izumi a sharp look, and she averted her eyes awkwardly, clearly feeling guilty. Wait a second. Don't tell me you forgot. I didn't forget we had to choose the committee members, but I might have forgotten the meeting was today. That means you did forget half of it. I already told Aoi-san about it. Oh yeah. When exactly did you tell her? This morning. Of course you did. Unable to hold back, I loudly called her out. The rest of the class laughed at our exchange, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Classic Izumi, they joked. Totally expected, honestly kind of reassuring. At least she remembered before the meeting actually happened. Among them, Eiji was laughing the hardest. Seriously, you of all people? She's your girlfriend. Maybe stop laughing and try to rein her in a bit, will you? That said, the fact that this was all brushed off with humor was a testament to how much trust the class had in Izumi. For me, though, it felt like I was the one being turned into a punchline, and I could do without that. Even so, I had to admit, Izumi had done a lot for me in the past, and I was grateful. And, well, between you and me, The thought of seeing Aoi-san back in her blonde gyaru getup was honestly something I was looking forward to. So yeah, I'd take the job. Outwardly, I grumbled, but inside, I was excited to be on the festival committee. Section. After the long homeroom session ended, later that afternoon. There are so many people on the festival committee. Well, it's made up of 2 students from every class across all grades. Aoi-san and I headed to the multi-purpose room in the special classroom building for the first festival committee meeting. Each grade in our school had 10 classes, so there were 20 committee members per grade. With 3 grades, that made 60 students, not including the committee leaders. The multi-purpose room was so crowded that there weren't enough seats. Some students had to stand. Aoi-san and I managed to find seats near the edge and sat down next to each other. All right, we'll now begin the first meeting for the school festival, announced the third-year student chairing the committee. Once everyone was settled, the meeting got underway. Despite the large crowd, the agenda moved along smoothly. Key topics included confirming the festival dates, submission deadlines for class projects, and the rules for reserving special classrooms. We were also informed that overlapping requests for classroom use would be resolved by lottery. They even went into budget allocations for each class. For a first meeting, it was surprisingly detailed. Including a brief Q&A session, the meeting wrapped up in about 40 minutes, much faster than I'd expected. Each class must submit their project forms by next week, the chair announced, officially ending the meeting. As everyone began to leave, Aoi-san leaned in curiously. "What are you doing, Akira-kun?" She noticed I was still writing something on the project submission form. They said the deadline was next week, but our class already decided on our project. Might as well submit it now. I filled in the form with traditional Japanese blonde gyaru cafe and stood up. When I handed it to the chairperson, the committee members glanced at it with a mix of surprise and confusion. Their expressions practically screamed, "What is this?" "All right, thanks for taking care of this." "Why yeah, thanks." Before they could ask any questions, I quickly made my exit, Aoi-san following behind me. Back in the classroom after the meeting. "Oh, great job," Izumi called out as Aoi-san and I returned. She and Eiji were waiting for us while most of the other students had already gone home. "How'd the meeting go?" "We covered the basics, project deadlines, rules, and budgets. I figured there was no point in delaying, so I submitted our project form today. Now there's no going back." "Wow, Akira-kun, you're so efficient. That really helps." Izumi gave me rare, unfiltered praise, which was likely her way of making up for forgetting the meeting earlier. After packing up, the 4 of us walked home together for the first time in a while. "Seriously, thanks for agreeing to this, Akira-kun. I really appreciate it." "Appreciate it? You backed me into a corner and made it impossible to refuse." "Oh, you figured it out?" Izumi teased with a cheeky smile. "Of course I did." Izumi's plan had been obvious. She'd decided from the start that Aoi-san and I would take on these roles. That's probably why she'd felt so at ease, even forgetting the meeting until the last minute. Still, I didn't expect Aoi-san to agree so easily. That surprised me. "Really? Yeah. Was there a reason?" "Well, Aoi-san looked away, her expression evasive. Seeing this, a sense of unease crept over me. "Izumi, you didn't feed her some nonsense again, did you?" I leaned in and whispered to Izumi so Aoi-san wouldn't hear. "What? Me? Nonsense? I have no idea what you're talking about," Izumi replied, her voice cracking as she attempted to whistle innocently. Her poor attempt at deflecting only confirmed my suspicions. This wasn't the first time Izumi had taken advantage of Aoi-san's sincerity. During our study camp, she'd convinced Aoi-san that study camps mean midnight snacks, or that you'll cut better if you meow like a cat while chopping vegetables during a cooking session at Eiji's villa. And of course, there was the time she told Aoi-san that the best way to bond is to bathe together, which led to Aoi-san barging into the bathroom while I was still in there. I'll admit, I owe her for that one. Whenever Aoi-san acted strangely, it was almost always because Izumi had filled her head with something absurd. "Well, I'm not trying to push all the work onto you," Izumi said. "I don't think that. But I'd still like to know why you were so determined to have us take this on. We wanted to make sure you'd have something memorable to hold on to, Akira, Eiji answered in Izumi's place. Something memorable? 4 second years, there's the school trip. 4 third years, graduation. But for you, Akira, the only major event before you transfer is the school festival, right? Yeah, I guess. We thought being on the festival committee might make it a more meaningful event for you. So that's what this was about. That's just not fair. How am I supposed to complain when they say something like that? Thanks for looking out for me. I really appreciate it, I said, catching myself mid-apology and switching to gratitude. Apologizing would have been disrespectful to the three of them, considering how much thought they'd put into this. For a moment, I remembered when I first met Aoi-san how she used to apologize for everything. Over time, though, she started replacing her apologies with words of gratitude, and I'd been so happy to see that change. I decided that from now on, I wanted to thank my friends as much as possible, too. Even so, I couldn't help but feel my gratitude carried emotions beyond mere thanks. If you're going to thank someone, you should thank Aoi-san, Izumi chimed in. Aoi-san? Wait, Izumi-san. For some reason, Aoi-san panicked, trying to cover Izumi's mouth. Izumi deftly dodged and pushed Aoi-san toward me, making her stand right in front of me. This whole idea came from Aoi-san. She wanted you to have a memorable experience, Akira-kun, so she came to me for advice. I suggested being on the festival committee together. Izumi-san, I told you not to say that. Aoi-san looked mortified, clinging to Izumi as if begging her to stop. She looked like she wanted to crawl into a hole, a mix of embarrassment, shyness, and frustration. It reminded me of when her secret summer missions with Izumi and Hiyori were revealed. I definitely said not to mention that. Did you? Must have slipped my mind. Izumi whistled innocently, though the smug grin on her face gave her away. Watching their exchange, I couldn't help but feel surprised. Why? Because if what Izumi said was true, that meant Aoi-san had voluntarily decided to join the committee. Sure, Izumi might have planted the idea in her head, but considering Aoi-san's personality, shy and hesitant to step into the spotlight, it was remarkable that she would take such an active step, especially for my sake. Aoi-san. I stopped walking and turned to face her. Thank you. It means a lot that you thought about me. No. I should be thanking you. You're always helping me. Still flustered, Aoi-san folded her arms as if shielding herself and glanced away, her cheeks tinged pink. I'll have to do my best, not just for myself, but for the class, too. Yeah, exactly. Her bashful smile was enough to fill me with warmth. All right then, let's head to Aoi-san's part-time job, Izumi declared. Aoi-san's part-time job? Why? I'll explain when we get there, but if we're doing a cafe for the festival, we should learn from the pros. Aoi-san already asked her manager to meet us after closing. Ah, I see. In true Izumi fashion, she'd skipped telling me but had otherwise planned everything meticulously. Prepared or not, I had a feeling I knew what this would entail. Together, we headed toward Aoi-san's workplace. Section. At the cafe. Hello. Izumi led the way, holding the door open as we stepped inside. For the late afternoon, the cafe was busier than usual. Welcome. The manager greeted us with a smile, even as they bustled around serving customers. I'll go get changed, Aoi-san said, quickly disappearing into the back room. The three of us took seats at our usual table, and after a while, the manager came over with water and hand towels. I might only have time to talk after we close. Is that okay? Of course. Thank you for making time for us, Izumi replied with a polite bow. No problem. Feel free to relax while you wait. After taking our orders, the manager returned to the counter. A few moments later, Aoi-san, now in her uniform, brought over our drinks. Sorry to keep you waiting. Thanks, I said, accepting my coffee. See? I told you that uniform looks great on you, Izumi teased. Ah, really? Hearing that again is a little embarrassing, but thank you. Aoi-san blushed as she thanked Izumi, clearly unused to compliments. Her black uniform, a shirt and long skirt with a white frilly apron, suited her perfectly. Her hair, tied back with a scrunchie, added an air of professionalism. It wasn't my first time seeing her like this, but somehow it always left an impression. Honestly, seeing a girl in a maid-like uniform is pure bliss for any guy. You know, this uniform is so good I think we could use it for the festival, Izumi said, nodding to herself as if the matter was decided. Then why didn't we just go with a maid cafe? Not that it mattered now. I passed the time chatting with Eiji and Izumi, occasionally sneaking glances at Aoi-san as she moved through the cafe. Her ponytail swayed gently as she walked, and every so often, I caught a glimpse of the nape of her neck. I'd never admit it, but it was captivating. As the clock passed 8 p.m. and the last customer left, the manager and Aoi-san came over with drinks in hand. "Sorry to keep you waiting," the manager said, taking a seat. "No problem. Thank you for taking the time to meet with us," I replied. "I heard from Aoi-san that you have something you'd like to discuss." The manager's tone was calm, though their words implied they didn't yet know the specifics. From what Izumi had mentioned earlier, I suspected Aoi-san had only hinted at wanting advice, not the full story about the festival cafe. "Actually, I do have a favor to ask," Izumi began. "We'd like you to hire Akira-kun as a part-timer." "Fat." Izumi announced this with boundless energy, catching everyone off guard. The sheer absurdity of her request nearly made me spit out my coffee. "Hold on a second, Izumi." I hastily covered my mouth with a napkin, composing myself before raising my voice. The lack of context made it impossible to let her continue unchecked. The manager, too, looked a little confused, tilting his head in curiosity. "Why am I suddenly getting hired here? I thought we came to ask for advice about running a cafe for the festival, maybe about organizing supplies or getting some training. How did that turn into me getting a job?" I rattled off my confusion in one breath. "That's exactly it," Izumi replied matter-of-factly. "Ah, I see now," the manager said, nodding as though the pieces had clicked into place. Izumi continued, unabashed. "So, we'd like you to hire Akira-kun so he can learn the ropes and gain experience. You catch on quickly, manager. You're much easier to deal with than Akira-kun." Izumi beamed. No, wait a minute. The conversation was moving way too fast. Could someone please stop leaving me out of it? Okay, I get the gist, but could you at least explain things to me before making decisions? Let's backtrack, tell me exactly what you're thinking here. Izumi sighed, looking as though indulging my request was a great inconvenience. Fine. I'll spell it out for you, she began, her tone patronizing enough to make me want to complain. But I bit my tongue and listened. If we're going to run a cafe for the festival, most of our classmates probably have no idea what they're supposed to do. Honestly, neither do we. Fair point, I admitted. That's why we need someone to teach us how to handle customers and manage the practical aspects of running a cafe. Of course, we'll rely on Aoi-san, who already has experience, but expecting her to teach the entire class by herself is unreasonable. That's where you come in. If you work here too, you'll learn what's needed and help Aoi-san teach the rest of the class. I see your point. Izumi's reasoning was solid. It made sense once she laid it out like that. As a member of the festival committee, it was my responsibility to consider these aspects. Still, I'll be busy with committee duties and helping with preparations after school. Adding a part-time job on top of that sounds overwhelming. Aoi-san's in the same boat. Don't worry, Izumi replied without missing a beat. You and Aoi-san might be the official committee members, but Eiji-kun and I are here to help. Our class basically has 4 committee members. That'll give you enough flexibility to manage both. Okay. If that's the case, it might be doable. But another question lingered. Why does it have to be me? Wouldn't it make more sense for you or Eiji to take the job? That'd free me up for other responsibilities. What I thought was a perfectly reasonable suggestion made Izumi puff out her cheeks in irritation and glare at me like I was missing the obvious. Actually, Akira has a point. It'd be more efficient, Eiji chimed in. But efficiency isn't everything, he added with an uncharacteristically teasing tone. Besides, Would it really be fair for Izumi or me to take the job and deny Akira the chance to work with Aoi-san? Eiji's words finally made me understand. Just as Aoi-san had taken on the festival committee role to create memories for me, Izumi had arranged this part-time job so I could create more memories with Aoi-san by my side. Feeling both flustered and grateful, I turned to the manager. "Manager," I began, speaking formally, "it'll only be for a short time, but could you hire me? I'd like to learn as much as I can to help make the school festival a success. I don't even need to be paid, I'm fine working for free." "Of course. I'd be happy to help. That said, if you're working, it'll be a proper job, I can't let you work for free. Is that acceptable?" "Thank you very much." The manager's smile put me at ease, and I bowed deeply in gratitude. And so, it was decided. I would work part-time at the cafe alongside Aoi-san. For the class, for my friends who cared about me, and for myself, I resolved to do everything I could to make the festival a success. After discussing festival plans with the manager and finalizing our schedules, Aoi-san and I arranged to work Saturday shifts together. Weekday shifts were reduced to accommodate festival preparations after school. By the end of the day, in less than 24 hours, we'd finalize the project, assigned committee roles, and secured part-time jobs. Section. We left the cafe a little past 9:30 p.m. "It got pretty late, didn't it?" I said as Aoi-san and I walked side by side down the darkened streets. By late September, summer was drawing to a close. The evening breeze was cool against my skin, a stark contrast to the heat of our summer spent searching for Aoi-san's grandmother's house. Festival committee duties and a part-time job. Things are about to get really busy. Yeah, but with Izuma-san and Eiji-kun helping, I think we'll be okay. You're right. And maybe staying busy isn't such a bad thing. I said this more to myself than to Aoi-san. Since summer break, I'd come to terms with something I had been avoiding. I didn't want to leave. I didn't want to say goodbye to everyone, Eiji, Izumi, and especially Aoi-san. Growing up with a father who moved frequently for work, I had become accustomed to goodbyes. I'd learned to keep my distance from people, avoiding attachments to spare myself the pain of separation. But this time was different. Aoi-san's father's unexpected return had forced me to confront my feelings. For the first time, I couldn't deny the truth. I didn't want to leave the people I'd come to care about. Ever since I became aware of my reluctance to part ways, any spare moment has been consumed by thoughts of the time I have left. It feels like watching sand slip through an hourglass, an inescapable sense of urgency that makes me hyper-aware of the ticking clock in everything I do. Even when Izumi brought up the school festival, my first thought was, we're already talking about November. In that sense, I'm thankful for how busy things have gotten. It helps keep my mind off unnecessary worries. But more than anything, I'm grateful to Aoi-san. Aoi-san, thank you for becoming a festival committee member with me. Aoi-san's cheeks flushed as she looked down. I asked Izuma-san not to tell you. She has a way of letting things slip. She means no harm, though. I know. But she also told everyone about what I asked her and Hiyori-chan to do over the summer. She pouted slightly, her lips jutting out in playful frustration. It seemed Aoi-san still hadn't completely let that go. During our time at Eiji's villa over the summer, Izumi and Hiyori had kept talking about missions, and I had suspected they were up to something. When the truth came out, I learned that Aoi-san had asked them for help to get closer to me. However, their over-the-top meddling ended with her feelings being embarrassingly exposed. Even now, just thinking about it stirs a mix of emotions in me: awkwardness, embarrassment, and something I can't quite put into words. But if it was hard for me, it must have been infinitely harder for Aoi-san. I vividly recall how mortified she looked back then, completely flustered and unable to compose herself. Even now, under the dim light of the night, her ears were visibly red as she walked beside me. Still, I couldn't help but say it, because it's how I truly felt. I'm glad Izumi told me. Ha! If she hadn't, I might not have realized how you felt. Akira-kun. So, I'm grateful to Izumi, and to you. Okay. I recalled something Eiji had once said to me. Fundamentally, people can't truly understand each other. It's impossible to share your feelings with someone without putting them into words. That's why it's so important to express what you're thinking. I wondered if I'd become a little better at putting my thoughts into words. Had I managed to share enough with Aoi-san to understand her better and let her understand me? No, not yet. But even if we're not there yet, I hope we can come to understand each other better before the inevitable goodbye. Wanting that, wishing for just a little more time to connect, might be selfish of me. And yet, it's a selfishness I can't bring myself to suppress. Chapter 2: My first part-time job. From the following day onward, we used the morning homeroom period to begin assigning roles for the school festival. For the traditional Japanese blonde gyaru cafe, we identified 3 major areas to prepare in advance. 1. Costumes, designing and creating outfits. 2. Tools and props, gathering materials and setting up the space. 3. Menu selection, deciding on food and drink options. Closer to the festival, we'd also need to practice running the cafe, including customer service and tea preparation. However, those tasks would come later. Our current focus was the pre-festival preparations. Costumes. Izumi took charge, forming a team of girls skilled at sewing. She planned to design costumes inspired by traditional Japanese kimonos, borrowing vintage ones from her grandmother to repurpose into outfits resembling Taisho-era school uniforms with a modern twist. At first, I worried about using real kimonos for this, but Izumi's grandmother assured us, it's better they're used for my granddaughter's school festival than left forgotten. Izumi's grandmother, what an amazing and understanding person. Tools and props. Eiji volunteered to lead this team. While we'd borrow tea-making tools and tableware from Izumi's family, the team was responsible for making signs, decorating the cafe, arranging tables and chairs, and buying other necessary supplies. With heavier tasks involved, we assigned more boys to balance the workload. Since decorations required some sense of style, I trusted Eiji to handle things well. This team might end up with the most demanding job, but I was confident in Eiji's ability to manage it. Menu selection. Izumi claimed she had a plan, so we decided to wait for her to share it later. Since most of our budget would go toward tea and food, finalizing the menu was critical for allocating funds to other areas. While Izumi reassured us with her usual optimism, "Don't worry, it's all under control," I couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Experience had taught me that Izumi's cheerful confidence often spelled trouble. Still, she set a Saturday deadline, so I decided to trust her for now. Meanwhile, Aoi-san and I focused on committee work, administrative tasks like meetings and paperwork, monitoring each team's progress, and helping out wherever needed. Additionally, to prepare for the cafe, I began working alongside Aoi-san at her part-time job, learning customer service and other relevant skills. With roles assigned, the preparations seemed to start off smoothly. Or so I thought. A few days later, nighttime. Pleased to work with you. Why yes, same here. Please go easy on me. Aoi-san and I sat facing each other in my living room, a perfectly ordinary sight under normal circumstances. The problem? Aoi-san was in a swimsuit. It was the same floral flare bikini she'd worn during our summer trip to the water park. Its vibrant colors were tasteful rather than flashy, and its white base gave it an elegant feel. Despite its modest coverage, the swimsuit emphasized her pure, refined aura rather than anything risque. I never thought I'd see it again after summer, but here it was, a sight so stunning it felt like my eyes might burn from overexposure. But why was Aoi-san in a swimsuit? Simple. Izumi had asked me to measure her for the cafe costumes. The conversation leading up to this. "I need the measurements tonight so I can start sewing tomorrow," Izumi had insisted. "Then why don't you come over and do it yourself?" I'd countered. "I have plans tonight, so that's impossible." What about Aoi-san measuring herself? She can't reach certain spots, and self-measurements aren't accurate. Still, wouldn't she be uncomfortable having a guy do it? I already got her permission. Seriously? Yes. I'm fine with it, Aoi-san had said hesitantly. And here we were. While I suggested she didn't have to wear a swimsuit, Izumi had apparently told her, measurements are usually done in underwear or swimsuits, it's standard. Feeling awkward, Aoi-san had asked if the swimsuit would be okay. Of course, I said yes. I wasn't sure if Izumi was serious or joking, but with no experience in measuring women's clothing sizes, I had no way of knowing. And no, I absolutely did not wish Izumi had insisted on underwear instead. The silence was unbearable. Neither of us could meet the other's gaze. Looking away wasn't an option either. My eyes would inevitably land elsewhere. For the first time, I truly understood the phrase, "I don't know where to look." Still, we couldn't stay like this forever. Aoi-san couldn't remain in a swimsuit all night, as much as I selfishly wished otherwise. "Are you really okay with this?" I asked, just to be sure. Yes. Her face red as a tomato, Aoi-san nodded and bit her lip. Then, as if surrendering herself to fate, she closed her eyes and spread her arms slightly. Excuse me, then." I steeled myself and picked up the measuring tape. Izumi had sent me a list of detailed measurements to take. Starting with the 3 sizes, I began measuring from the top. I reached around Aoi-san's side, bringing the tape behind her back and over her chest. And immediately regretted it. Too close. She was far too close. My focus blurred. "No, don't ask me what was close. You already know, and yes, your assumption is 100% correct. Please, universe, I beg you don't let anyone push me right now. Absolutely no pushing. I'm sorry, that was a lie. You can kick me, punch me, whatever you want, just push me already. I want to bury my face in it." My head was in complete chaos, overwhelmed by excitement. My hands trembled so much I couldn't take accurate measurements, and I kept almost touching her. No, I wanted to touch her. Sweat poured out of me as nerves consumed me entirely. And so, amidst this pink-hued atmosphere, the night passed as I conducted this decidedly adult measuring session. That night, I felt as though I'd climbed one step closer to adulthood. Section. The weekend, the last Saturday of September. I found myself in the back room of Aoi-san's cafe workplace, dressed in the store's uniform. How do I look? You look good. It suits you. Today marked my first day working alongside Aoi-san at her part-time job. I had come to the cafe with her before opening hours and was now trying on the uniform the manager had prepared for me. The men's uniform consisted of a white shirt paired with a tie, a black vest, black trousers, and leather shoes, a stark contrast to the cute and feminine design of the women's uniform. Looking at myself in the mirror, I couldn't help but feel like I was playing dress-up. The image just didn't feel right to me. Honestly, I don't think it suits me at all. That's not true. You're just not used to it yet, but I think it looks good, Aoi-san said with a sparkle in her eyes, her sincerity evident. It's refreshing to see you in a uniform, Akira-kun, she added, a bit fidgety herself. She wasn't just restless, she seemed genuinely excited. I have a question, she murmured, hesitating before glancing up at me. What is it? I asked, curious. See, can we take a picture together? Holding her phone in both hands, Aoi-san tilted her head slightly as she made the request. A picture? Yes. As a memory of our first day working together. Without waiting for a reply, she stepped next to me, holding up her phone for a selfie. She leaned closer, her face nearing mine as we fit into the frame. A soft, pleasant scent wafted from her, catching me off guard. Normally, Aoi-san would be too shy to come this close, but she seemed too focused on taking the photo to notice. Meanwhile, I struggled to maintain a neutral expression, hoping my red face wouldn't show in the picture. Aoi-san, satisfied, reviewed the photo with a happy smile. Then, she tilted her head in confusion. Ha! Akira-kun, your face looks red. Are you feeling okay? Really? It's probably just the lighting. Are you sure? You don't have a fever or anything, right? She leaned closer, her concerned gaze fixed on me. Her proximity, combined with that intoxicating scent, made my face grow even hotter. I'm fine, really. But thanks for worrying about me, I said, taking a step back to put some space between us. Any more of this, and I'd lose my composure entirely. Let's head out, then, she said cheerfully. We left the back room and entered the cafe, where the manager was busy preparing the counter. Looks good on you, Akira-kun, the manager said approvingly. Aoi-san said the same, but it still feels odd to me. You'll get used to it, the uniform and the work, too. I nodded, though a bit nervously. I hoped he was right. Since it's Akira-kuen's first day and Aoi-san hasn't worked a morning shift in a while, let's go over the basics during a quick staff meeting, the manager said. Understood. He stopped his preparations and stood before us. I'll handle the detailed instructions as needed, and Aoi-san can guide you. Don't hesitate to ask questions during your shift. For now, I'd like you to focus on floor duties, Akira-kuen. Got it. You don't need to take orders until you've familiarized yourself with the menu. For today, just bring water and hand towels to the customers. Aoi-san will take orders, and the two of you can share the task of delivering food. How does that sound? It sounded simple enough. Understood. I think I can manage. Surely, even without prior experience in customer service, I should at least be able to handle that much. Though I was a bit nervous, that was what I believed. Well then, let's open the store. At first, things were manageable, but as more customers arrived, my initial confidence quickly vanished. Despite my best efforts to replicate Aoi-san's calm professionalism, even basic tasks like greeting customers and bringing water and towels felt overwhelming. I'd lose track of which tables I'd already served, end up doubling back to correct mistakes, and fail to keep up with the pace. On top of that, I struggled to match the orders to the right tables when the food was ready. Everything was a blur, and an hour into the shift, I was on the verge of panic. Akira-kuen, came a gentle voice, pulling me back to reality. I turned to find Aoi-san standing there, a glass of water in her hand and a warm smile on her face. Here, drink this and take a moment to calm down. I took the glass from her, her kindness a much-needed comfort. Thanks, I said, taking a deep breath after quenching my thirst. The cold water helped me regain some composure. I'll handle the customers for now. Take a short break. With that, she returned to the floor, seamlessly continuing her work. Watching her, I realized something I hadn't noticed as a customer. Aoi-san was incredibly efficient. She greeted customers with water and towels while immediately noticing those ready to order, signaling her awareness with a kind smile. On her way back to the counter, she would take orders and relay them to the manager, all while guiding new customers to their seats. Her adaptability and poise were far beyond what I'd expected from her usual shy and reserved demeanor. And on top of that, she had been supporting me the entire time. Seeing her in action, I couldn't help but feel a deep admiration. Thank you, Aoi-san. I'm ready to get back to work now. All right. If you need help, just let me know. Maybe I had been mistaken all along. I'd thought I needed to keep supporting Aoi-san, that it was my responsibility to protect her until she adjusted to her new environment. But watching her work so confidently, I realized she didn't need my constant care anymore. Being overprotective would only hold her back. Got it. I'll be counting on you, senpai. Senpai? I'm not. I mean, calling me that feels so strange, she stammered, her face turning red with embarrassment. No need to be modest. I'd really appreciate it if you could teach me more, I replied with a smile. Yeah, I replied as I returned to the floor with Aoi-san. With her support, I continued working, gradually getting the hang of things. By the time lunchtime rolled around, the cafe was bustling. Welcome to. Hearing the sound of the door opening, I reflexively began to greet the incoming customers but froze mid-sentence. Why are you two here? Standing at the entrance were none other than Eiji and Izumi, dressed in their casual clothes. Akira-kuen, the uniform suits you surprisingly well. Don't you think so, Eiji-kuen? Izumi teased. Yeah, I think it looks better than expected, Eiji added. Could they stop adding unnecessary qualifiers like surprisingly and better than expected? Of course, I wasn't used to wearing this outfit, so it probably didn't look natural yet. What are you two doing here? I asked, trying to sound casual. Obviously, we came to check if Akira-kuen is doing his job properly, Izumi replied, her tone playful as she eyed my uniform critically. If you're just here to mess around, go home. It's busy with the lunchtime rush. Well, half of it is true. The other half is that we wanted to talk during your break, Izumi explained. Talk about what? The school festival, of course. If it's about the festival, couldn't we have discussed it at school? We could have, but then I wouldn't have had an excuse to come see you in your uniform. Besides, didn't I say I needed until Saturday to discuss the menu? She said, smiling smugly. Ah, so that was her real motive. She had planned all along to come here and tease me under the pretense of discussing the festival. Anyway, we'll wait until your break. Can you show us to a table? Right this way. Yeah. Guiding the overly satisfied Izumi and Eiji to a table, I treated them like regular customers, offering water and towels, and even taking their order before heading back to the counter. Of all the people to serve my first order to, it had to be those two. Whether that was fortunate or not, I couldn't decide. At least I knew them, so it wasn't all bad. Later, around 1:30 p.m., after the lunchtime peak had passed, the manager gave Aoi-san and me a break. With plates of Napolitan pasta prepared by the manager in hand, we joined Izumi and Eiji at their table. So, what do you want to discuss? I asked Izumi as we began eating. I wanted to talk about the sweets to serve with the tea, she replied. The sweets? You don't need to decide on the tea first. I've already got the tea covered. We'll focus on matcha as the main feature, and I'm considering a few other drinks that younger customers might enjoy. I'll teach everyone how to brew the tea, so that's under control. What I need help with is the food menu. She was right, having a complimentary food item was essential. I'm not much of an expert, but wouldn't it be easiest to just buy the sweets from a shop? That would be easier, but I was hoping we could make them ourselves. Make them, from scratch. I repeated her words, genuinely surprised. I hadn't even considered that option. In events like this, people usually just go with store-bought items, as you said. There's nothing wrong with that, but I thought it might be fun to make something from scratch, even if it's a bit of a hassle. Her reasoning made sense. It would definitely leave a stronger impression and create more memorable experiences for everyone involved. As I mulled over her suggestion, Eiji chimed in to back her up. Our school has a fully equipped cooking room, so we have the facilities to make sweets. Once we decide on the items, gathering the ingredients won't be a problem. I even asked a few classmates in advance, and the idea of making our own sweets was pretty well received. If everyone's on board, I don't see why not, I admitted. Really? Izumi exclaimed, leaning forward with excitement. But as a committee member, I do have 2 questions. Ask away. First, can we make enough sweets within the budget? How many types are you planning to make? Rather than several types, I was thinking of creating a set plate with a variety of items like matcha cake, daifuku, and yokan. That way, customers can try a little of everything. Izumi pulled out her phone, showing us a picture from a tea house's website. The image displayed an elegant plate of assorted traditional sweets, beautifully arranged. It did look appealing and would likely attract our target audience. Compared to buying pre-made items, making them ourselves might actually save money on ingredients, making it more feasible. Okay, the budget sounds manageable, but here's my second question. Can we actually make these sweets ourselves? That's no problem. I've made similar sweets before with Hiyori-chan during tea parties at home, Izumi said confidently. Now that she mentioned it, I vaguely remembered seeing her and Hiyori using our kitchen back in middle school. So, they had been practicing making traditional sweets all this time. Of course, it might not be perfect, but perfection isn't necessary. Like you said earlier, the real value is in doing it ourselves. As long as it's good enough to serve to customers, we'll be fine. Really, that's great. Izumi beamed, taking Aoi-san's hands in hers and bouncing excitedly. Judging by their interaction, Izumi must have already run this idea by Aoi-san. Now, I have a request for you and Aoi-san, Izumi said, turning back to me. Now what? I'd like you two to decide on the types of sweets we'll make. Us. I already told you, I'm not familiar with this stuff. I glanced at Aoi-san, who seemed equally unsure. I want you two to visit various tea houses and gather ideas. You can go on your days off from work or spend a weekend exploring. Oh, and Izumi leaned in and whispered in my ear. Use this as an excuse to ask Aoi-san on a date. Hey, I almost shouted, catching myself just in time. If I reacted too strongly, Aoi-san might get suspicious. Wouldn't you be better suited for this, Izumi? You know more about sweets than I do. I'd love to, but I'm swamped with costume making. I plan to finish before we start making the sweets, but for now, I'll be too busy. That's why I'm asking the two of you. Honestly, I'm not confident about this, I admitted. Me neither. Aoi-san added. The atmosphere between us at that moment was probably as somber as a funeral. It'll be fine, Hiyori-chan and I will pitch in with ideas later. For now, I just need you two to scout different places and pick out the sweets you think taste the best. Well, if that's all. What do you think, Aoi-san? I asked. I'd feel anxious doing it alone, but if it's with you, Akira-kun, I think I can manage. Thank you, both of you, Izumi exclaimed. And so, on top of my responsibilities as a committee member and part-time cafe worker, I was now tasked with exploring sweet shops with Aoi-san to decide on the items for our plate menu. Surprisingly, despite all my grumbling, I found myself looking forward to it. Section. By Monday, we officially started the school festival preparations in earnest. After school, everyone stayed in the classroom, diligently working on their assigned tasks. Thanks to Izumi's role as class rep and her infectious enthusiasm, our class had a strong sense of camaraderie, especially during events like these. Earlier in the term, however, things had been different for Aoi-san. Aoi-san, could I ask you something? Sure, what is it? Aoi-san, could you lend a hand with this? It'd be a huge help. Of course. I'd be happy to help. Aoi-san, I have a question about the budget. Can we talk? Give me just a moment, please. Now, Aoi-san was the complete opposite of isolated. As a committee member, she was in high demand among her classmates. Despite her shy nature, Aoi-san's kindness and attentiveness made her easy to approach. Once she opened up, she became a friend to everyone, regardless of gender. Watching her interact with everyone, I couldn't help but think. Did Izumi foresee this when she suggested Aoi-san become a committee member? Aoi-san had said she wanted to create memories for me, which was why she agreed to the role. But perhaps Izumi also thought that by taking on this responsibility, Aoi-san would grow closer to our classmates. That thought brought me a sense of relief. If this was the outcome, I had no reason to worry about Aoi-san after I transferred schools. It was something to be happy about, so why did it feel a little lonely? Section. On the first Sunday of October, Aoi-san and I woke up early to get ready for our outing. Aoi-san, are you ready? I called from outside her room. Almost done, came her response. After a short wait, the door opened, and Aoi-san stepped out, dressed and ready. Sorry for the delay. I couldn't decide what to wear, she said apologetically. She had chosen a beige knit sweater paired with a calm-colored long skirt, a mature, autumnal outfit that suited her perfectly. It was a simple yet elegant look, one that emphasized her natural grace. She glanced down at her outfit, brushing her hair nervously. Does it look okay? She asked timidly, looking up at me. It looks great. Is this a new outfit? Yeah, I bought it recently when I went shopping with Izuma-san, she said, smiling softly. Let's go. Okay. After checking that we hadn't forgotten anything, we left the house. The weather was perfect, clear skies and unusually warm for October, ideal for an outing. Which shop are we visiting first? Aoi-san asked as we walked. I asked Hiyori for recommendations, I replied. Hiyori-chan? Yeah, when she used to live around here, she and Izumi would often visit tea houses. She gave me a list of her favorite spots and even made a reservation at the first one for us. Wow, I'll have to thank her later. We're planning to visit a few more places on our days off or after school, and if we have time, we can also check out wagashi shops in malls or department stores. That sounds fun. Chatting excitedly, we made our way to the first shop. Following the address Hiyori provided, we walked for 20 minutes, navigating through a residential area. I think it's around here, I said, checking the GPS. We soon arrived at a quaint, single-story house surrounded by stone walls and a beautifully maintained garden. This is it, Aoi-san said, her voice filled with doubt. At first glance, the building looked like an ordinary old-fashioned Japanese house. But the plaque by the entrance confirmed it was indeed the tea house. It feels a little out of place, but let's go in. Okay. The serene atmosphere was completely different from the usual cafes we frequented, making us both feel slightly tense. If I were alone, I probably wouldn't have had the courage to enter. Crossing the stepping stones that led to the entrance, we were greeted by a staff member. After confirming our reservation, we were guided to a room in the back. Wow! I couldn't help but let out a quiet exclamation as the sliding door opened. The room was a small 6-mat tatami room with a low table and floor cushions in the center. The shoji screens opened to reveal a veranda overlooking a vibrant garden filled with autumn foliage. Despite being in the middle of a residential area, it felt as if time moved slower here. We sat down, feeling out of place yet captivated by the ambience. "This feels a bit too fancy for us," I murmured. "Yeah. But since Hiyori-chan and Izuma-san have been here before, I'm sure it's fine," Aoi-san said, catching herself mid-sentence and quickly adding reassurance. She was right, it was probably just because we weren't used to places like this. "Alright, let's place our order." "Sounds good." We picked up the menu and browsed through it together. The tea selection alone offered several varieties, all with names I didn't recognize. Feeling a bit lost, we decided to go with the staff's recommendation for tea and focused on choosing the sweets, which was the real reason we were here. The menu included classics like anmitsu and matcha daifuku, and 2 kinds of yokan, green tea yokan and chestnut yokan. The most popular item was monju made with green tea-flavored bean paste. During summer, they also served matcha shaved ice, though it wasn't available now. Note: anmitsu is a wagashi, Japanese dessert, that dates to the Meiji era. It is made of small cubes of agar jelly, a white translucent jelly made from red algae. A perfect lineup for a matcha lover's dream. "What do you feel like trying, Aoi-san?" I asked. The anmitsu and the yokan set. But the monju sounds good too." Aoi-san's eyes sparkled as she scanned the menu. "I can't decide. I want to try everything," she said, looking up with a troubled yet adorable expression. Her genuine struggle to choose was heartwarming. "In that case, I'll order the monju and the matcha daifuku. We can share everything and taste a bit of it all. That way, it's easier to decide for the cafe menu too." "Thank you. That sounds perfect," Aoi-san replied, her expression lighting up instantly. After placing our order, which included the staff-recommended matcha and our chosen sweets, we waited for about 15 minutes. "Wow," I couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation as the dishes were placed in front of us. The freshly prepared matcha filled the room with its distinct aroma, and the beautifully plated sweets looked like tiny works of art. It felt almost too elegant to eat. As soon as the staff left, we both found ourselves hesitating. "I don't know much about tea ceremony etiquette. What should we do?" I muttered, regretting not asking Hiyori or Izumi about it beforehand. "We're alone, so I don't think we need to be too formal," Aoi-san suggested, her relaxed tone helping me ease up. "Yeah, you're right. No one's watching, so let's just enjoy it." "Exactly. Let's dig in." "Wait," Aoi-san said, pulling her phone out of her bag. "Let's take pictures to show Izuma-san and Eiji-kun later." "Good idea." We both took photos of the matcha and the sweets, ensuring we captured their artistic presentation. "Alright, now let's try it," I said, lifting the tea bowl in both hands. Peering into the bowl, I noticed the fine frothy bubbles on the surface. This was my first time trying authentic matcha, and I couldn't imagine how it would taste. Cautiously, I brought the edge of the bowl to my lips and took a sip. A slight bitterness spread across my tongue, followed by a faint sweetness and a refreshing aroma that lingered. "Delicious," I murmured, surprised at how much I enjoyed it. I had expected it to be overwhelmingly bitter, but the taste was far smoother and more pleasant than I imagined. "It is. It's so good," Aoi-san agreed, her face relaxing as she took a contented sip. "I thought matcha would taste more grown up, but it's surprisingly tasty. I can see why Izumi and Hiyori love it so much." Aoi-san smiled happily, savoring the matcha with repeated small sips. Though I felt tempted to order a second bowl, I remembered our primary mission, to sample the sweets. I set the matcha aside and turned my attention to the beautifully plated confections. Aoi-san picked up a piece of chestnut yokan with a toothpick and brought it to her lips. Her eyes widened in surprise as she covered her mouth with her hand. Is it good? I asked. She nodded eagerly while savoring the yokan, her expression glowing with delight. After washing it down with a sip of matcha, she regained her composure. Akira-kun, try some too, she said, holding the remaining piece of yokan in front of my face with a toothpick. I appreciated her generosity, but there was one issue. If I took it as it was, it would technically be an indirect kiss. Is that okay? I asked hesitantly, hoping she'd understand what I meant. Aoi-san's face turned bright red as she realized the implication. It's fine. This isn't the first time, after all, she said softly. All right, then I'll take it, I replied, my voice betraying my nerves. It was true we'd had indirect kisses before, but that didn't make it any less embarrassing. As I bit into the yokan, the sweetness melted in my mouth, though, honestly, I couldn't fully appreciate the taste, as my mind was too preoccupied. How was it? Aoi-san asked, her voice tinged with shyness as she gazed at me with expectant eyes. I couldn't just claim it was delicious without properly tasting it. Suppressing my distracting thoughts, I repeatedly told myself to calm down until I regained a sliver of composure. Finally, the flavor of the chestnut yokan spread across my tongue. The subtle sweetness balanced perfectly with the lingering bitterness of the matcha, creating a harmonious combination. It was genuinely delicious, and above all, the matcha pairing was exceptional. Yeah, it's delicious. Right. Aoi-san beamed. Having tried the yokan, I couldn't help but feel curious about the monju and matcha daifuku I had ordered. Picking up a toothpick, I sliced the daifuku in half and took a bite. How is it? Aoi-san asked, her expression mirroring the excitement I'd seen earlier. I simply nodded in response, feeling there were no words better than letting her try it herself. Aoi-san, why don't you have the other half? Sure, thank you. I passed her the small dish with the remaining half of the daifuku. To my surprise, Aoi-san stared at the daifuku for a moment without making a move to eat it. Could she possibly be waiting for me to feed it to her? Thinking back, she had fed me a bite of yokan earlier. Perhaps it was only natural to return the gesture. If anything, not doing so might seem more awkward. This realization hit me like a bolt of lightning. Feeding her would be undeniably embarrassing, but not feeding her felt equally awkward. Gathering my courage, I picked up the daifuku with the toothpick and held it out to her. Leaning slightly over the table, Aoi-san opened her mouth and took the bite with a soft munch. She placed a hand to her cheek, her expression melting into one of pure bliss. It seemed true, delicious food had the power to leave people speechless. Let's try the others, I said. Yeah, she agreed. The two of us spent the next hour chatting as we sampled the matcha and sweets. We exchanged thoughts, shared bites of each dessert, and even ordered a second round of matcha when we found the first so satisfying. Before we knew it, 2 hours had passed. Section. After leaving the first tea house, we immediately headed for the second. I think it's around here, I muttered. While the first shop was nestled in a residential area, this one was in a completely different setting, a business district on the opposite side of the station. Surrounded by office buildings, the area lacked even a hint of the traditional charm we had experienced earlier. It was hard to believe a tea shop could exist here. But the GPS confidently pointed to this location. Akira-kun, could it be that place? Aoi-san said, pointing to a small 2-story building sandwiched between office buildings. That seems to be it. Unlike the traditional aesthetic of the first tea house, this shop had a modern, trendy appearance. It looked more like a stylish cafe than a tea shop steeped in Japanese culture. It doesn't really look like a tea house, does it? Aoi-san remarked. Not at all. It feels more like a place designed for social media photos, I replied, a bit uncertain. Despite my doubts, we stepped inside, greeted by a cheerful welcome from a staff member in casual, fashionable uniforms. The clientele consisted mostly of young women, with a few men who appeared to have been dragged along. As a high school boy, I felt slightly out of place. Akira-kun, look, Aoi-san called excitedly, handing me the menu. The moment I saw it, I understood why Izumi had recommended this shop. The menu featured an array of matcha-inspired drinks, including matcha lattes and floats, along with matcha tiramisu and roll cakes. Ah, I see now. This cafe specialized in modern matcha creations. While the authentic matcha and traditional sweets from the first shop were excellent, they might feel a bit intimidating or unfamiliar to younger customers like us. On the other hand, trendy options like these made matcha more approachable, especially for those who found its bitterness overwhelming. Adding something like matcha lattes to our class menu could be a great idea, I said. Definitely. Pairing matcha with sweets is nice, but drinks like these are trendy, fun, and easy to enjoy. I think younger customers would love them, Aoi-san agreed. If she thought so too, I knew we were on the right track. Whether these modern matcha items aligned with the traditional Japanese blonde gyaru cafe theme was another question, but then again, with such an eccentric concept, maybe anything could work. I ordered a matcha float and a matcha roll cake, while Aoi-san chose a matcha latte and matcha tiramisu. The drinks arrived first, followed shortly by the desserts, which were plated in a way that was undeniably Instagram-worthy. Just like at the first tea house, Aoi-san eagerly took pictures before digging in. The experience was completely different from the first shop, but we enjoyed it just as much. Section. After visiting one more shop in the afternoon, we decided to call it a day. We had planned to visit more, but the problem wasn't time, it was our stomachs. The matcha and sweets were so delicious that we couldn't resist having seconds at each location. By the time we reached the third shop, we were both full. I didn't think I'd eat and drink so much, I admitted, rubbing my stomach. Me neither, Aoi-san said, looking just as full but still smiling. Today was really helpful. Let's head home, I suggested. Yeah, but... Chem, is something wrong? I asked, noticing Aoi-san start to say something before falling silent. When I encouraged her to speak freely, she hesitated for a moment before replying. Since we're near the station, I was wondering if we could stop by the wagashi section in the station mall. Oh, good idea. Even just looking around could be useful for reference. Yeah, and if I see something interesting, I'd like to buy it and try it. Wait, what? Chem? Her unexpected remark caught me off guard, prompting her to tilt her head in confusion. Buying them is fine, but you're not planning to eat them today, are you? When I asked, expecting the answer to be an obvious no, she froze for a second before responding. Oh, of course not. We've already eaten so much today. She waved her hands frantically, her gestures overly emphatic. Was it just my imagination, or did she seem oddly desperate? We made our way to the station mall and headed down to the wagashi section. Wow, there's so much here. Aoi-san's eyes sparkled like a child's in a toy store as she wandered through the displays, marveling at the beautifully arranged sweets in the showcases. At one point, a staff member offered her a sample, and she closed her eyes blissfully as the flavor melted in her mouth. After pacing back and forth through the shop 5 or 6 times, agonizing over her choices, she turned to me. Akira-kun, I can't decide. Her earnest expression was so intense that I almost laughed. You don't have to limit yourself to one. Why not just get everything that caught your eye? But that'd cost too much. I'll cover it, so don't worry. No, I can't let you do that, she said, looking genuinely apologetic. Don't worry about it. We didn't spend much money at the other places, and I've got my cafe paycheck coming next month. Besides, I want to try a few of them too. Are you sure? Yeah. Let's enjoy the day. Thank you. As we discussed our choices, the staff member nearby smiled warmly and commented, "You've got such a kind boyfriend." Both of us froze at her words. His, not my boyfriend, Aoi-san quickly stammered, her face flushing red. It was true, of course, but hearing her deny it so earnestly left me feeling oddly disappointed. Then, to my surprise, she added softly, "He's too good for someone like me." Her unexpected words made me blush as well. I see, the staff member said with a knowing smile. But I think you two make a great pair. Thank you. We both mumbled, unable to meet her eyes as we stared down at the display case in unison. After 30 minutes of indecision, we finally selected a few wagashi and thanked the staff member before heading home. Aoi-san, smiling happily, carried the bag as we walked side by side. Being mistaken for a couple had been embarrassing, but it didn't feel bad. It had been a great day, and for a moment, I felt grateful to Izumi for giving us this opportunity. That was until the next morning. As I prepared breakfast, I opened the trash can and spotted the packaging from the wagashi we had bought the day before. These containers. Curious, I checked the stash we had brought home, only to discover that none of the wagashi were left. The only explanation was that Aoi-san had eaten them all. But when? It wasn't a big deal, but considering how much we'd eaten during the day, the thought of her snacking late at night was surprising. Aoi-san, did you eat all the wagashi last night? I asked casually when she walked into the kitchen. Her face turned pale as she began stammering. I am sorry. I tried to stop myself, but before I knew it, I'd eaten them all. She apologized over and over, looking as if the world was ending. Apparently, she had intended to eat just one. But after the first, she wanted another, and then another, until more than half were gone. Realizing she'd eaten my share too, she panicked and decided to finish them all, pretending they never existed. Eating them secretly in the dead of night, that was bold, to say the least. Seeing her on the verge of tears, I couldn't bring myself to be mad. In fact, I was trying my hardest not to laugh. A few months ago, Aoi-san wouldn't have even asked for wagashi, let alone eaten them on her own. Her actions now were a sign of how much she had grown comfortable being herself. This change felt like a good thing. Next time, let's buy plenty so you don't have to worry, I said with a smile, silently resolving to treat her again soon. Chapter 3: A Reunion. Done. One afternoon after school, while everyone was busy preparing for the school festival, Izumi's excited voice echoed through the classroom. Akira-kun, Aoi-san, come here for a second. Hearing her call, I paused my work and exchanged a curious glance with Aoi-san. What's going on now? I thought as we walked over to Izumi, who was holding something behind her back. With a loud ta-da, she proudly revealed her creation. What do you think? This is a costume? I asked. That's right. The first outfit for our Japanese blonde gyaru cafe is finally complete. What Izumi held was a striking costume, a kimono-style outfit with a design of hydrangeas in vivid blue and soft purple hues, their gradient shifting beautifully across the fabric. The pure white background made the colors pop, creating an elegant yet eye-catching effect. Izumi explained that the sleeves and hem had been adjusted for ease of movement, and the traditional obi had been replaced with a belt for simpler wear. The costume's fabric came from a real kimono, giving it a luxurious feel that was almost too extravagant for a high school festival. It's still a sample, so there are a few things to tweak, Izumi added. From a layman's perspective, it looks perfect already. Why not have someone try it on? I suggested. That's exactly the plan. With that, Izumi handed the costume to Aoi-san. Ha! Tilting her head adorably, Aoi-san let out a soft sound of confusion. Aoi-san, could you try it on for us? Me? Wait, why me? Of course, I made it specifically with you in mind, Izumi declared, her tone leaving no room for argument. Surprised by the unexpected request, Aoi-san nervously looked between Izumi and the outfit. The first one was designed with Aoi-san in mind because hydrangea patterns suit her perfectly, Izumi explained. The other girls who had helped with the costume nodded enthusiastically, agreeing that Aoi-san was the ideal model for the hydrangea motif. What Izumi didn't say outright, but I understood, was the deeper reason for her choice. Last summer, during our search for Aoi-san's grandmother, we had attended a local festival where Aoi-san wore a hydrangea-patterned yukata. The image of her in that yukata must have left a lasting impression on Izumi. For me, however, the connection between Aoi-san and hydrangeas went back even further to the rainy day we first met. She had been standing alone in the park, surrounded by a sea of blooming hydrangeas. Ever since, the sight of hydrangeas always brought that moment to mind. All right, let's get you changed, Izumi said cheerfully. Okay. Aoi-san agreed hesitantly, following Izumi out of the classroom with the costume. Assuming it would take some time for her to change, we all went back to our work. After a while, Izumi returned to the classroom alone. "Ha! Where's Aoi-san?" someone asked. "She's in the hallway, too embarrassed to come in," Izumi replied with an exasperated sigh, glancing toward the door. Following her gaze, I saw Aoi-san peeking into the classroom, her face half hidden behind the door frame. Even from a distance, her cheeks were visibly red. She looked so adorably shy that I couldn't help but smile. "All right, I'll bring her in," Izumi declared, marching toward Aoi-san. Despite her protests of wait, "I'm not ready yet." Izumi took her arm and gently but firmly pulled her into the room. The moment Aoi-san stepped inside, the entire class gasped in unison. Whoa! She was stunning. The hydrangea-patterned outfit fit her perfectly, complemented by a white apron that added a touch of practicality to the traditional design. The adjustments Izumi mentioned made it not only beautiful but functional, ideal for the cafe work. The effort we'd put into measuring her during that awkward evening had clearly paid off. Everyone in the class was captivated by how beautiful Aoi-san looked. "All that's left is for her to become a blonde gyaru, and it's perfect," Izumi said, clapping her hands together. "Ah, right. The blonde gyaru part. Hey, is the blonde gyaru element really necessary?" I asked. "Of course. Without it, the concept falls apart," Izumi argued passionately. While I understood her reasoning, part of me felt that the outfit suited Aoi-san better as it was. Not that I was against the gyaru look. Aoi-san would undoubtedly look amazing as a blonde gyaru. But this elegant, pure image seemed to highlight her natural beauty even more. Well, I guess we won't know until we see both versions. "All right, Akira-kun, as our class representative, give us your thoughts," Izumi said, pushing the still embarrassed Aoi-san forward. "Thoughts? Why me?" I protested. The rest of the class watched us with warm, encouraging smiles as I fumbled to respond to Izumi's insistence. "But isn't her final look going to include blonde hair? Won't my feedback now be meaningless?" I asked, grasping at straws. "What I need now is feedback on the outfit. You can save your thoughts on the full look for the festival day," Izumi countered with no room for escape. "Gia." Complimenting Aoi-san in front of everyone was far too embarrassing. I tried to wriggle out of it, but Izumi wasn't letting me off the hook. This was really happening, wasn't it? It really suits you," I managed to say, voice almost a whisper. Thank you," Aoi-san replied, just as bashful. The classroom was wrapped in an almost celebratory warmth, as if everyone was silently cheering for us. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, both Aoi-san and I lowered our heads. "Please, someone do something about this awkward atmosphere." Aoi-san's face was red all the way to her ears, and I could feel the heat radiating from my own skin as nervous sweat trickled down my back. The gentle gazes from our classmates felt like an audience witnessing our public humiliation. Well, Izumi teased, leaning in to peer at my face. "Akira-kun, could it be that you're blushing?" Shut up. I'm not blushing." "Really? Are you sure?" she said, her smirk widening. She'd hit the mark, and I had no way to defend myself. "Enough already. Everyone, get back to work," I barked, desperate to change the subject. Yes. All right, everyone, back to it," Izumi chirped, leading the charge. Even so, I couldn't shake the feeling that my classmates and Izumi in particular were gradually boxing me in. But I couldn't deny that seeing Aoi-san like this was worth it. Section. A few hours later, we worked right up until the last possible moment before heading home. After saying our goodbyes to the class, I left with the usual group: Aoi-san, Izumi, and Eiji, discussing the festival preparations and upcoming tasks on our walk back. "By the way, Akira-kun, how's the search for the plate menu's wagashi coming along?" Izumi asked, suddenly remembering. "Last Sunday, we visited 3 shops. We plan to finish visiting all the recommended tea houses by this and next weekend. Once that's done, we'll finalize the list." Izumi checked her calendar on her phone. "That sounds good. I've already talked to Hiyori about teaching us how to make the wagashi. Based on your schedule, How about the weekend after next for the lesson? Hiyori's going to teach us. Yep. Didn't I tell you? You didn't. I thought you'd be the one teaching us. I'm good at cooking, but baking and making sweets aren't my forte, Izumi admitted. Is it really that different? I asked, tilting my head in curiosity. Izumi waved her hands emphatically. Totally different. Cooking can be done with a pinch of this and a dash of that, it's flexible. But baking? It's all grams and precision. Mess up even a little, and the whole thing's ruined. That kind of meticulous work just doesn't suit me. Ah, I get it. I nodded, realizing I'd probably be the same way. Still, something nagged at my memory. But didn't you say you made wagashi with Hiyori before? Helped, yes. Hiyori did the making. I did the eating, she said with a thumbs up and a proud grin. Her confident response left me unsure how to react. But knowing Hiyori would help reassured me. I hadn't known Hiyori was skilled at making wagashi, but it made sense. Unlike Izumi, who thrived in spontaneity, Hiyori had a meticulous and detail-oriented personality. Rather than just being good at it, making wagashi seemed to fit her perfectly. Still, it was a bit of a mystery how two people as different as Izumi and Hiyori could be such good friends. Their personalities were polar opposites, yet they balanced each other in ways I couldn't quite grasp. With Hiyori helping with the wagashi, that's one less thing to worry about. The costumes seem to be coming along well, and all the submission deadlines for paperwork are taken care of, I said, thinking aloud. Is there anything else we should double-check? The four of us exchanged glances, mentally reviewing everything to make sure nothing had slipped through the cracks. How's your cafe job going? Hard to say. I've only worked a few shifts, so I'm not sure, I replied honestly. I felt like I was getting the hang of things, but I wasn't confident enough to claim mastery. Once November starts, we'll have practice sessions for everyone. By then, Akira-kun, I need you to have mastered the basics of customer service. Aoi-san can't teach everyone alone, so I was thinking she could handle the girls while you take charge of the boys. What do you think, Aoi-san? Akira-kun is doing his best and learning quickly. Honestly, he's made my life a lot easier. Even the manager said he hopes Akira-kun will continue working after the festival. That's great. Sounds like you've got yourself a reliable kohai, Aoi-san. Izumi teased, brimming with mischief. I smiled at the praise, but her comment made me think about something I'd been avoiding. At most, I can only work until spring next year, I muttered without thinking. The air grew heavy as soon as the words left my mouth. I am sorry. I didn't mean it like that, Aoi-san said, her expression filled with guilt. No, I'm the one who should apologize. I didn't mean to bring down the mood. I tried to diffuse the tension, but I couldn't deny the truth of my situation. I was transferring schools in the spring, and that reality loomed over all of us. Realizing it was better to address the elephant in the room, I decided to speak up. Look, let's stop tiptoeing around this, okay? The three of them turned toward me, listening intently. I've said it before, and I'll say it again, I don't want to transfer. Thinking about it sucks. But I've accepted it. And honestly, I'm grateful for everything you're doing to make these memories special. So let's stop letting this topic bring us down. It's not like we're parting forever. No need to overthink it. Aoi-san was the first to respond. You're right, she said softly. I didn't mean to lie to the three of them. Nor was I trying to deny my true feelings. By telling myself this, I felt like I could start coming to terms with my feelings. Even if it wasn't possible now, someday, I wanted to fully believe those words, a little declaration of determination. You've got a point, Akira, Eiji said, his calm tone cutting through the tension like a gentle breeze. It was as if he understood the vibe I was going for, steering the mood back on track. If we're all going to get gloomy every time this topic comes up, that kind of defeats the purpose of making good memories for you, doesn't it? Akira's right, let's stop dwelling on it. Yeah, that makes sense, Izumi said, her usual upbeat energy returning with gusto. Before long, we reached the intersection where Eiji and Izumi would split off. Well, we'll head this way, Eiji said, waving lazily. Got it. Don't trip or anything, I replied dryly. See you tomorrow, Aoi-san, Izumi added with an enthusiastic wave. See you tomorrow, Aoi-san said, her smile soft and warm. As Aoi-san and I continued walking, I figured it was a good time to smooth over any lingering awkwardness. So, any ideas for dinner tonight? Despite my efforts to steer the conversation back to neutral ground, Aoi-san caught on immediately, giving me the kind of gentle smile that made me realize I wasn't fooling her for a second. It's been a while since you made Hamburg steak. How about that? She asked, her voice light. If that wasn't kindness, I didn't know what was. She could have dwelled on the moment earlier, maybe even brought up her thoughts, but instead, she chose to let it pass. Some things are meant to be said. Others aren't. And then there are things that don't need to be said right away. I like to think we'd reached the kind of understanding where we didn't always need words. Eiji had once told me, people can't fully understand each other. You can't expect someone to know what you're thinking without words. That's why putting your feelings into words is so important. And yeah, that made sense. There'd been plenty of times when I'd thought the same. But now, I felt like there was something more to it. Words are important, sure. But sometimes, the things you leave unsaid can carry just as much weight. Once you've spent enough time with someone, once you've put in the effort to truly understand them, there are moments where just walking beside them says it all. Maybe that's the kind of connection Aoi-san and I had built. I hoped it was. All right. Let's stop by the store and grab the ingredients, I said. Sounds good. I'm looking forward to it, she replied. For now, I let myself feel a little bit happy about this dynamic of ours. As we turned a corner, a voice suddenly cut through the quiet. Aoi. The unexpected call made us both freeze. We turned toward the source to see a middle-aged woman standing there. Her hair, somewhere between gold and chestnut, was brighter than anything I'd ever seen in a school zone. Pair that with her flashy outfit, and let's just say subtlety wasn't her strong suit. It felt a little rude to judge, but wasn't this a bit much for her age? More importantly, though, this lady had just called out to Aoi-san. Her face was a blend of doubt and hope, but when she got a better look, recognition lit up her features. It is you, isn't it, Aoi? She said, closing the distance between them in no time. Your hair's a different color, so I almost didn't recognize you. But thank goodness. I've been looking everywhere for you. The warmth and relief in her tone stood in stark contrast to Aoi-san, who looked like she'd seen a ghost. And judging by the look on her face, I had a sinking feeling I knew where this was headed. Mom, what are you doing here? Aoi-san said, her voice trembling as she finally broke her silence. Her words hit me like a punch to the gut. Oh no. You know those times where you get a bad feeling, and you just hope you're wrong? Yeah. This wasn't one of those times. Section. That evening, the two of us sat in the living room after a hastily thrown together dinner. Conversation had been minimal at best. We were supposed to stop by the store, get ingredients, and enjoy a nice meal together. But her mother showing up had derailed everything. Instead, we'd gone straight home, grabbed whatever we could from the fridge, and ate in silence. Not that the food was bad or anything, I just couldn't taste it. The room was calm on the surface, but underneath, there was a whole lot going on. Complicated didn't even begin to describe it. The cause was obvious, her mom. I wanted to say something, anything, but the words wouldn't come. Finally, Aoi-san rose from the couch. Her movements were slow, deliberate. It's a bit early, but I think I'll go to bed, she said, forcing a small smile that looked more fragile than reassuring. All right. Good night, I replied, not knowing what else to say. Good night. She left the room, and the soft click of her door closing echoed in the silence. Alone now, I leaned back against the sofa, staring at the ceiling. Of all the things that could have happened, this hadn't even crossed my mind as a possibility. I thought we'd solved the major issues in her life. I thought we could spend the next few weeks focusing on the school festival, making memories, and maybe, just maybe, figuring out what my feelings for her meant. That quiet, happy little dream now felt like it was unraveling at the seams. Her mother's sudden arrival had changed everything. No, sitting here feeling sorry for myself won't help. I couldn't just let things fall apart. I needed to figure something out, and fast. Taking a deep breath, I replayed the events of the day in my head, trying to find some way forward. Section. I've been looking for you. Mom. What are you doing here? In stark contrast to her mother's relieved expression, Aoi-san's face was painted with confusion and unease. Isn't it obvious? I came to find you so we can live together again. What? Both Aoi-san and I were caught completely off guard by her declaration. I've left him, that man, her mother declared abruptly, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. You left him? Aoi-san echoed, her voice barely above a whisper, stunned into stillness. When we first got together, he seemed like a good man. But once we started living together, he turned out to be awful. He quit his job on his own, wouldn't work, had a terrible drinking habit, and even got violent, just the worst kind of man. I tried my best to make it work, but in the end, I just couldn't take it anymore. Watching her suddenly appear and spill her sob story in tears, my first thought was, what on earth is this woman talking about? She carried on like some tragic heroine who had been deceived by a terrible man. No matter how much she lamented his flaws, not a shred of sympathy stirred within me. This was the woman who had abandoned Aoi-san to chase after a man, leaving her in her father's care. Now, after separating from that man, she had the audacity to show up and act like nothing had happened without so much as an apology for the hardship she'd caused her daughter. Instead, she just poured out her misfortunes. It was utterly incomprehensible. Hearing such absurd words, I couldn't help but clench my fists tightly. It must have been hard. After her mother's long-winded tirade, Aoi-san finally muttered a response. I had a tough time finding you after discovering your apartment had been vacated. But I'm glad we could meet, her mother said. You could have just called me, Aoi-san replied quietly. What? Oh, well, my phone broke, and I lost all my contacts, she stammered, trying to excuse herself with an awkward laugh. Then you could have come to the school. That would have been easier than searching aimlessly. Well, I didn't want to trouble your school, you know? A blatant lie. She didn't call because she had no intention of seeing Aoi-san again. And the reason she avoided coming to the school was likely fear that the truth would come out if Aoi-san had already told the teachers about her situation. Aoi-san surely realized this too. But anyway, her mother continued, brushing past the subject. I know you're not living with your father anymore. You must have gone through a lot, but let's just put it all behind us and start over together. She grabbed Aoi-san's hands dramatically, as if trying to mend their family bond. But Aoi-san didn't return the gesture. Nor did she push her away. She simply remained silent. By the way, Aoi, there's something I'd like to ask. Her mother said hesitantly. What is it? Aoi-san asked softly. Her mother, for the first time, seemed timid as she spoke. The child support money your father has been sending, it's going into your account, isn't it? At those words, her true intentions became glaringly obvious. My simmering dislike for her boiled over into anger. This month's payment wasn't deposited into my account. When I asked your father, he said he'd switched it to yours. Honestly, how could he make such a decision without consulting me? Anyway, I really need that money. Can we go withdraw it together right now? But, that money was supposed to be for Aoi-san's future. Her father had gone out of his way to ensure it was protected from her mother. But such reasoning wouldn't reach this woman. I'm in a bit of a tight spot right now. There are some urgent bills I need to pay. That money is for both of our lives, right? You understand, don't you, Aoi? Before I even realized it, I had stepped between them. You've got to be kidding me. I couldn't suppress my emotions any longer. No, that's not true. I had no intention of holding back. Akira-kun. Aoi-san's worried voice barely registered. I had allowed myself a fleeting hope. Even someone like this mother might have come back out of genuine concern for her daughter. Maybe she realized her mistake and wanted to make amends. Maybe losing everything made her value Aoi-san as her only family. But I was wrong. This mother had returned not for her daughter, but for the money. Anger surged beyond control, replaced by a bitter, hollow ache that burned behind my eyes. How much more painful must this have been for Aoi-san? You abandoned your daughter to run off with some man. Left her to bear the burden of working part-time just to keep things afloat. And now, as soon as the child support is redirected, you show up out of nowhere talking about family, saying the money is for the both of you. Don't make me laugh. My voice trembled with barely restrained fury, and my nails dug into my palms as I clenched my fists. Even so. And who are you supposed to be? She snapped. AOE's classmate? You have no business sticking your nose into our family affairs. Something inside me snapped at her words. Don't you dare talk about family. The word family coming from her mouth shattered my restraint. Someone who abandoned their child has no right to call themselves a parent. This wasn't family. Not even close. Aoi-san, let's go, I said, reaching for her hand. Wait a minute, her mother shouted, but I ignored her and broke into a run, Aoi-san in tow. We ran for what felt like forever. Finally, I stopped to catch my breath and glanced behind us. Her mother wasn't following. Taking deep breaths, my anger began to ebb, replaced by the weight of what I'd done. I'm sorry, Aoi-san, I muttered. I had overstepped. I had ignored her feelings and acted on impulse. Shame gnawed at me. This was her family. I had no right to interfere. No matter how angry I felt, I should have let Aoi-san decide what to do. Yet, I couldn't hold myself back. I acted without considering your feelings. No, it's okay, she replied, shaking her head slightly. I was really happy that you stood up for me, she said with a smile, one that looked no different from her usual expression. But whether that smile was her true feelings or just her kindness, I couldn't tell at that moment. Section. After we returned home, Aoi-san didn't say a word about her mother. Even though we both seemed to know what the other was thinking, neither of us could bring ourselves to say anything. The silence stretched on. It wasn't surprising. What had happened was so sudden that neither of us could process it properly, let alone speak about it. If we were going to talk about her mother, Aoi-san needed time more than I did to calm down and sort out her thoughts. What's Aoi-san going to do? I muttered to myself, and the unease I'd felt when her father appeared washed over me again. If Aoi-san decided to live with her mother, I wouldn't be able to stay by her side anymore. We'd worked so hard. With her father and grandmother's help, we'd managed to create a way for her to stay here until graduation. But now, this sudden turn of events threatened to undo all that effort. The thought sent a wave of panic through me. It almost overwhelmed me, almost. But I stopped myself. No, that's not going to happen. I stared at the ceiling as if trying to shake off my doubts, my voice steady and firm. Aoi-san had told me once, no matter what happens, I've decided to stay with you until you transfer. I believed in those words. Even if she chose to rebuild her relationship with her mother, she wouldn't leave before graduation. That decision was hers to make. But now that she had her father and grandmother's support, there was no reason to listen to the mother who had abandoned her and come back only for money. Aoi-san must be shaken by the sudden reunion. That was only natural. That was why I needed to be calm, even if she couldn't be right now. I couldn't fix this for her. But when she was ready to talk about it, I would be there. All I could do now was trust her and wait. Section. The next morning, I called Eiji and Izumi to the rooftop as soon as I arrived at school. To keep our living situation secret, Aoi-san and I always left the house at different times. This gave me a chance to talk to Eiji and Izumi before Aoi-san arrived. I hesitated at first. Was it really my place to share something so personal about her? But I knew they would notice if something was off. They weren't just anyone, they were Eiji and Izumi. They'd realize something was wrong and ask her about it. And Aoi-san, being Aoi-san, would try to play it off, keeping her struggles to herself. So I decided it was better to tell them up front. If Aoi-san chose to confide in them later, that would be her decision. But I couldn't keep them in the dark, not when it involved her. There's something I need to tell you, I began. What happened? Eiji's calm but serious tone told me he already sensed the gravity of the situation. Aoi-san's mother showed up yesterday. What? Izumi's usual cheerful demeanor vanished, replaced by shock. On our way home after we split up. She said she broke up with the guy she'd been with and wanted Aoi-san to live with her again. But let's be real, she's after money. Unbelievable. Izumi's voice was laced with anger, a rare sight. And how did Aoi-san respond? Eiji asked, his hand resting on Izumi's shoulder to calm her. Nothing, really. I got her out of there before she could say much. I think she needs time to process everything before she decides what to do. Eiji nodded. That sounds like the right call. Thanks, I said, relieved. But I need your help. Of course. Izumi leaned forward, her determination almost tangible. Aoi-san's going to need time to sort through this. There might be times she struggles to focus, like on the school festival preparations. I'll do my best, but I can't always be there. I need you two to keep an eye on her too, and support her if she needs it. Obviously, Izumi replied instantly. I'll make sure she's not left alone. Eiji added, as long as you stay calm, we'll manage. Their words were a relief. In moments like these, I felt grateful to have friends like them. They weren't just my friends, they were Aoi-san's too, and that meant everything. Section. When Aoi-san arrived, she greeted everyone with her usual smile. But I noticed something, her eyes seemed dimmer, as if the light in them had faded. I told myself I was imagining it. I wanted to believe I was wrong. Chapter 4, because they're still family. It had been a week since Aoi's mother appeared. Good work, you two. That's enough for today, you can head home. Yes, thank you for today. Thanks for your hard work. With less than a month remaining until the school festival, we were consumed with preparations, making costumes, visiting tea houses, and taking part-time jobs like this one to learn customer service. I'll wait for you by the back entrance once I'm changed. Okay, see you in a bit. Since that day, her mother hadn't appeared again, and Aoi herself showed no noticeable changes. To be precise, her demeanor was slightly different the day after, but by the following day, she was back to her usual self. At least to our classmates, there was no sign that anything had happened. Aoi continued working hard on the festival preparations, putting in even more effort as the deadline approached. Today, too, she had been diligent during her shift. Most people would find her unchanged attitude reassuring, but to me, the fact that she seemed so normal only made me more uneasy, because being able to act normal in a situation like this wasn't normal at all. Meeting her mother again should have been emotionally overwhelming, yet she carried on as though nothing had happened. To me, that was far from ordinary. What could she be hiding behind that smile? Akira-kun, sorry to keep you waiting. No problem. Ready to head home? Yep. As we walked home after finishing our shift, I noticed the distant look in her eyes as she gazed up at the night sky. The moon, softly illuminating the cityscape, should have looked breathtaking as always. But tonight, its fragility seemed to mirror the complexity of Aoi's heart. It's less than a month to the festival. Feels like time's flying, I said. Yeah. There's so much to do, I'm worried we might not finish in time. I think we'll be fine, but we should pick up the pace. We'll need time for customer service practice in November, and the final days will be spent making tea sweets. Speaking of tea sweets, isn't Hiyori-chan coming to help us with that? Yeah. She's coming back next weekend, so we'll need to finish our tea house visits before then. Got it. I'm looking forward to getting everyone together. As we chatted about the festival, Aoi suddenly stopped in her tracks. Aoi-san? Her smile vanished as she stared fixedly at something ahead. Following her gaze, I immediately understood why. Your mother. Standing there was none other than Aoi's mother. Unlike her previous appearance, her expression now was cold and severe. I instinctively stepped in front of Aoi, shielding her as I faced her mother directly. What do you want? My glare was as sharp as hers, if not sharper. After a tense silence, her mother finally spoke. I never would have imagined the two of you living together. Her words stopped me cold, and a chill ran down my spine. Living together? Had she found out? We'd taken every precaution to keep it hidden, yet Aoi's mother, the one person we didn't want knowing, had somehow discovered our secret. What are you talking about? Feigning ignorance was my only option until I knew how much she truly knew. Don't bother pretending. I've had someone investigate you this past week. Her voice carried undeniable certainty. I followed you after work and confirmed you're living together. I didn't know where Aoi was staying, but to think it's with a male classmate. I had been cautious, always prepared for her to reappear, yet I hadn't noticed her tailing us. Let's go, Aoi. Her mother reached out and grabbed Aoi's wrist. What do you think you're doing? I immediately seized her wrist in return, stopping her. This wasn't about posturing or trying to act tough. I simply couldn't let her force Aoi into something against her will. Stopping me? What are you misunderstanding here? Misunderstanding? She gave me a scornful look before delivering a chilling accusation. Are you planning to abduct Aoi? Abduct? The absurdity of her claim made my voice falter. You really don't get it, do you? Taking a child without a parent's consent is no different from kidnapping. Her tone was condescending, as though she were explaining something obvious to a child. I'm Aoi's mother, her legal guardian. You have no right to stop me from taking her back. If you interfere, you're no different from a kidnapper trying to take someone else's child. Her words left me momentarily speechless, anger boiling just beneath the surface. No matter how awful a parent she was, the fact remained that she was Aoi's only mother. From an outsider's perspective, no matter my intentions, it could look like I was the one trying to take Aoi away from her rightful guardian. That's not what I'm trying to do. Even as I protested, doubt crept in. Was what I was doing really the right thing? If what her mother said was true, then what had all my efforts been for? Besides, a high school boy and girl living together is completely unacceptable. Do your parents even know about this? Or are you hiding this from them while playing house with a girl? Well, my mom knows and understands the situation, but my dad doesn't. If he found out, it would cause trouble, so I've kept it a secret from him. As long as I had that uneasiness in my heart, I couldn't answer her with confidence. Well, whether your parents know or not doesn't change the problem at hand. Legally, it might not be a crime since you're both minors. But if you were an adult, living with a minor, even with consent, would be illegal. Are you aware of that? You might think you're some noble hero rescuing Aoi, but you need to consider what you're doing. If you continue to interfere, I'll take the necessary steps to deal with this. She was likely referring to contacting people who would make things difficult for us, parents, the police, the school. Looking back now, it's clear her claims were absurd. But at that moment, being accused of criminal behavior by an adult, having words like kidnapping thrown at me, I couldn't think straight. I couldn't even judge whether what I had done was right or wrong anymore. As my mind spiraled into confusion, Aoi suddenly stepped forward. Mother, please don't speak poorly of Akira-kun. Aoi-san. Aoi stood in front of me, facing her mother head-on. Akira-kun reached out to me when I had nowhere to go. I asked to stay at his place, and he let me. I don't know whether it's technically a crime, but at the very least, Akira-kun isn't the kind of person you think he is. So please, stop speaking badly of him. Oh, is that so? But if he continues to interfere, wouldn't that make him a bad person? Aoi hesitated for a moment, lowering her eyes. Then, as if steeling herself, she looked up and said something completely unexpected. Please give me just one day. One day? Yes. I'll contact you tomorrow to talk things over. Please, just one day. Fine. But you must contact me tomorrow. Her mother agreed, exchanged contact information with Aoi, and left. As I watched her retreating figure, I couldn't help but wonder how did things come to this. Even as my head swirled with unanswered questions, I didn't realize at the time that it was Aoi who had protected me. Section. After parting ways with her mother, Aoi and I returned home in silence. The air between us was heavy, and it didn't lighten even after we got back. Time passed quietly in the living room, with neither of us saying a word. Normally, I'd start preparing dinner right after returning home, and Aoi would take a bath while waiting. After eating together, Aoi would wash the dishes while I took my turn in the bath. That was our usual routine. But now, neither of us moved from the sofa. It felt as though we were bracing ourselves for what was to come. I don't know how much time passed before Aoi finally broke the silence. I'm sorry for how my mother treated you. You don't have to apologize for her. No matter what she says, I'm grateful to you for helping me when I needed it. Don't let her words get to you. I don't think she'll actually follow through on her threats. She always talks like that when she's angry. I see. Hearing that, combined with my impression of her mother, I realized she was the type to zero in on others' weaknesses and push relentlessly. It wasn't hard to imagine Aoi enduring that kind of treatment for most of her life. I've decided. I'm going to see my mother. Her words hit me like a hammer. I wanted to stop her immediately. I see. But I swallowed my emotions and held back. I had known this moment would come. When Aoi asked for just one day, it was clear what she meant. She was planning to comply with her mother's wishes. Her mother must have understood that too. That's why she backed off so easily. I had been preparing myself for this since then. Yet, even so, I couldn't stop the turmoil inside me. I thought I might never see my mother again, but now that she's returned, I need to talk to her about what happens next. Her words were calm and resolute. From the way she spoke, it felt as though she had been preparing herself for this possibility all along. From an outsider's perspective, my mother must seem awful. Even I can't deny that at times I've thought the same. But she's still my family. And if there's even a small chance we can rebuild our relationship, I want to try. Her words made me pause. To us, Aoi's mother was irredeemable. She betrayed her husband, abandoned her daughter, and cut ties with her family. But to Aoi, she was still her mother. No matter how terrible her actions, Aoi couldn't abandon her as family. She couldn't give up on the hope of being a family again. Not everything about their 15 years together had been bad. There must have been happy moments and memories of kindness too. Aoi had once shared some of those memories with me. It was only natural that our limited view didn't encompass the whole truth. I know it might not work out. But even if it doesn't, I want to put an end to this in my own way. That's why I want to face her again. If I were in her shoes, I'd probably feel the same. That was enough for me to understand her feelings. I understand. If that's what you want to do, I'll support you. Of course, I felt sad. I wanted to stay with her, to always be by her side. But more than that, I wanted to respect her wishes. Right now, I needed to push her forward. Thank you. I don't know how it will turn out, but Aoi gently took my hands in hers. Whatever happens, I promise I'll come back to you. Will you wait for me? What? Her words took me by surprise, and I couldn't help but voice my confusion. You'll come back? Yes. Really? Yeah. Of course. Even if you reconcile with your mom? My voice wavered, a mix of surprise, confusion, and overwhelming joy tangling together into a mess of emotions. Aoi-san, watching my childlike barrage of questions, smiled gently, her expression brimming with kindness. Akira-kun, did you forget? Ha! I told you, didn't I? No matter what happens, I'll stay with you until you transfer schools. The moment I heard those words, my chest tightened, and it became hard to breathe. A sharp sting pricked the back of my nose, and my eyes grew hot as a tingling sensation spread to my fingertips, making them tremble. I realized what I was feeling only when I tried to respond but couldn't form any words. Oh. I want to cry, even though I'm not sad. Akira-kun, have you stopped believing me? Unable to speak, I shook my head vigorously. Of course not. I've never once doubted Aoi-san's words. But I thought that if she chose to live with her mother, I should respect that decision and suppress my own feelings. Even though we had made a promise, her wishes were more important than anything else. And yet, even while struggling with her mother's demands, Aoi-san hadn't forgotten our promise. No, more than that, she had based her decisions on keeping that promise. The thought filled me with an indescribable happiness. It's the same as when my dad asked me to live with him. I'm happiest right now, and no matter what happens with my mom, I'll come back to you. So, will you wait for me? Instead of responding with words, I tightened my grip on her hands. I'll make your favorite hamburger steak and wait for you. Really? I missed out on it last time, so I'll look forward to it. Her smile was gentler than ever. The next evening, Saturday. Well, I'm heading out. I stood at the doorway, seeing Aoi-san off as she prepared to return to her mother's home. All right. If anything happens, contact me. I'm not sure how long it'll take. I'll probably miss school for a while, and since I'll be with my mom, I won't be able to contact you often. You know how she is. If she finds out I'm talking to you, she won't take it well. But I'll reach out when I can, so please wait for me. Yeah. Got it. And, one more thing. Aoi-san looked down apologetically. I'm sorry I won't be able to help with the festival preparations. Don't worry about it. I'll handle things here, and Eiji, Izumi, and the rest of the class will pitch in too. Just focus on your mom for now. Thank you. Carrying her bag, Aoi-san stepped out of the house. I'll be back. Take care. Her figure grew smaller as she walked away, turning back several times to wave at me with a smile. Watching her go, I kept thinking about what I could do in the meantime. Section. I see. Well, if it's Aoi-san, that does sound like something she'd do. 2 days after Aoi-san left home Monday morning, I had called Eiji and Izumi to the rooftop to explain the situation with Aoi-san. I told them how Aoi-san's mother had reappeared, how Aoi had chosen to face her mother again to try to rebuild their relationship, and how she had promised to return before the school festival. I also shared how she had entrusted me with the preparations. Both of them seemed to accept Aoi's decision. We haven't met her mom, but from what you've said, she doesn't sound trustworthy, Eiji said. Yeah, it doesn't seem like talking things out will go smoothly, Izumi added. Their concerns were only natural. Frankly, I felt the same. Reconciliation would be ideal. But if it doesn't work out, and if her mother refuses to let Aoi come back, what will you do? Eiji asked. I had already thought about that scenario. If it comes to that, I'll do whatever it takes. I'm still working out the specifics, but even if her mother accuses me of kidnapping or worse, I'll find a way to bring Aoi back if that's what she wants. Saying it out loud reaffirmed my determination. The next time I faced her mother, I wouldn't hesitate. Anyway, with Aoi gone, one of the festival committee members is out of commission. I'm sorry to put extra work on you two in the class, but I'll take on her share of the responsibilities. What are you saying? Izumi pouted, puffing out her cheeks in dissatisfaction. I thought I was expressing my resolve, but it seemed to have backfired. We're not going to let you shoulder all the extra work, Akira-kun. Right, Eiji-kun? Yeah. I get where you're coming from, but let us take on half of it. Exactly. Let's all work together so Aoi-san can come back without any worries. You too. Their words snapped me out of my tunnel vision. I'd been trying to handle everything alone, but now I realized how unreasonable that was. Sorry. That was a selfish thing to say. Once again, I felt grateful for my friends. Help me out, then let's make this festival something Aoi can look forward to when she gets back. Of course. Izumi's bright, energetic response was a reminder of how much her optimism always lifted my spirits. But are you okay, Akira? We're worried about Aoi-san, but we're also worried about you. Yeah, if anything's bothering you, let us know. We're here for you. Thanks. It wasn't just Aoi, they cared about me too. That thought filled me with gratitude. Back in the classroom, I stood at the podium to explain everything to our classmates. As all eyes turned toward me, I got straight to the point. There's something I need to tell you all. I tried to keep my tone calm, not wanting to alarm anyone unnecessarily. From the podium, I could clearly see how tense everyone's expressions had become. Maybe the fact that Aoi-san wasn't here had already made them suspect something was wrong. The truth is, Aoi-san will be taking a break from school for a while. As expected, the classroom erupted into murmurs. The reactions were varied. Some looked genuinely worried that something might have happened, others fretted aloud about how it would affect the preparations. Some just stared at me in shock, too stunned to speak. It was clear that the news had caused more confusion than I had anticipated. Eventually, the murmurs subsided as everyone turned their attention back to me, waiting for me to continue. I'm sorry, but I can't share the details. It's a private matter. I know this comes at a crucial time with the festival so close, and having one of the committee members absent will cause concern and trouble for everyone. For that, I sincerely apologize. I placed my hands on the podium and bowed deeply. She promised she'd return before the festival, but honestly, I don't know for sure if that'll happen. Even so, she promised, and I believe her. That's why I want to make sure there's a place ready for her when she comes back. I poured all my sincerity into my words as I spoke, still bowing. I understand if some of you can't accept this. It might feel unfair that she's stepping away only to come back right before the festival. I get it if you think it's convenient for her. But Eiji, Izumi, and I will work hard to cover for her. So, please, I'm asking all of you to keep supporting us just as you have been. Since I couldn't see their faces, I had no idea how they were reacting. But from the heavy silence in the room, I could feel their confusion. Normally, in moments like this, Izumi would take the lead, lightening the mood and rallying everyone. As the class rep and the group's mood maker, Izumi had a knack for bringing us together. But this time, she remained silent. She must have realized that simply forcing a positive spin on things wouldn't be enough. Whether they accepted the situation, rejected it, or had complaints, this was something everyone had to process on their own. After what felt like an eternity of silence, someone finally spoke. "What are you even saying?" It was one of the boys in the class. "We all know how much Aoi-san has done to make this festival a success. If she has to miss school now, it must be something serious. We don't need you to tell us that. There's no way anyone here thinks she's being selfish." His words made my chest tighten, heat welling up behind my eyes. Exactly. She's always been the first to step up for all of us. Honestly, I just want her to rest and not worry about anything. Knowing her, she's probably beating herself up over this right now. Yeah, that does sound like Aoi-san. Akira-kun, if you can contact her, let her know that we're all fine and she doesn't need to worry. In that case, we'd better divvy up her tasks so nothing gets left undone. The class began discussing amongst themselves, organizing who would take over Aoi-san's responsibilities. I was speechless. I had only hoped they would understand, but I never expected them to be so willing to step up and support her. Their kindness overwhelmed me, making it impossible to even voice my gratitude. "Looks like we didn't need to worry," Eiji said. "It just goes to show how much Aoi-san's efforts have meant to everyone," Izumi added. Before I realized it, the two of them were standing beside me. They were right, I couldn't agree more. "I wish Aoi-san could see this," I said softly. Even though I knew it was impossible, I couldn't help but wish she could witness this outpouring of support. And another thought crossed my mind as I looked around at my classmates. With so many people who cared about Aoi-san, maybe I didn't need to worry about her after I transferred. That realization brought a happiness so profound it was hard to put into words. At the same time, though, there was a faint loneliness I didn't want to acknowledge. Chapter 5: What I Can Do for Her. With Aoi-san gone, time continued to flow as it always did. I threw myself into preparations for the school festival and my part-time job with a renewed sense of purpose. I wanted to ensure that when Aoi-san came back, she could feel completely at ease. More than that, I wanted to protect the place she belonged. The days seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. Before I knew it, only 3 weeks remained until the festival. Thanks to Izumi, Eiji, and the support of my classmates, the preparations were moving along without a hitch. Even my personal mission to master customer service was starting to take shape, thanks to my part-time experience. As for Aoi-san's break from the cafe, I personally informed the manager about it. Without asking any questions, he simply nodded and said, "Understood." Having looked out for Aoi-san back when she struggled with school attendance, he must have sensed something significant was happening. His thoughtfulness was especially comforting in times like these. There weren't any major issues holding us back, except one: deciding on the plated menu. By now, Aoi-san and I were supposed to have finished visiting tea houses to finalize our ideas, but with her going back to her mother and me handling the festival committee work alone, we hadn't managed to visit the last cafe on the list. I thought about going alone but could never seem to find the time. And so, Saturday arrived with that one task still incomplete. While I was busy preparing kitchen utensils in the house, the intercom suddenly rang. "Oh, they're here," I muttered. Before I could make it to the door, the intercom buzzed again, this time in rapid succession, as though demanding I hurry. All right, stop spamming the button, I'm coming. When I opened the door, a familiar face greeted me. You're late, came the flat-toned response from my younger sister, Hiyori. Her usual demeanor, calm and detached, brought an odd sense of normalcy. Thanks for coming all this way, I said. Don't worry about it. I was looking forward to this too. Hiyori rarely showed her emotions openly, and her tone was usually flat. But her voice was just a touch higher than usual, betraying how excited she really was. I took her bag and led her to the living room. Did you get all the tools I messaged you about? She asked. Yeah. Izumi helped me out, and I managed to gather everything we needed. Good. That makes things easier. The tools she mentioned were for making tea sweets. This weekend, Hiyori had agreed to teach us how to make tea sweets for the school festival's plated menu. To make the most of her time, I had invited Izumi and Eiji to join us for a 2-day, 1-night tea sweets workshop at my place. We planned to finalize the menu and shop for ingredients afterward. Hiyori had sent me a list of tools in advance, and with Izumi's help, I'd borrowed or bought everything on the list. I didn't know you could make tea sweets, I said. That's a surprise. I've never made them for you, but Izumi's asked me plenty of times. Even though we live together, there are still things I don't know about you. Can you cook, too? No. Cooking is too vague, with all it's a pinch of this and to taste. Tea sweets are different. As long as you measure everything exactly, you can't go wrong. Cooking doesn't work like that. Fair enough. Izumi had said the exact opposite, but Hiyori's perspective made sense, too. The two of them were opposites in every way. Every time I thought about it, I wondered how they even got along. But maybe it was because they were opposites. Like two halves of a whole, they complemented each other just like magnets with opposite poles. Have Izumi and Eiji arrived yet? Hiyori asked. No. They should have been here by now, but, knowing Izumi, she probably overslept. Hiyori knew Izumi's habits well and didn't need an explanation. Eiji texted me earlier to say he'd be late. Good to know nothing's changed. Neither of us was surprised. If anything, we might have been worried if they'd arrived on time. Before they get here, I'd like to discuss the menu with you and Aoi-san. Hiyori trailed off, her eyes scanning the living room. It wasn't long before she noticed something, or rather, someone missing. Where's Aoi-san? I kept my tone as calm as possible, not wanting to alarm her. She's not here right now. Not here. Hiyori's usual calm cracked slightly as she raised an eyebrow. My composed response must have struck her as odd. What do you mean? Her tone sharpened, and she took a step closer, demanding a clearer answer. I hadn't planned on hiding anything, so I gestured for her to sit beside me. Once she did, I began to explain everything. I told her how Aoi-san's mother had shown up unexpectedly, asking her to move back in under the pretense of reconciliation, but her true motive seemed to be the child support payments from Aoi-san's father. I explained how her mother discovered that we were living together and used her authority as Aoi-san's legal guardian to take her back. And finally, I told her how Aoi-san had decided to return temporarily to her mother's house to resolve everything. It had been a week since then, and we had been waiting for her ever since. I see. When I finished, Hiyori remained silent, her hands gripping the hem of her skirt tightly. Her expression didn't change, but her clenched hands spoke volumes about her frustration and helplessness. Hiyori rarely voiced her emotions, and they only surfaced in subtle, almost imperceptible ways. If you didn't know her well, you might not even notice. But I did. After a deep breath, she slowly released her grip and spoke. And you, Akira? Are you okay? Her concern mirrored Izumi's, and I couldn't help but smile at how similar they were in moments like this. Thanks, but I'm fine. Don't worry about me. That's good to hear. So, what about Aoi-san? Hiyori had just started to ask when the intercom buzzed loudly, cutting her off. I assumed it must be Eiji and Izumi and stood up to greet them at the door. Hiyori-chan. Before I could take a step, Izumi's lively voice echoed from the entrance. A second later, there was the sound of hurried footsteps, followed by the living room door flying open. Welcome back. I missed you so much. Izumi burst into the room and immediately wrapped Hiyori in a tight hug. I'm back. How have you been? Hiyori asked calmly, as though this was completely normal. I'm fine, but I've been suffering from Hiyori-chan withdrawal. And so began their usual routine. Ah, Izumi sighed blissfully, pressing her face into Hiyori's hair as though she were inhaling the scent of a beloved pet. Her ecstatic expression was almost ridiculous as she took in the smell of Hiyori's hair. Meanwhile, Hiyori, unfazed, gently patted Izumi's head in return. Hiyori-chan's scent is so soothing. As always, it was hard to tell which of them was the older one. Normally, I just roll my eyes at the spectacle, but today, the familiarity of it brought me a surprising sense of peace. Even Eiji, who entered the room a moment later, looked on with a fond smile at the two of them. Well, now that everyone's here, shall we get started? I suggested. Yeah, let's do that. Izumi replied enthusiastically. We all sat down around the table, and Izumi immediately took charge of the discussion. Alright, so we're here today and tomorrow to finalize the plated menu for the Japanese-style blonde gyaru cafe and to practice making tea sweets. But first, Akira-kun, did you manage to visit all the shops? I didn't make it to one of them, but I visited most of the others. I took pictures of all the sweets we tried and saved them to the cloud. I'll share the link with you now. Thanks. I sent them the link via our messaging app, and everyone pulled out their phones to scroll through the photos. Wow, you really tried a lot of different sweets, Izumi remarked. Yeah. I think I've developed a real appreciation for tea sweets now. That's great to hear. We spent a few minutes browsing the photos, chatting as we went. Aoi-san got really into it, too, I added. She wanted to visit more shops than we'd planned, so we ended up using every bit of free time we had after school, after my part-time shifts on Saturdays, you name it. That's why we didn't get to the last shop. So, Aoi-san's a tea enthusiast now? That's awesome, Izumi said with a big nod, clearly delighted to have a new member in her tea-loving circle. She really took to it. Once she's back, you should take her to your favorite shop. I'll definitely do that. I was sure Aoi-san would love that, too. So, how many types of sweets are we aiming for on the plate menu? I asked, bringing the conversation back on track. I think we should go for 5 types, Izumi replied without hesitation, as if she'd already been planning it. 5 sounds like a lot, but if we keep the portions small, I think it'll work. Since the sweets are meant to be enjoyed with tea, offering variety will make the experience more satisfying. That makes sense. Thinking back to our tea house visits, I remembered how much I'd enjoyed sampling different sweets. Aoi-san and I shared everything, so we could try more without overeating. For individual customers, smaller portions would make variety more accessible. But there was one concern. How much are we planning to charge for the set? I was thinking 500 yen for the tea and sweets set. 500 yen? That seems pretty cheap. Can we make that work? We can, as long as we don't aim for unnecessary profits, Izumi explained. It depends on factors like ingredient quality and portion sizes, but the cost of matcha per cup is usually around 70 yen. Really? Matcha is that cheap? I asked, turning to Hiyori for confirmation. Even cheaper, depending on the grade. As long as it's not a premium variety, that's about right, she replied. When I drank matcha at a tea house, it was 500 to 600 yen per cup. That includes overhead costs, like the space and staff wages, Hiyori clarified. Fair enough. I found myself wondering about the cost of the coffee served at my part-time job. Besides regular matcha, I'm planning to offer matcha lattes and floats. Those will increase the average price a bit, but if we stick to mid-range matcha and allocate the budget wisely, we should be able to manage 5 types of sweets. Got it. That makes sense. While I wanted to aim for high-quality ingredients, Izumi's logic was sound. It was a school festival, after all, and focusing on customer satisfaction rather than unnecessary quality or profit seemed like the right choice. All right, let's go with that approach. With that settled, we started narrowing down the options based on my impressions and Hiyori and Izumi's opinions. The sweets we selected included a set of green tea and chestnut yokan, matcha-filled monju, matcha tiramisu, and a set of matcha and vanilla ice cream. We also considered anmitsu, a classic tea house dessert that pairs perfectly with matcha, but ultimately decided against it. While popular, it required too many ingredients, was time-consuming to prepare, and would strain our budget. Still, I'd like to include something Aoi-san really enjoyed, Izumi murmured thoughtfully. Did Aoi-san mention any favorites? Eiji asked. Not really. She seemed to enjoy everything equally. We were planning to discuss it together later, I replied. Fair enough. At that, Hiyori stood up. With time being limited, we should start practicing with the sweets we've already chosen. If you decide on the last one later, let me know, and I'll come back to help. She grabbed her bag and began getting ready to leave. Good point, Izumi agreed. Let's buy the ingredients and get started. And so, we left the house to go shopping. The final sweet could wait until Aoi-san was back. Just thinking about her return made me even more eager for her to come home. Section. Hiyori-sensei, we're counting on you. Leave it to me. After finishing our shopping, it was finally time for Hiyori-sensei's tea sweets workshop to begin. Everyone gathered in the kitchen, wearing aprons and rolling up their sleeves, fully prepared to dive in. Since Izumi wasn't great with detailed tasks, we assigned her the hands-on work. My job was to handle measurements and tool preparation to support Izumi, while Eiji took charge of jotting down the recipe and key steps. Together, we set to work. Honestly, before we started, I had thought making tea sweets would be incredibly difficult and full of challenges. But as it turned out, as long as you followed the measurements and steps precisely, the process was surprisingly straightforward. Take green tea yoken, for example. The ingredients were simple, just 6 items: agar, water, white bean paste, milk, heavy cream, and green tea powder. The process was equally straightforward. First, you heat water and agar in a pot until the agar dissolves. Then, you add the other ingredients one by one, stirring thoroughly after each addition. Cook it over medium heat for about 5 minutes, let it cool slightly, then pour it into a container. After chilling in the fridge for a few hours, the yoken was complete. Making matcha ice cream, something I couldn't even imagine before, turned out to be incredibly simple. The ingredients were just as straightforward: matcha, milk, heavy cream, egg yolks, egg whites, and sugar. First, you mix the matcha and sugar, then gradually add warmed milk and egg yolks, stirring well. After that, you fold in meringue made from whipped heavy cream and egg whites, mixing evenly until smooth. Once combined, pour the mixture into a container and freeze it for about 8 hours. Both recipes shared the same basic steps: measure accurately, mix in order, and let it set. Sure, there were some finer points to each step, but the overall process was surprisingly easy. Honestly, it felt almost anticlimactic. Anyone could make these with a bit of effort. I'd worried whether we could actually pull this off, but it seemed my fears were unfounded. Hiyori-sensei's tea sweets workshop continued until the evening, and by the end, we'd successfully completed 4 types of sweets. Now, we sat around the table in the living room, freshly brewed matcha and our creations laid out before us. Well, let's dig in. Yeah, let's taste them. Izumi, unable to contain her excitement, dove straight into the matcha tiramisu. The moment she took a bite, her hand went to her cheek, and her face softened in delight. So good. For someone as loud as Izumi, her silence spoke volumes. She was savoring every bite. Watching her, I took a spoonful of the tiramisu myself. Whoa, this is amazing, I murmured, unable to hold back my surprise at just how good it was. The rich flavors of the cream and cheese paired perfectly with the subtle bitterness of the matcha, creating a balanced sweetness. The refreshing aftertaste made it easy to keep eating, and the smooth, velvety texture was irresistible. It felt like a sophisticated Japanese-style dessert, something even people who didn't like overly sweet treats would enjoy. To think we made this ourselves. It's kind of incredible, I said, still marveling. Yeah, this is definitely good enough to sell, Eiji added, clearly enjoying himself as he went for another bite. Well, it's no surprise it's good, Hiyori said matter-of-factly. We based it on a shop's menu. Most of the sweets in Akira's photos were ones I'd tried before, so recreating them wasn't that hard. Of course, Without exact ingredients or steps, it's not perfect, it's more of an original twist. Still, it's more than enough, Eiji reassured her. I agree. I really like this, Izumi said cheerfully, grinning as she took another bite. Recreating a taste from memory alone, how talented was Hiyori, really? I felt like I'd just gotten a glimpse of her hidden potential. Next up, I'm trying the matcha ice cream, Izumi declared, practically glowing with excitement. Every bite she took brought a look of pure bliss to her face. And so, the first day of our T-Sweets camp passed with laughter and satisfaction. Section. Later that night. I can't eat another bite. I think I can only handle 10 more matcha buns. You eat in your sleep now, too? I muttered, shaking my head at Izumi, who was sprawled out on the sofa, mumbling nonsense. After devouring our T-Sweets during the day, having second helpings at dinner, and sneaking in 3 yomagi buns for dessert after her bath, it was no wonder she was having dreams about food. Honestly, she was a walking appetite. We're heading to bed now, Eiji said, picking Izumi up princess style with ease. Yeah, just use my parents' bed like last time. Thanks. Good night. I watched them leave the living room before glancing at the clock on the wall. It had just passed midnight. Guess we should get to bed too, I said, turning to Hiyori. Yeah. But before that, let's finish our earlier conversation. Earlier conversation? Hiyori set her phone down and looked at me directly. Have you heard from Aoi-san? Ah, that's right. We'd been interrupted by Izumi and Eiji's arrival earlier. Hiyori must have been quietly worrying about her this whole time. Not every day, but she contacts me about every other day. She told me to keep it to a minimum so her mom doesn't find out, it could complicate things. For now, just knowing she's safe is enough for me. I see. I'm glad you're in touch. For now, all I can do is trust she'll come back and focus on getting everything ready for the festival. I meant it as a statement of determination, my resolve to protect the place Aoi-san would return to. But Hiyori's expression remained serious as she asked me quietly, Akira, are you really okay with that? Ha! What do you mean? Her gaze, filled with concern, made me pause. If you keep going like this, don't you realize you might never see Aoi-san again? What? Her words hit me like a brick, a wave of unease washing over me. My palms grew damp with sweat as Hiyori pressed on. Akira, I think you're prioritizing the wrong things. The wrong things? She nodded firmly, her words cutting through my confusion. You're focused on protecting the place Aoi-san will return to. That's admirable, but is that really what you should be doing right now? What I should be doing? I repeated her words, struggling to grasp their meaning. Seeing my confusion, Hiyori spoke carefully, as though guiding me. It was Aoi-san's choice to face her mother and resolve things. It's natural that you'd want to support her by keeping her place here intact. But do you really think that's enough? I couldn't answer. Aoi-san went back to her mother's house because she believed reconciliation was possible. But if that were true, they wouldn't have drifted apart in the first place. This isn't something she can fix on her own anymore. Hiyori's words struck a chord I couldn't ignore. No matter how hard Aoi-san tries, the outcome won't change if her mother doesn't. She's fighting a battle she can't win alone. That's why you can't just wait for her to come back, you need to act. Her words pulled me from my haze, and I covered my mouth with my hand as the truth sank in. How had I missed something so obvious? I don't know why Aoi-san chose to face this alone, Hiyori continued, but she must have had a reason even if she knew it was impossible. She did it to protect me, I whispered, the realization settling heavily in my chest. To avoid involving me, Aoi-san returned to her mother's home alone. She chose to confront her mother on her own, ensuring her hostility wouldn't be directed at me. Holding a school festival doesn't necessarily have to involve you, Akira. The truth is, Izumi, Eiji, and the rest of the class are already cooperating, aren't they? But supporting Aoi-san, that's something only you can do. That's why I don't think waiting and trusting her is the right thing for you to do right now. Believing in someone and waiting for them isn't always an act of kindness. Sometimes, kindness means ignoring their wishes, extending a hand even when they reject it. That's what I think, at least. And didn't you already help Aoi-san like that once before? Her words brought back the memory of the time I brought Aoi-san home, ignoring her circumstances as she stood alone in the rain. Back then, I couldn't stop myself from helping her, no matter her objections. You're right, Hiyori. When I told Eiji and Izumi that Aoi-san had returned to her mother's house, Eiji asked me, "What will you do if she can't reconcile with her mother?" I answered, "When that time comes, I'll do whatever it takes." No, that wasn't it, that would be too late. Taking action without hesitation is something I need to do now. My job isn't to simply protect the place Aoi-san might return to, nor is it preparing for the worst-case scenario if she can't reconcile with her mother. It's not even to support her from afar, it's to face this together with her. And yet, I let her go alone, completely oblivious. Aoi-san chose to confront her mother alone so she wouldn't involve me. I thought I was protecting her, but the one being protected was me. The realization made me dizzy with regret, but I didn't have time to wallow in self-pity. Hiyori, thank you for opening my eyes. As I expressed my gratitude, Hiyori bit her lip and looked down. You trust Aoi-san's words completely, Akira. That's why I hesitated to say this. Not just you, but Izumi and Eiji are all trying their best to believe in her. I wondered if I was out of line for saying something that might dampen your spirits. But I couldn't bear to stay silent and risk being too late. Hiyori, I want to keep being friends with Aoi-san. Hiyori, often seen as aloof and calculating, was actually deeply compassionate and loyal. She had always struggled with relationships, forming strong bonds with those who understood her but keeping her distance from others. I knew how much hardship she had endured because of this. Despite everything, she had laid her feelings bare for me today. In moments like these, Hiyori was always the one who kept a level head. I couldn't count the times her unique perspective had saved me, a perspective different from Eiji's but just as valuable. Don't worry. I'll make sure you and Aoi-san have plenty of chances to spend time together. Okay. Thank you, Hiyori. I gently patted her head, grateful beyond words. A dependable sister like her is rare, and as her brother, I wanted to honor her wish to stay friends with Aoi-san. Never had I felt more strongly about my role as Hiyori's older brother. After she left for her room, I stayed in the living room, organizing my thoughts. Right now, Aoi-san was surely trying her best to resolve things with her mother so she could come back home. But I knew what I had to do. It wasn't just to protect the place she might return to, it was to walk beside her and help create a future we both wanted. The issues with her mother were no longer just hers to bear. If I wanted to be with her, they were my issues too. Think. Hiyori was right, Aoi-san likely wouldn't be able to reconcile with her mother. Even so, there needed to be a resolution to their relationship. Even if the result wasn't what Aoi-san hoped for, I had to make sure her mother wouldn't interfere with her life anymore. She deserved to live without being overshadowed by her mother ever again. But as long as her mother held parental authority, severing ties completely would be difficult. Wait. An idea crossed my mind. Quickly, I grabbed my phone and began searching online. It's possible. The search results confirmed it. Freeing Aoi-san from her mother wasn't impossible. But it wasn't something Aoi-san and I could accomplish alone. Scrolling through my contacts, I found the name of someone I hadn't spoken to in 2 months. For the first time, I reached out to them, pinning my hopes on a slim chance. Section. The next evening. Thanks for these past 2 days. Let me know when you decide on the last item. Got it. After finishing our 2-day T-Suites camp, I saw Hiyori off at the station. Say hi to Mom for me. Take care on your way back. Yeah. You too, Akira. See you. Once she disappeared past the ticket gate, I headed toward my next destination. It was an old tea house called Kagetsu, about 15 minutes away. I had planned to visit this place with Aoi-san someday. The shop, steeped in history, dated back to the Meiji era. Its traditional Japanese architecture exuded charm and nostalgia, and though I once might have felt out of place here, my recent tea house visits left me eager to see what kind of tea they offered. But today wasn't about enjoying tea. I steeled myself and stepped inside. Welcome. I'm Akamori. I have an appointment. The person you're meeting has already arrived. Please, follow me. I followed the staff to a private room, where the sliding door was opened. Inside sat a middle-aged man. Sorry to keep you waiting. No need to worry. I simply arrived too early. As I stepped into the room and sat down, I realized it had been since summer break that we last sat face to face like this. Thank you for making time for me, especially on such short notice. It's no problem. Weekends are my days off. Besides, if it's about Aoi, I'll always make time, no matter how urgent. The man addressing Aoi so casually was none other than her father. I must admit, I didn't expect our meeting place to be Kagetsu. That surprised me. Oh, do you know this place? He nodded nostalgically. This shop isn't just known for its tea, their matcha pudding is famous too. When Aoi was little, I often bought it on my way home from work. I recalled a story Aoi-san once shared with me back when her parents still got along. Her father used to bring home pudding after work, and the family of 3 would enjoy it together after their baths. It was one of Aoi-san's few happy memories of family life. Aoi told me she used to look forward to those puddings. I worried that the matcha flavor might be too bitter for a child, but Aoi loved it. She often asked me to bring more. Her father's eyes softened as he reminisced. Even if those days of family harmony would never return, there was no harm in cherishing those memories. As I listened to him talk about those times with Aoi, an idea suddenly crossed my mind. Is something wrong? Oh, no, it's nothing. It was a brilliant idea, but for now, there were more pressing matters to address. I mentally filed it away and refocused after placing our orders with the server. Still, why did you choose this place for our meeting? Actually, we're having a school festival at our high school soon. Ah, I see, it's that time of year again. Since he used to live in this town, it wasn't surprising he knew about the festival. Our class is planning a traditional tea house theme, and Aoi-san and I had been visiting various tea shops to decide on what sweets to serve. Originally, I'd planned to bring her here too, but... Her father's expression tightened slightly. I take it circumstances prevented you from coming here together? Yes. That's why I chose this spot to meet you today. And I assume today's discussion is about those circumstances? Yes, exactly. The truth is... I took a deep breath before continuing. Aoi-san's mother has appeared. What? His face instantly darkened. Aoi-san has returned to her mother's house. Tell me everything. Of course. I explained everything in detail, how her mother first showed up in early October, how she tried to use her legal guardianship to take Aoi-san back, and how it was obvious her true motive was financial support. I also shared Aoi-san's wish to rebuild her family, no matter how slim the chances, and how she returned home partly to protect me from the legal threats her mother had made. She's as selfish as ever. His hand tightened into a fist on the table. Despite his calm demeanor, it was clear he was struggling to contain his anger. After a few deep breaths, he regained his composure and met my gaze. Apologies. I lost my temper for a moment. There's no need to apologize. I understand how you feel. I couldn't help but admire how quickly he regained control, something I lacked. To be frank, I don't believe Aoi-san and her mother can reconcile. Neither do I, he replied firmly. Of course, it would be ideal if they could, but it seems impossible. Aoi-san likely knows that as well. Even so, I think she returned because she wanted to believe in that slim possibility. His expression turned pained as he grasped Aoi-san's feelings. Looking at him, I couldn't help but think if he had been granted custody, everything would have been different. Regardless of the outcome, I believe it's important for Aoi-san to resolve her relationship with her mother. For her future, she needs to free herself from her mother's influence. There was no use dwelling on what IFS. I explained why I'd asked him here today. I want to do everything I can for Aoi-san. And for that, you need my help. I nodded. What I planned to do couldn't succeed without his cooperation. I have a favor to ask. I laid out my plan. His reaction was one of surprise, his expression shifting as I explained. But despite his initial shock, I could tell he understood. When I finished, he nodded deeply. You're right. There may be no other way to secure Aoi's future. I know this will place a great burden on you, and I apologize for that. But for Aoi-san's sake, please help us. I'll do whatever I can in return." Having said everything, I bowed my head low. The room fell silent as the server brought in our tea. As soon as the server left, her father broke the silence. "Akira, please raise your head." I looked up. "The words you said, that you'd do anything for Aoi, are words I should have said as her father. I may not have been the best father, but my feelings are the same as yours. I'll do whatever it takes to help her." Then, "I agree with your plan. It's the best course of action, and it's something we should address sooner rather than later. And the right time to act is now." He took a sip of his matcha and smiled softly. "Thank you for caring so much about Aoi. I'm truly grateful she has someone like you by her side. Both she and I owe you more than we could ever repay." "No, not at all. Leave the rest to me." "Yes. I'm counting on you." And with that, I successfully secured her father's cooperation. Together, we began preparing for the moment when the time was right. Chapter 6: Her Decision. A few days passed, and October was nearing its end. It had been almost 2 weeks since Aoi-san returned to her mother's home. One afternoon after school, I called Eiji and Izumi to meet me on the rooftop. "Sorry to drag you out here when we should be preparing for the school festival. Just tell us what's going on," Eiji said, not as a question but as a confident assertion. Sharp as ever, Eiji must have sensed the seriousness of the situation the moment I called them here. After all, whenever I summoned them to the rooftop, it was always for something serious. Even Izumi, usually so cheerful, had lost her usual smile, her expression tense. What I was about to tell them was, without a doubt, the worst-case scenario. It's been 4 days since I last heard from Aoi-san. Their faces turned somber, their gazes dropping to the ground. They understood the weight of my words perfectly. Until now, she would contact me about every 2 days. But 4 days without a word, this has never happened before. "You've sent her messages, right? Has she read them?" "No, nothing. Either something happened to her, or her mother found out and confiscated her phone. Either way, the fact that she hasn't replied means we're dealing with an unexpected situation." "There's no point sugarcoating it," Eiji said, agreeing with me. "I think you're right, Akira. When you think about it logically, it's hard to argue otherwise," Izumi murmured, wrapping her arms around herself anxiously. "I'm going to visit the apartment where Aoi-san and her mother are living. Do you know the address?" "Yes. I asked her just in case something like this ever happened." "Then I'll come with you," Izumi began, but Eiji stopped her with a gesture. "Are you sure you don't want us to go with you?" Eiji likely knew I planned to go alone, which is why he stopped Izumi. I appreciated the concern in his voice. He already knew my answer but still gave me the chance to explain. "Yes, I'm going alone. I need you two to focus on preparing for the school festival. And, though I don't think it'll come to this, if neither Aoi-san nor I contact you by tomorrow, I'll need you to act accordingly." "Got it. Izumi, let's leave this to Akira." "Okay. Akira, please take care of Aoi-san." "I will. Thank you both." With that, I left the preparations in their hands and quickly departed from school. Section. The apartment where Aoi-san was living with her mother was about 40 minutes away by bus. It was one of those quirks of rural transportation. Despite the considerable distance to the nearest train station, taking a bus directly to a stop near the destination was far quicker. Though, calling a 40-minute ride quick felt a bit ironic. Aoi-san. As the bus swayed along, I stared out at the unfamiliar scenery passing by the window. With November just days away, the days were growing shorter. Though it was only 4:30 p.m., the sun was already dipping low in the western sky, casting the nearly empty bus in hues of orange. In another 30 minutes, it would be sunset, and by the time I arrived, darkness would likely have fallen. I clenched my phone tightly, repeatedly checking for messages to keep my anxious thoughts at bay. But no matter how many times I looked, there was still no word from Aoi-san by the time I reached the nearest bus stop. So, I've made it, but in this unfamiliar residential area, with no sense of the layout and the evening light quickly fading, even using my phone's navigation, I struggled to locate the apartment. What should have been a 10-minute walk turned into 20 minutes of wandering before I finally arrived. This must be it. The apartment complex stood in a cluster of rental properties within the residential district. Most of the buildings were old, a sign that this neighborhood had existed for decades. Among the aged structures, the apartment where Aoi-san lived with her mother appeared especially run down and ominous. Perhaps it was its old state, the dim lighting of nightfall, or my own unsettled emotions making it seem this way. All right. Taking a deep breath, I steeled myself and climbed the creaky stairs to the apartment number Aoi-san had given me. I pressed the doorbell, but no sound came from inside. Was it broken? I tried again, several times, but there was no response. Knocking on the door and calling out yielded the same result, silence. Could they be out? I thought as I reached for the doorknob. It's open. The knob turned without any resistance. I knew it was wrong, but I couldn't stop myself from opening the door. Double-checking the nameplate to ensure I had the right apartment, I pushed the door open. The room inside was pitch black. The faint light from the apartment's shared hallway spilled through the crack in the door, faintly illuminating the interior. The stale air wafting from within brushed against my cheek as I stepped inside. I could sense someone's presence in the darkness. Aoi-san? No reply. Feeling my way along the wall, I found a light switch and flipped it on. The darkness vanished, replaced by a blinding brightness. The room felt devoid of life. The refrigerator, dish cabinet, and kitchen utensils were all present, but none showed signs of use. It felt as though the space had been furnished with the bare essentials but never actually lived in. My gaze shifted toward the unlit back room, the source of the presence I had felt earlier. Heart pounding, I cautiously entered. Sitting limply on the floor was a girl. Aoi-san. It was unmistakably Aoi-san, yet the words left my mouth in disbelief. Her appearance was so drastically different from the last time I had seen her that I couldn't help but question. Her eyes, half-lidded and staring into nothingness, were eerily reminiscent of the night I had found her in the park during the rain. Her gaze was unfocused, devoid of life, and so hollow it seemed as though her spirit had been completely drained. Her once bright eyes were now dull and empty, as if her very soul had shattered. Aoi-san didn't even notice me standing so close to her. Aoi-san, I called gently. I crouched in front of her and lightly placed my hands on her shoulders. When I spoke again, her face slowly lifted. Akira-kun? Yeah. Are you okay? Gradually, the color began to return to her eyes. The moment her gaze fully regained its focus, her lips trembled. No. I'm not okay. Tears welled up in her eyes and started streaming down her cheeks. It didn't work. Aoi-san made no move to wipe away the tears streaming down her face as she whispered faintly. It didn't work. Nothing worked. Her voice trembled as she collapsed forward, clutching onto me for support. I gently held her, wrapping my arms around her as if to keep her from breaking apart. Her small shoulders began to shake, at first lightly, then more violently until sobs poured out of her like a dam bursting. For a while, her cries echoed through the worn apartment, the sound reminiscent of a lost child searching for safety. I couldn't stop her tears, nor did I try. All I could do was hold her tightly. Section. Here, have some cocoa. It'll warm you up. Thank you. Later, I brought Aoi-san back to my home. We had plenty to talk about, but first, I wanted her to calm down. As soon as we arrived, I prepared a bath for her to relax in. They say a bath cleanses not only the body but also the heart, and when Aoi-san emerged, she seemed much calmer. Her complexion had improved too, though it might just have been the warmth bringing color to her face. Either way, compared to how lifeless she had looked at the apartment, she appeared to have regained some vitality. To help her recover further, I decided a light meal would be best. After dinner, we sat together on the living room sofa, a cup of cocoa in her hands. It's delicious. She held the mug with both hands, taking a small sip and murmuring softly as she exhaled. Aoi-san, please tell me what happened. Her gaze dropped, hesitation evident in her eyes. Even now, she was likely trying not to involve me out of consideration for my well-being. But I had already decided I wouldn't let her bear this alone anymore. I don't want to just protect a place for you to come back to, Aoi-san. Akira-kun. This issue with your mother might seem like something just between the two of you. But if this problem keeps us from being together, then it's not just your problem anymore. It's mine too. That's why I want to face it with you. Aoi-san hesitated, her expression contemplative. After a moment, she looked directly into my eyes and nodded. Thank you, Akira-kun. And then, she began to recount everything that had happened over the past 2 weeks. My mom, she left to be with another man. What? I wasn't expecting good news, but this was far worse than anything I had imagined. On the first day I returned, I wanted to talk to her. But before I could, she asked me to hand over the child support money. I told her we should talk first, but she wouldn't listen. She grabbed the bank card where the money gets deposited and left the house. I clenched my fists, struggling to suppress the fury boiling within me. I had known her mother's motives were selfish, but hearing it laid bare still enraged me. For the first few days, she came home every night. But then, after about a week, she stopped coming back. When she was home, I overheard her talking to a man on the phone, so I think she went to stay with him. I tried to talk to her many times, but she never listened. By the end of that first week, her mother had essentially abandoned her. That meant Aoi-san had spent most of her time in that apartment completely alone. What thoughts ran through her mind as she waited for her mother to return? I'm sorry for not contacting you. I wanted to, but when my mom came back the other day, she caught me messaging you. She told me not to contact any men. How dare she? The hypocrisy was infuriating. She had no problem talking to men herself. I guess it's hopeless, Aoi-san whispered, her voice barely audible. She likely knew, deep down, that reconciliation with her mother was impossible. Even so, accepting that reality was hard. Her inability to let go stemmed from one simple, undeniable truth: they were family. Family bonds are often depicted as beautiful and sacred, and in many ways, they are. But when those bonds break, they can become a lifelong curse. Aoi-san, maybe it's time to. Before I could finish suggesting that she let go of her mother, her phone, which was sitting on the table, lit up with a message. The text on the screen caught my eye, and I muttered under my breath, unable to contain my frustration. Enough is enough. The message wasn't one of concern for her daughter's well-being. It simply read, "Ask your dad for more money this month." Rage surged through me, so intense it blurred my vision. My nails dug into my palms as I clenched my fists, but I barely felt the pain. I had been thinking for a long time about how to resolve the issue with her mother. I had promised myself that I would prioritize Aoi-san's wishes, even if it meant trying to help them reconcile. I was willing to overlook everything her mother had done if Aoi-san could forgive her. But not anymore. No matter what Aoi-san felt, I couldn't forgive her mother. Aoi-san, I'll make sure you have a chance to talk with your mom. What? She looked up at me, surprised. How? I have an idea. But I have to be honest, it probably won't lead to the outcome you want. In fact, given everything that's happened, it almost certainly won't. Still, if you want to talk to her, I'll make it happen. Aoi-san closed her eyes, deep in thought. It was only natural that she couldn't answer right away. She understood that no matter the outcome, this would likely be her first and last chance to confront her mother. There wouldn't be another opportunity. She could choose to wait, to hold off on taking action in the hopes that her mother might change someday. But even so, please, make it happen. I want to talk to my mom. With resolute eyes, Aoi-san met my gaze and made her request. From Aoi-san's resolute eyes, I could see not only her determination but also the sorrow she couldn't fully hide. Got it. Leave the rest to me. I responded to her resolve, yet a thought lingered in my mind. Maybe I was about to do something cruel. To an outsider, I might look like a terrible person trying to sever the bond between a mother and her child. I didn't care. If I could free Aoi-san from the curse of her mother, I didn't mind being criticized for it. For the first time in my life, I had given up on forgiving someone. Section. It was the afternoon of November 1st. Aoi-san and I had returned to the apartment where she had been living with her mother. Though it was a weekday, I had skipped school for obvious reasons. With the school festival just 2 weeks away, I felt guilty about leaving my classmates to handle preparations. But today, I had to prioritize Aoi-san. Eiji and Izumi had agreed to take care of things and even promised to explain my absence to the class. Apparently, though, Eiji had bluntly told everyone that I skipped school to help Aoi-san. While he didn't go into details, I worried that his honesty might cause some backlash. Surprisingly, the class had been overwhelmingly supportive, even cheering, "If it's for that, skip as much as you need." Their unexpected warmth reminded me of Izumi's influence, and I couldn't help but feel grateful. But after today, I would make sure not to burden anyone else. "Do you think it'll be okay?" Walking beside me, Aoi-san glanced up at me nervously. Considering what lay ahead, her anxiety was understandable. "It'll be fine. Leave it to me." I gently squeezed her hand, hoping to ease her worry, even just a little. "Okay." As Aoi-san returned the squeeze, the sound of a doorknob turning echoed through the quiet apartment. The door creaked open, revealing none other than her mother. "What's going on here?" Her suspicious voice carried through the room, her gaze sharp and filled with hostility as she glared at me. "Why are you here? How dare you barge into someone's home uninvited?" "Someone's home?" I shot back without hesitation. "You've been neglecting your daughter and spending your time at some man's place. Don't talk to me about this being your home." I knew it was rude. I no longer cared about polite words. Matching her hostility with my own, I didn't back down even an inch. "Oh, so now you're keeping someone's daughter and breaking into their home? Maybe it's time the police got involved for real. Go ahead and call them if you'd like. When they show up, I'll tell them everything about the neglect and mistreatment Aoi-san has suffered. If anything, you'd be saving me the trouble of calling them myself." Realizing her threats no longer had any effect, her mother fell silent, glaring at me. "Whatever," she spat. "I don't have time to waste on kids like you." Ignoring me, she turned her attention to Aoi-san. "Aoi, did your father contact you?" Her tone was laced with desperation, her composure clearly unraveling. "Contact me? About what?" "The child support payment that was supposed to be deposited today. It hasn't come through." Her voice grew hysterical, echoing through the room. "It's supposed to be deposited on the 1st of every month, but nothing's come in." "Aoi, did you tell him something?" I don't know." "Don't lie to me. There's no way the payment wouldn't go through unless you told him not to send it or gave him a new account." Aoi-san recoiled at her mother's outburst, her shoulders trembling in fear. I stepped forward to stand between them, facing her mother directly. "I'm the one who asked her father to stop the payments." "What?" Her mother turned to me, her eyes filled with disbelief. "How do you even know her father?" "I've met with him several times." "And what gives you the right to do that? What's your goal here?" "To make sure you and Aoi-san have a chance to talk things through." "Talk things through?" She seemed unable to process the situation and waited for me to explain further. Her lack of understanding, even at this point, made my frustration boil over. "Yes, to discuss your future together. Aoi-san returned to you because she wanted to rebuild your family. She followed your instructions, gave you the child support money, and waited. But instead of talking to her, you abandoned her again and went to live with some man. You betrayed her not once, but twice." Despite my efforts to stay calm, my emotions bled into my voice. In truth, I was angrier than her mother was. Even so, Aoi-san still wanted to believe in you. She stayed in this apartment, alone, waiting for you to come back, even though she could have left at any time. She stayed because she wanted to rebuild your relationship as mother and daughter. Her mother let out a small, derisive laugh through her nose. "What's so funny?" I asked, grinding my teeth. "Rebuild our relationship? There's no need for that. We're already family." She said it as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Family is family, even if we're strangers. It's my life, and I'll live it how I want. Aoi can live hers however she wants. She'll have to live on her own in a few years anyway, so I don't see why she should depend on me now. She's already finished compulsory education, anything beyond that is her responsibility. Her words, so vastly different from what she had claimed when she first reappeared, made my head spin. Back then, she had spoken of working together as a family, yet now she dismissed Aoi-san as nothing but a burden. No, expecting consistency from someone like her was pointless. She cared only about money and men, nothing else. Even so, her comment that family is ultimately made up of strangers wasn't entirely wrong. Age's words echoed in my mind. It's impossible to understand each other without speaking. If family members can't fully understand one another, expecting a romantic partner, someone not even related, to just get you is absurd. When Eiji first told me, family is still made up of individuals, after seeing me with Aoi-san, I hadn't fully understood what he meant. But now, I felt like I finally grasped it. His words meant that as long as there is mutual understanding and genuine effort to care for one another, whether you're family, strangers, or lovers, any relationship can thrive. Conversely, even family members can become more distant than strangers if they refuse to communicate or understand one another. Now that her mother had abandoned any attempt at dialogue, it was clear that, to her, Aoi-san was nothing more than a stranger. If that's the case, if you claim family is no more than strangers, then as a stranger, you have no right to Aoi-san's child support payments. That's an entirely different matter, her mother retorted sharply. When I say family is like strangers, I mean it as individuals. Family is still family, and as Aoi's legal guardian, I'm entitled to that child support not just for her, but for myself as well. Her argument was nothing but self-serving sophistry. Family? Stop using the word only when it's convenient for you. Family might be made up of individuals, but that doesn't mean you can shield yourself behind the term while demanding money. You're just using family as an excuse to justify your greed. At that moment, my emotions exploded. Enough, don't you dare talk about family anymore. I stepped forward, placing myself protectively in front of Aoi-san, confronting her mother head-on. Just as Aoi-san had once stood up for me, I would now stand up for her. Say whatever you want. No matter what, I am still Aoi's legal guardian. That's a fact you can't change, her mother said triumphantly. Are you so sure about that? A calm male voice resonated through the apartment. Startled, Aoi-san turned to look toward the source, her eyes wide in disbelief. Her mother spun around, her face twisting in shock as she saw Aoi-san's father standing in the doorway. It's been 9 years since the three of us were last in the same room, he said softly, his gaze fixed on both of them. How are you here? Akira-kun informed me of the situation, he replied evenly. I had already explained my connection with Aoi-san's father earlier, but her mother was clearly caught off guard, unable to comprehend that I had called him here. Well, you've saved me some trouble by coming here yourself, she said dismissively, though her voice wavered. Now hurry up and pay the child support. I have no intention of giving you any more money, he stated firmly. What? Her mother's face twisted in anger as she demanded an explanation. What do you mean? I'm Aoi's legal guardian. You have an obligation to pay child support. That brings us to this, he said, producing a business card and handing it to her. What's this? It's the card of the attorney assisting me. An attorney? I've enlisted their help to regain custody of Aoi from you. What? Her expression contorted in shock and disbelief. This was the conclusion I had reached when I discussed what could be done for Aoi-san with her father at Kagetsu. Section. After we placed our drink orders that day, I had broached the topic. There's something I'd like to ask of you. What is it? Please regain custody of Aoi-san from her mother. Custody? His surprise was evident, leaving him momentarily speechless. I believe this is the only way to truly free Aoi-san. But regaining custody won't be easy. I understand. You told me before that you couldn't get custody during the divorce. Custody battles tend to favor mothers, but in this case, Aoi-san's mother has been neglectful. What she's doing constitutes child neglect. If we can prove that, it might not be impossible. We can prove it. Aoi-san can testify herself, and her manager at work can confirm that she had to skip school to support the household. Her friends and I will also testify to her circumstances. He fell silent, placing a hand on his chin as he considered my words. You're probably right. There may be no other way to secure Aoi-san's future. Exactly. I didn't know the full extent of the legal and financial challenges involved in reclaiming custody, but I was convinced that her father having custody was the best path forward. As long as her mother retained custody, Aoi-san would never be free. I know this will place a heavy burden on you, but please help Aoi-san. The rights meant to protect parents and children have become a curse binding them together. We need to break that curse. He took a deep breath before speaking again. You're right. This is something I should do as her father. If it's for Aoi's sake, I'll do whatever it takes. Then. I agree. This is the best way to change the current situation. And if we're going to do it, the time is now. After sipping his tea, he gave me a calm but resolute smile. Thank you for caring so deeply for Aoi. I'm truly grateful that you've been by her side. Both she and I owe you more than we can ever repay. No, it's nothing like that. Leave the rest to me. Yes, please take care of it. This was the promise Aoi-san's father and I made that day at Kagetsu. He resolved to reclaim custody of Aoi-san, leading us to this moment. Section. You must be joking. I'm not giving up custody of Aoi. When her father expressed his intent to reclaim custody, her mother's voice rose in anger, filled with emotion. Whether or not custody changes hands will be decided through proper channels, with the involvement of our attorneys and the appropriate authorities, her father said firmly. What gives you the right to move forward with this on your own? After 9 years apart, you have no business claiming custody now. I'm the one who raised Aoi. You should just keep quiet and keep paying the child support. She clung stubbornly to her position, insisting she wouldn't give up custody. You're right, it has been far too long, he acknowledged calmly. Her father's voice carried a tinge of regret. I truly am grateful to you for raising Aoi these past 9 years. And if you're saying I have no right to call myself her father after leaving her for so long, you're absolutely correct. Despite his words, his eyes shone with unshakable resolve. But I love my daughter. Unlike a mother who has forced her to work part-time at the expense of her schooling and abandoned her twice for the sake of a man, I am confident in my love for her. Ua. Her mother, faced with his steadfast demeanor, was at a loss for words. That said, he continued, this is something Akira-kun and I decided together. If Aoi herself doesn't want this, then the discussion ends here. That was the truth. This was all something I had thought up and agreed upon with her father. Aoi-san's opinion hadn't been considered, and for her, this was all news. Aoi-san. I turned to her, meeting her gaze directly. As your father said, this is something we decided on our own. What matters most is how you feel. If you don't want this, we'll call it off right now. The choice is yours, but if you want to talk with your mother, this is your chance. This could be her first and last opportunity to resolve things with her mother. Aoi-san pressed her hand to her chest, drawing a sharp breath. Aoi. Her mother, realizing she had no other options, dropped her aggressive tone and pleaded with her. You'll choose me over your father, right? I promise I'll never leave you alone again. Let's keep working hard together, just the two of us, our little family, right? Those words didn't come from love as a parent but from a desire for money. Aoi-san saw through it, and it didn't reach her heart. Mother. Aoi-san looked straight at her mother. I can't stay with you anymore. Her eyes brimmed with tears, but there was no hesitation in her voice. I still care about you. But I think we're not meant to stay together. From now on, it's better for both of us to live separately, to pursue our own happiness. Aoi, don't say that. Thank you for everything. I'm sorry I couldn't stay by your side. Even if we never see each other again, you'll always be my one and only mother, and I'll always love you. Aoi-san smiled as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders, bidding her mother farewell. Her mother, seeing that smile, seemed to realize there was no point in arguing further. Her shoulders slumped, and she sank to the floor in silence. And so, the first family reunion in 9 years came to an end. Section. After leaving the apartment, Aoi-san and I walked with her father to the parking lot where his car was parked. Leave the rest to me. I'll contact you once there's progress. Yes, I'm sorry for the trouble, but thank you for everything. He nodded firmly before turning to Aoi-san. Thank you, Dad. There's no need to thank me. I'm just glad I could be of help to you. And about my mother. I know. I won't push her unnecessarily. Aoi-san nodded, relieved. Well then, I'll take my leave here. Okay. Thank you. We watched as her father drove off. Even after his car disappeared, we stood there silently for a while. Section. Later that evening, we returned home and spent the night relaxing. It had been a whirlwind of events, especially for Aoi-san, far more than for me. With school festival preparations resuming tomorrow, I decided to let her rest for the night. After everything she had been through, she deserved a peaceful evening. The tension she had been holding onto must have finally snapped, as she fell asleep on the sofa the moment she sat down. You've worked hard. I gently draped a blanket over her. It was the second time I'd seen her sleeping face so up close. The first was 5 months ago, the morning after she had stayed at my place for the first time. Back then, I'd worried when she didn't wake up and went to check on her. Has it really been 5 months since then? This time, for real, everything surrounding Aoi-san had been resolved. It wasn't just me, it was thanks to Eiji, Izumi, her father, her manager, and even my classmates that we were able to overcome the challenges standing in her way. I was grateful to everyone. But most of all, Aoi-san was the one who had worked the hardest. There must have been moments when she despaired over her situation. There must have been nights when sadness kept her from sleeping. Even so, she didn't give up. She worked hard to change, and the people around her reached out to help, inspired by her efforts. As I thought about it, a deep sense of emotion filled me. Yet, at the same time, another thought crept in. Perhaps, my role here was done. Unconsciously, I reached out and gently stroked her hair. A mix of joy, accomplishment, relief, and a faint twinge of sadness swelled in my chest. I swallowed those feelings, telling myself this was the outcome I had hoped for. This was the best result for Aoi-san. These past 5 months had all led to this moment. As I stroked her hair, she let out a soft, ticklish murmur. Though I wanted to watch her sleep a little longer, I forced myself to stand. All right, time to prepare dinner. I shifted my focus, heading to the kitchen. I already knew what to make tonight. Today's dinner wasn't something to ponder or deliberate. I had decided long ago that this meal would mark the beginning of Aoi-san's new chapter. An hour later, as I finished setting the table, a soft voice called out behind me. It smells so good. Drawn by the aroma, Aoi-san had woken up. Aoi-san rubbed her sleepy eyes and turned toward me from the sofa. Dinner's ready. Do you want to wait a bit since you just woke up? She tilted her head slightly, rubbing her stomach as if gauging her hunger. No, I'm fine. I think I'm hungry. Got it. I'll just serve the rice, and we're good to go. I plated 2 portions of rice and returned to the table, setting one down at her seat. Still drowsy, Aoi-san shuffled over to the table, her eyes widening in surprise as she saw the dishes. Akira-kun, this is. I promised, didn't I? That I'd make Hamburg steak for you. It was something she had requested the day she reunited with her mother. Shortly after Aoi-san moved in with me, we had gone shopping at the mall together. That night, while waiting for her to come home, I made Hamburg steak for the first time, a recipe I had since refined and made several times. As promised the day before she left to stay with her mother, I made it again. Thank you. I'm so happy. Her smile was the same as always, a smile I realized I hadn't seen in far too long. Let's eat. Yeah. Itadakimasu. Itadakimasu. We clapped our hands together and began eating. Aoi-san cut off a small piece of the Hamburg steak and brought it to her mouth. As she took her first bite, she placed a hand over her lips and nodded softly. It's delicious. I don't know why, but it feels so nostalgic. Her face lit up with a peaceful, contented smile. The last time I had made this dish wasn't that long ago. Even so, if it felt nostalgic to her, it must have been because so much had happened in such a short time. The 2 weeks we had spent apart felt like an eternity for both of us. Just seeing her smile again made the effort worth it. I made it the same way as always. Does it taste different this time? No, it's the same. It's comforting. I'm glad to hear that. We continued our meal, chatting casually, and it felt as though we had finally reclaimed our normal, peaceful routine. After we finished dinner and took our baths, we sat side by side on the sofa, relaxing to the faint sound of the TV in the background. Glancing at the clock, I saw it was just past 10 o'clock. Enough time had passed since dinner, it was the perfect moment. Aoi-san, I actually have dessert ready for us too. Dessert? She tilted her head adorably, her curiosity piqued as usual. Wait here for a moment. I stood up from the sofa and walked to the kitchen, retrieving 2 small jars from the refrigerator. Carrying them along with 2 spoons, I returned to the living room and handed one to Aoi-san. What is this? Aoi-san froze, her eyes widening in shock. At a glance, she immediately understood what it was. It's the pudding my dad used to bring home when I was little. Yes, it was the pudding from Kagetsu, the tea house where I had met her father. This was the pudding her father used to bring home during the days when her family was still together, pudding she, her father, and her mother had shared as a family. How did you? I actually discussed your mother's situation with your dad at Kagetsu. That's when he told me this was the pudding he used to buy for you. So, I thought it'd be nice to pick some up while I was there. I see. Aoi-san removed the lid from the glass jar and scooped a small spoonful of pudding. As she brought it to her mouth, she closed her eyes and savored the taste, nodding slowly. I sat beside her and began eating mine as well. For a while, we ate in silence. Then, out of nowhere, I heard the faint sound of sniffles. Turning to look at her, I saw tears streaming down Aoi-san's cheeks as she held the jar of pudding in her hands. But this wasn't the kind of crying I'd seen before. Unlike the uncontrollable sobs from when I had found her at the apartment, these tears seemed more like a quiet farewell. Her expression remained composed, her emotions contained, and no words escaped her lips, just silent tears trailing down her cheeks. Perhaps she was saying goodbye to distant memories of her family. Only Aoi-san knew what was truly in her heart, but that's what it seemed like to me. It's delicious, isn't it? She murmured. Yeah, it is, I replied. The 3 of them would likely never share this pudding again as a family. But at the very least, I hoped for the day when Aoi-san and her father could eat it together, reminiscing about old times. Aoi-san, is something wrong? Even after finishing her pudding, she continued to stare at the empty jar. Do you want another one? I asked, wondering if she was still hungry. No, that's not it. Well, I do want another one, she admitted with a small laugh, but this. She suddenly looked up, her face bright with realization, as if struck by inspiration. Seeing her expression, I immediately understood what she meant. It seemed we were thinking the same thing. Actually, I was thinking the same thing, I said with a smile. I hadn't bought the pudding just for her to enjoy its nostalgic taste. There was another, more significant reason for it, to help us make an important decision. I had wished for Aoi-san and her father to have a chance to share this pudding together and reminisce. And now, that wish might come true sooner than I had expected. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 7. And so, we focused on preparations. The next day, before morning homeroom began at school, Aoi-san and I stood at the teacher's podium, drawing the full attention of our classmates. It had been 2 weeks since Aoi-san last came to school. While everyone probably had countless questions for her, they waited patiently for us to speak instead of causing a commotion. Of course, when Aoi-san first arrived, everyone was visibly shocked. Aoi-san's voice trembled as she struggled to speak. It was understandable. Though Aoi-san had recently grown closer to everyone in class, just a few months ago, back when she was still sporting her blonde gyaru style, she'd been painfully shy and isolated, unable to approach anyone. She wasn't the kind of person who could naturally stand in front of a group and speak. Everyone understood that, and no one expected her to go through such formalities. Even so, Aoi-san had decided to speak to everyone in her own words. Placing her hand over her chest, she took a deep breath in. I'm sorry, everyone. Her voice was quiet, but her words were clear. I accepted the role of committee member, but I ended up being absent for 2 weeks. I know I caused a lot of trouble for everyone. From today onward, I'll work twice as hard to make up for it, so please forgive me. She bowed deeply, her posture filled with sincerity. The class observed her in silence, each wearing their own expression. "It's okay, Aoi-san." A gentle voice broke the stillness. One of the girls spoke kindly. "We all know how hard you've been working. Not just after school, but even on weekends, going around to shops to finalize the menu. You've been putting in effort behind the scenes. You don't need to apologize." Hearing such kind words, Aoi-san bit her lip as if to hold back her emotions. "That's right. Honestly, you could have taken even more time off if you needed. Don't push yourself. And if you need anything, don't hesitate to rely on us again." One by one, other classmates began offering words of encouragement and understanding. With each warm voice echoing through the room, Aoi-san's expression began to crumble. Before long, her emotions overflowed, and tears of gratitude streamed down her cheeks. "Aoi-san." I quietly handed her a handkerchief. "Thank you." She accepted it with a teary smile. Lately, I'd seen Aoi-san cry more often than not, but tears aren't always a sign of sadness. For the first time, I felt like I understood the beauty of tears shed out of happiness. Section. And so, Aoi-san rejoined the preparations for the school festival. With just under 2 weeks remaining, we were in the final stretch. First, let's check on Izumi's costume team. Given the high cost of production, I'd been worried, but progress was smooth. The team had already completed 5 modified kimono outfits. We're planning to rotate shifts with groups of 8 on the festival day, so we just need 3 more outfits to finish, Izumi said cheerfully. 3 more? I thought you were making outfits for all the girls. Of course not. That'd be impossible. We're sharing them. Sharing? Then why did you need me to take Aoi-san's exact measurements? Ha! Don't hummy. There was no reason to tailor an outfit perfectly to Aoi-san's size. It would have been more practical to make them adjustable for everyone. Now that you mention it, you're right. Izumi averted her gaze suspiciously, clearly dodging the question. You did that on purpose, didn't you? There's no way she didn't. It had to be intentional. Well, at least it gave me a nice memory, so thanks for that. Not that I'd ever say that out loud. Anyway, I have something I need to ask you. Before I could finish, Izumi was called over by another classmate and made her escape. Later, she asked me what I wanted to say, but I'd already forgotten by then. It felt important, but no matter how much I tried to remember, I couldn't. Funny how timing works sometimes. Moving on, Age's team, in charge of props and equipment, had also made solid progress. The tables and chairs for the event were already secured, and dishes had been borrowed from Izumi's house. The team was currently discussing interior design plans and would shop for the necessary materials once everything was decided. What kind of vibe are you going for with the interior? I'm thinking of using a vintage Japanese tea house aesthetic I found online. Kind of a retro-modern look. Since the costumes have a Taisho-era vibe, that should match perfectly. Of course, with the gyaru twist, it couldn't be purely traditional, but Eiji planned to fine-tune the details with input from Izumi. I left the design entirely in his capable hands. My own sense for aesthetics wasn't great. As for Aoi-san and me, we were in charge of training the class in customer service. Next week, I'd handle the boys, while Aoi-san would teach the girls. I'd come a long way myself. At first, I'd struggled to smile at customers, but now, I actually found myself enjoying it. If I could do it, everyone else could too. Finally, we had the tea and dessert menu for the main dishes. Since making them too early would affect their freshness, we'd reserved the school's cooking room for the 2 days leading up to the festival. We'd settled on 4 types of desserts and would make them with help from classmates skilled in cooking and baking. We planned to go shopping for ingredients early next week. Thanks to Hiyori's guidance, Eiji and Izumi had shared the recipes with everyone. Aoi-san and I also planned to join in. And so, the days of preparation flew by, until Friday evening, the day before the festival. It's done. Just in time. In the cooking lab, the vibrant voice of Izumi echoed as we stood in front of the rows of completed desserts. Starting 2 days before the school festival, regular classes had been cancelled to focus on final preparations. Aoi-san, Izumi, and I, along with some classmates, had spent the last 2 full days holed up in the lab. Finally, we'd completed the desserts for the traditional Japanese blonde gyaru cafe menu. Arranged on borrowed square plates adorned with a cherry blossom motif from my part-time cafe job were 4 types of desserts: green tea yokan paired with chestnut yokan, matcha monju, matcha tiramisu, and a mix of matcha and vanilla ice cream. The portions were small but perfectly paired with matcha, offering a variety of flavors in one set, a true indulgence. In 2 days, we'd prepared 200 servings. Looking at the desserts neatly lined up on the tables, the sight was nothing short of spectacular. Everyone seemed to feel the same, gazing at the display with satisfied smiles. "All right, let's taste test them," Izumi declared enthusiastically. "Sounds good." The girls eagerly gathered around, taking turns picking their favorites. "Aoi-san, which one will you try?" I asked. I'm not sure. It's hard to choose." "Akira-kun, can I eat them all?" Izumi chimed in mischievously. "I'd love to say yes, but we don't have the time or ingredients to make more if you overindulge. Sorry, but share what we've set aside for tasting." "Got it. Then I'll go for the yokan first." Delicious. Izumi-san, the tiramisu is amazing too." "Really? Let me try." "Oh wow, this is such a sophisticated flavor." Not just Aoi-san and Izumi, but everyone enjoyed sampling the desserts, chatting happily as they tasted each one. Watching their lively exchange was heartwarming, but there was still work to be done before we could feel a true sense of accomplishment. After tasting, Aoi-san, Izumi, and I will handle storing the desserts in the refrigerator. Everyone else can head home once you're finished. As it was getting close to the end of the school day, I gave a gentle nudge to the classmates who had finished their sampling. They gradually trickled out of the room. Shortly after, Eiji arrived, having wrapped up the classroom preparations. "Great job, everyone," he greeted. "How are things on your end?" I asked. "All set. Just a few small touches left for tomorrow morning." "That's good to hear. We'll be done here after we store the desserts in the fridge." "I'll help with that," Eiji offered. With the 4 of us working together, we packed away the desserts in the refrigerator. Once we finished, we returned to the classroom to grab our belongings and were immediately struck speechless. "Whoa, this is incredible," I muttered. "It's beautiful," Aoi-san added, her voice full of admiration. The classroom had been transformed, with wooden tables and chairs arranged neatly. The tablecloths were a dual-toned blend of green and brown linen, and the center of each table featured a slim vase with a few carefully selected flowers. It mirrored the interior of the tea houses Aoi-san and I had visited, vibrant yet calm and inviting. As expected of Eiji. "It's perfect," I praised. "Thanks, but I mostly just copied designs I found online," Eiji replied humbly. "Even so, pulling it off this well is no small feat. You've got to admit it's amazing." It was clear that his natural sense of style played a big role. Looks, brains, a great personality, and now impeccable taste. Seriously, how much did the gods bless this guy in his previous life? "Maybe share a bit of that luck, Eiji." "Take a look at the back area too," Eiji said, gesturing toward the section of the room partitioned off with the same dual-toned fabric as the tablecloths. Opening the curtain, we found a neatly organized workspace. There was just enough room to move around comfortably, with designated spots for brewing tea and plating desserts. Everything was set up thoughtfully with the workers in mind. The standout feature, however, was the long refrigerator on the floor. "Eiji, where on earth did this massive fridge come from?" It was clearly industrial grade. "Actually, your cafe manager brought it over." "The manager did?" I hadn't heard anything about this. They figured it'd be better to have a proper fridge for a cafe setup. Originally, we planned to use coolers with ice packs to store the desserts and drinks, but this will let us keep everything fresh without constant trips back and forth to the cooking lab. How thoughtful. During the 2 weeks Aoi-san stayed with her mother, she had taken a break from her part-time job. We hadn't explained the details to the manager, but they must have sensed something was going on. This fridge was likely their way of supporting us. Aoi-san's support network extended beyond just our classmates. "Aoi-san, how about inviting the manager to the festival?" "Good idea. I'd love for them to try the desserts we made. I'll contact them later. With everything in place, we packed up and left the classroom. On the way home, I kept glancing at Eiji and Izumi, looking for the right moment to talk. There was something important I needed to share with them. Speaking of which, we never settled on a fifth dessert for the menu, Izumi said, her voice tinged with regret. That was exactly the topic I wanted to bring up. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to tell you about that, I began. The fifth dessert? Eiji asked. Yeah. Aoi-san and I already decided on it. What? Then why didn't you say so earlier? Izumi asked, leaning in. Was there a reason? Eiji asked, calming her down. We decided on it right after Aoi-san returned, but I couldn't ask Hiyori to teach us the recipe earlier since she was busy with school. It's last minute, but she's coming over to teach us tonight. So, you're making it at your place now? Eiji asked, surprised. Yeah. Both of them stared at me, stunned. Izumi, especially, looked a bit anxious. It was understandable, given how exhausting the dessert prep had been. I didn't mention it earlier because I knew you'd insist on helping. You've both done so much for Aoi-san and me already. This time, it's our turn to step up. Aoi-san nodded firmly beside me, sharing my resolve. I figured it'd be a surprise if we just showed up with it tomorrow, but I wanted to give you both a heads up. So, just look forward to it. I had meant it as a gesture of gratitude for their help, but... Akira-kun, Izumi sighed, her tone a mix of exasperation and fondness. Izumi glared at me with an expression I had never seen before, something between frustration and exasperation. Seriously, Akira, stop trying to act all cool for no reason. I'm not trying to act cool, though. Yeah, I'd agree with her on this one, Eiji added, shrugging as if to say, what are we going to do with you? Come on, Akira, Izumi said seriously, her usual cheerfulness replaced by a rare intensity. It's fine to be thoughtful with other people, but can we stop this between us? You don't need to worry about being a burden or owing us anything. At least for me, it actually makes me sad when you feel the need to act like that. Her words hit me harder because they came from her, a person who was always so upbeat. Akira, you have this peculiar sense of duty. That sense of responsibility is what makes you dependable, even admirable. I get that your way of being considerate reflects your gratitude. It's one of your good qualities, no doubt. But, Eiji spoke gently, yet his words carried weight. I'd like you to practice being considerate by not being considerate. Considerate by not being considerate. That phrase hit unexpectedly deep. I think, Eiji continued, we'll probably spend our whole lives being considerate of others. It's not a bad thing, it's just a natural part of living in society. But equally natural, and just as important, is finding people you don't have to be considerate around. If you're lucky, you might only meet a handful of those people in your life. For me, the four of us are those people. Eiji. Sure, manners are important, even with close friends. But when you're truly close, those manners don't feel like rules, they're just second nature. My personal belief is that people can never fully understand one another. But on the rare occasion that they do, we call those relationships true friendship. That's what Izumi and I see in the four of us. Eiji's and Izumi's words struck a chord. Not just because of Izumi's rare seriousness, but because Eiji, who always spoke with a level head, was now openly expressing his personal feelings. For Aoi-san and me, this should be something to feel happy about. After all, I already thought of the three of them as my best friends. I took a deep breath and glanced at Aoi-san. She smiled at me warmly and gave a slow, encouraging nod. She knew exactly what I wanted to say. Thank you, both of you. Lately, Aoi-san and I had been saying thank you a lot. But that wasn't a bad thing. I hate to admit it, but Eiji's right, acting cool and being overly considerate is just part of who I am. So, trying to stop immediately would be hard. But, I paused, gathering my thoughts. If I slip up and act dumb again, don't hold back. Just call me out on it, like now. I couldn't put my feelings into words as eloquently as Eiji could. That wasn't my style. But the two of them understood what I meant anyway. Fine. But I'll scold you properly when that happens, maybe 100 or 200 lectures worth," Izumi said with a mischievous grin. I decided not to point out how excessive that number sounded. "So, what's the 5th dessert for the menu?" Izumi asked, switching gears. "We decided on the matcha pudding from Seibo Kagetsu," I replied. "The matcha pudding from Kagetsu?" she asked, clearly familiar with it. "It's delicious, but why that?" Izumi tilted her head in curiosity. "Because it's a meaningful dessert for Aoi-san," I explained. I went on to tell them the story behind our choice. When Aoi-san was little, her father would often bring home the matcha pudding from Seibo Kagetsu. It was something their family of 3 would enjoy together, creating cherished memories. Although Aoi-san had forgotten where the pudding came from, her father had shared the story with me when I consulted him about her. That's how I learned it was from Kagetsu. While we couldn't perfectly replicate the original, we wanted to make our own version so Aoi-san could share it with her father, just like in the past. I also told them I'd already invited her father to the festival. Sure, we could have just bought the pudding from Kagetsu and eaten it together, I admitted. But there's something special about making it ourselves. Maybe it was selfish or just for my own satisfaction, but the festival had given us the chance to reconnect with places and memories that might have otherwise remained forgotten. That's why it felt meaningful to make the pudding ourselves. It'll probably take us all night, but I'd appreciate your help, I finished. Eiji nodded. Got it. I'll head home, pack an overnight bag, and meet you at your place. Thanks. And Izumi, wait, what? I turned to Izumi, expecting her agreement, but she was sobbing uncontrollably. Her reaction was so over the top that it almost felt surreal. It reminded me of when she'd cried like this after seeing Aoi-san and me at the mall for the first time. Izumi was a genuinely good person, through and through. Unable to hold back, Izumi suddenly hugged Aoi-san tightly. "Aoi-san, let's do our best to make your dad smile." "Yeah. Thank you," Aoi-san replied softly. "All right. I'll head home to pack." This is officially our 2nd dessert-making sleepover. The last one was during summer vacation, without Aoi-san, but this time, everyone would be there. Even I couldn't help feeling excited. Section. Back at home, Hiyori had already arrived, and Izumi and Eiji joined us shortly after. Once we explained the situation, Hiyori raised an eyebrow. "You've had Kagetsu's matcha pudding before?" I asked. "Of course. It's probably my favorite. Their matcha pudding is in a league of its own." I nodded in agreement. "It really was that good. But there's no way to replicate it perfectly," Hiyori said matter-of-factly. "I've tried recreating it before, but it's impossible without the actual recipe. Doing it blind, especially with the time we have, is going to be tough." "I figured," I admitted. To be honest, I never expected we'd get it exactly right. Even the other desserts we made for the cafe menu today weren't perfect replicas. Rather than trying to replicate the exact taste, our goal had always been to consider the balance and compatibility with matcha, selecting the best flavors to accompany it. The cafe tours were just a source of inspiration. But this pudding was different. I wanted to recreate the taste that held so many memories for Aoi-san and her father. A heavy silence began to settle over the room. We might not be able to recreate it exactly, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. "What do you mean?" "If we aim for a flavor that's similar to Seibo Kagetsu's but even more delicious in its own way, it's doable." I paused, trying to process Hiyori's words. Eiji chimed in, seeking clarification. "You're saying that instead of perfect replication, we focus on filling in the gaps ourselves and creating something uniquely delicious?" "Exactly. That's more realistic than trying to copy it perfectly." It sounded reasonable, but I couldn't help but feel a pang of doubt. Was that even harder to achieve? Still, there wasn't time to second guess. All we could do was trust Hiyori. Taste is ultimately subjective, so we don't need to chase perfection. The most important thing is that Aoi-san thinks it's delicious. Me. Yes. If your father is the one eating it, then your opinion matters most. Trying to replicate Kagetsu's taste exactly isn't the point. Let's focus on what feels right. Aoi-san nodded firmly, determination lighting up her face. Alright then. Let's get started immediately. We all donned aprons and began making matcha pudding. The process went like this. First, mix eggs and sugar thoroughly. Then, gradually add matcha powder and heavy cream, mixing as you go. Next, warm the milk and slowly incorporate it, whisking carefully to avoid lumps. Strain the mixture through a fine sieve to remove any residual clumps or egg bits, ensuring a silky texture. Pour the mixture into containers, cover them with aluminum foil, and bake in a water bath for 40 minutes in the oven. Once done, refrigerate for at least 2 hours until fully set. Since we were short on time, we planned to taste test after just 1 hour. Our first test batch, Hiyori announced, pulling the pudding from the fridge. Everyone held their breath. Alright, let's give it a try. We each took a small spoonful from the 1 bite-sized containers. As soon as I tasted it, I couldn't help but let out an exclamation. This is good. The pudding had the perfect balance of sweetness and the faint bitterness of matcha. It was simple but undeniably delicious. Compared to store-bought pudding, it was easily on par. But it's delicious, but it's not quite there. Hiyori was the first to point it out, and she was right. The quality of the flavor was fundamentally different from Kagetsu's. What do you think, Aoi-san? It's good, but I think Hiyori-chan's right. I nodded in agreement. I hadn't expected us to get it right on the first try, but still. Let's adjust the amount of heavy cream and try again. The texture feels a little off. Without missing a beat, Hiyori rolled up her sleeves and got back to work. Her usual expressionless demeanor was unchanged, but the way she took charge showed how much she cared. She was putting her all into this for Aoi-san. And she was right, there was no time to waste. Hiyori, to save time, let's make multiple variations simultaneously. Tell us the adjustments, and we'll handle the mixing. Got it. This way, we could test several batches at once. Eiji, keep track of the proportions for each batch. It might get tricky with 4 of us working on different variations, but can you handle it? No problem. Alright, let's get to work. With that, we dove into trial and error, testing countless variations over the next few hours. We ended up making over 10 different batches. Just when we were on the verge of losing track of the flavors, it happened. This one. As soon as Aoi-san and I tasted it, we looked at each other in agreement. Yes. This is it. Seeing our reaction, the others quickly grabbed their spoons to taste the same batch. Izumi and Eiji both exclaimed how good it was, and Hiyori, the key judge, gave a satisfied nod. It's slightly more bitter than Kagetsu's matcha pudding, but the texture and smoothness are spot on. It might not be perfect from a professional perspective, but for what we can achieve, this is flawless. If Hiyori said so, there was no doubt. Alright. Let's scale up and make more of this version. Now, it was a race against time. We worked late into the night, churning out batch after batch of pudding. Section. By 2:30 a.m., we had made excellent progress and decided to pause for the night. Since the portions for the plate menu were small, producing 200 servings wasn't an insurmountable task. We had completed 150 portions by then, leaving the rest for after a few hours of sleep. That was the plan. But as I lay down, I found myself unable to sleep. Despite the exhaustion from a day of festival preparations, my mind was too alert. I couldn't help but feel excited for tomorrow, like a kid on the night before a field trip. I sighed at my own restlessness. Well, might as well keep working. Since sleep wasn't happening, I decided to quietly continue making pudding in the kitchen. About 30 minutes later, Akira-kun. A soft voice broke the silence, and I looked up to see Aoi-san standing in the doorway, dressed in her pajamas. Sorry, did I wake you? No, I just got up to use the bathroom and saw the light. She walked into the kitchen, immediately understanding what I was doing. I'll help. Thanks, but you should rest, Aoi-san. I'm only doing this because I can't sleep. At my words, Aoi-san hesitated, her eyes darting awkwardly. The truth is, I can't sleep either. Aoi-san, too? Thinking about tomorrow makes my heart race. I feel like an elementary schooler before a field trip. It's a little embarrassing, she admitted with a shy smile. I couldn't help but laugh. I never expected her to feel the same way as me. I see. Then, shall we make it together? Yeah. Late into the night, just past 3 a.m., Aoi-san and I stood side by side in the kitchen, working on the pudding. In the stillness of the night, the only sounds were the gentle clatter of kitchen utensils and the soft glow of the kitchen light illuminated our work. Once the school festival is over, there will only be a month and a half left in the year. Even as we stood there together, time was relentlessly ticking away toward the inevitable farewell. But in this moment, spending time with someone so important to me, making pudding together, I felt that one day, these moments would become cherished memories I'd look back on with warmth. And then, it hit me. Probably, no, definitely. This is what people call happiness. Chapter 8: How I Turned the Class's Graceful Beauty into a Blonde Gyaru. And so, the day of the school festival arrived, Saturday morning. Tardie. Izumi's overly energetic voice broke through the bustling atmosphere of final checks before the opening. Everyone turned toward her voice, and there she stood, striking a triumphant pose in her costume. The outfit perfectly embodied the traditional Japanese blonde gyaru cafe concept, a kimono-inspired design with traditional Japanese patterns. The top was made of white fabric embroidered with colorful floral designs, while the bottom was a hakama-style skirt that flowed from just above the waist to her feet. But the pièce de résistance. Izumi's hair had been dyed a glorious, vibrant blonde. Izumi did a twirl in the middle of the classroom, practically shouting, "Behold my fabulousness. How do I look, Eiji-kun?" she asked, striking a dramatic pose. "You look great. It really suits you." "Thanks. My boyfriend is the sweetest, love you." "I love you too." It was the same old routine we'd seen in class countless times. While their public display of affection had long since lost its shock value, Izumi's outfit really was stunning. I'd been skeptical about combining traditional Japanese clothing with a blonde gyaru aesthetic, but seeing it now, I had to admit it worked. Surprisingly well, actually. Izumi's blonde hair looked like it was made for this. But Izumi wasn't the only one turning heads. "Aoi-san, come on. Quit hiding and get in here already," Izumi called out. "Ah. Okay." Just like during the costume fitting, Aoi-san peeked her head through the door with visible hesitation. As before, Izumi went to the doorway, grabbed her hand, and practically dragged her into the room. Whoa! The collective gasp from the class was almost comical. While Izumi's costume was bright and playful, Aoi-san's outfit was elegant and understated. Her pure white kimono was adorned with hydrangeas painted in shades of blue and purple. The gradient of the petals, from vivid blue to a soft lavender, was absolutely captivating. Even though I'd seen it during the fitting, it was impossible not to be mesmerized all over again. This was the first time in 5 months I'd seen Aoi-san with blonde hair. It instantly reminded me of the day I'd spotted her in the park. Back then, she wasn't the Aoi-san standing here now. She rarely attended school, was isolated from the class, and carried a fragile, almost haunting air about her. But now, she was warmly accepted by everyone. Since she joined the festival committee, her bond with the class had only grown stronger. While Aoi-san had said she became a committee member to help me make memories, it was clear that the experience had benefited her just as much, if not more. Her blonde hair might be the same, but everything else about her had changed. As I stood there reflecting on all this, I felt an unexplainable wave of emotion welling up inside. "Akira-kun." Snapping me out of my thoughts, Aoi-san walked up to me. How do I look? Does it suit me?" she asked, fidgeting slightly. I took a deep breath, pushing down the inexplicable pang in my chest. This wasn't a moment for melancholy, it was a moment to celebrate. "You look amazing." "Really?" "Yeah. To be honest, I've been wanting to see you with blonde hair again." "What? So you like blondes more, Akira-kun?" "Ah. Well, if we're talking preferences, I do like black hair more, but..." Aoi tilted her head, her usual endearing gesture. "It just reminds me of when we first met, that's all." "Ah, I see." She gave me a small, shy smile. "All right, then. All that's left is to wait for the festival to start," Izumi declared. "Not so fast." I stopped Izumi mid-sentence. What's the problem? What's the problem? You're seriously asking that? Izumi tilted her head innocently, but I was ready to lay it all out. Why am I dressed as a blonde gyaru too? I hadn't mentioned it until now, but yes, I was also wearing a blonde wig and a matching outfit. Which meant that heartfelt exchange I just had with Aoi-san. Yeah, I was cross-dressing for the whole thing. Well, the cafe's concept is blonde gyarus. Obviously, that includes you. Obviously? What part of this is obvious? And why is there no outfit for guys? I ripped off the wig in frustration, slamming it onto the table. Because it's a traditional Japanese blonde gyaru cafe, gender doesn't matter. Of course, it matters. Our debate felt like it could go on forever. Izumi acted like this was the most natural thing in the world. And while she wasn't entirely wrong, I had to admit I should have double-checked during the planning phase. I'd had a weird feeling but never followed up, and now I was paying the price. Alright, calm down, Akira. Eiji, also dressed as a blonde gyaru, stepped between us. He picked up the wig I'd slammed down and handed it back to me. Eiji, why do you look so good in that costume? I muttered in defeat. Eiji, with his naturally androgynous features, looked so convincingly like a girl that it was almost unsettling. In the same kimono-inspired outfit and a long blonde wig, he was, without question, a blonde gyaru beauty. I'd always suspected he'd pull off cross-dressing well, but seeing it in person was a whole other level. It was almost unfair how good he looked. The proof. The girls had been squealing and snapping photos of Eiji non-stop for a while now. You look good too, Akira. Really cute. Stop. Please don't compliment me any more than that. I knew Eiji didn't mean anything by it, but considering the outfit, it gave me complicated feelings. If this opens a door in me that I can't close, are you going to take responsibility for that? Aoi-san, you should tell Akira what you think too, Eiji prompted. I think you look really cute, Anne. I'd like to take a picture with you, Aoi-san said hesitantly, holding her phone in both hands like it was some kind of fragile relic. Wait, seriously? She wanted to immortalize this. Alright, you two. Stand closer together. Let's make this adorable. Izumi chimed in, practically bouncing with excitement. Thanks to Izumi and Eiji's relentless pushing, I found myself standing next to Aoi-san as we posed for photo after photo. Izumi, of course, gleefully clicked away. Later, Aoi-san mentioned she was going to set one of the photos as her phone wallpaper. I wanted to beg her not to, but seeing how happy she looked, I just couldn't bring myself to say anything. If it made Aoi-san smile, I guess I could tolerate having another black mark in my personal history. Eventually, the clock struck 10, and the school festival officially began with an announcement over the PA system. Our class's traditional Japanese blonde gyaru cafe opened at the same time, and we quickly got ready to welcome our first guests. The festival hours ran from 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Our class had planned a shift system, with 8 people per team rotating every hour and a half. 5 teams would handle the day's operations. At the start, it was me, Aoi-san, Izumi, and Eiji, along with 4 other classmates. We split into 3 people working in the back and 5 covering the floor. Since Aoi-san and I wouldn't be working on the second day, we'd agreed to take a longer shift on the first day, 3 hours straight. The plan was for us to help out at the start, where things were bound to be the most hectic, since we both had experience with customer service. As soon as the doors opened, guests began trickling in. I left Izumi and Eiji in charge of the back while Aoi-san and I covered the floor. Before long, the number of customers grew, and the cafe got busy with families and general visitors streaming in. Izumi, I need a set of matcha tea and matcha latte, I called out. On it, she replied with her usual cheer. How's the floor looking, Akira? Eiji asked, popping his head out of the back. Surprisingly packed. Lots of families are here. It'll probably stay this busy until after lunch. Got it. Don't worry, we can handle it. Meanwhile, Aoi-san came into the back with another order. Izumi-san, 2 matcha sets, please. Roger that. By the way, Aoi-san, how are the customers reacting? They're saying everything is delicious and seem really happy with their meals. Nice. Makes all the hard work worth it, right? Izumi's enthusiasm was infectious, and honestly, seeing the customers' smiles was incredibly rewarding. Back when I worked part-time at a cafe, hearing a simple thank you or that was delicious always gave me a sense of accomplishment. But this was on a whole other level. Knowing we'd made everything ourselves, as a team, amplified that feeling tenfold. Alright, I'm heading back to the floor. Keep things running smoothly here, I said. Leave it to me, Izumi declared, giving a confident thumbs up. As the day progressed, Izumi and Age's shift ended, and the next team took over. Around lunchtime, the cafe got even busier, but we managed to handle the rush. Just as the post-lunch peak was winding down around 1 p.m., something unexpected happened. Welcome, oh. The words froze in my throat when I saw who had just walked in. Akira-kun, is that you? A familiar voice asked. Why yeah. Ah. I suddenly remembered I was still in my blonde gyaru disguise and scrambled to pull off the wig. Sorry. I swear, this isn't a weird hobby of mine. It's okay. Aoi told me about the concept, the man said, chuckling. Oh, right. This wasn't just anyone, it was her dad. Aoi and I had decided together to invite him, so this wasn't exactly a surprise. But what caught me off guard was that he wasn't alone. Standing next to him was a woman I didn't recognize, and at her feet was a small boy clinging to her leg. Could you show us to a table? My dad asked. Of course. Right this way. I led them to a table, all while trying to process what was happening. It didn't take a genius to figure out who the woman and child were. Given what I knew about her dad and Aoi's circumstances, it was pretty obvious. What I didn't understand was why her dad had brought them here. Could we get 2 matcha sets, please? Her dad asked once they were seated. Coming right up. I headed straight to the back, where Aoi-san was just about to return to the floor. Aoi-san, your dad is here. But my words faltered as I tried to figure out how to phrase the rest. Aoi-san gently grabbed my sleeve, her calm eyes meeting mine. It's okay. I already know. You do. Sorry for surprising you, Akira-kun. I invited his family too. I blinked. His family? Yes, Aoi-san said with a serene smile. That's his new wife and her son. I stared at her, stunned. But why? Why invite them too? I can't really explain it, she admitted. I just felt like I needed to meet them. Her voice was steady, even as she struggled to articulate her feelings. It was clear that, whatever her reasons, she'd thought this through. Having reconnected with her dad and distanced herself from her mother, it made sense that her view of family might be shifting. I didn't fully understand, but seeing the determination in her eyes, I knew I didn't need to worry. And honestly, I felt proud. Aoi-san was moving forward, in her own way. All right. Go sit with them, I said. I'll bring the order to your table. But Aoi-san's grip on my sleeve tightened slightly. Akira-kun, would you sit with me? Wait, what? I'm sorry. I know it's a lot to ask, but I'd like to introduce you to them too. She looked straight into my eyes, her gaze unwavering. It was the first time Aoi-san had ever asked me for something like this directly. Usually, she was hesitant about voicing her feelings, let alone making a bold request. But now, she was asking, no, trusting me with something important. All right, I said, nodding. I'll stay with you. That was all I needed to understand just how strong Aoi-san's resolve was. All right. I'll sit with you. It was sudden, and I was nervous, but I had no reason to refuse. Thank you. With 2 matcha sets in hand, Aoi-san and I walked over to the table. Sorry to keep you waiting. Aoi-san placed 1 set in front of her father, while I handed the other to his wife, then we both took seats across from them. Aoi-san sat directly across from her father, while I found myself in front of his wife. Perched on her lap was a small boy, who shyly peeked at us from behind her arms before burying his face again. Thank you for inviting us today, her father said warmly. No, thank you for coming, Aoi-san replied with a soft smile. Their exchange felt calm and natural, so much more like a real family compared to when they'd first reunited. Let me introduce you. This is my wife, Yukori, her father said. Nice to meet you, and thank you for inviting us as well, Yukori said, bowing politely. And this is my son Aoi's little brother, Aoshi. Aoshi, I repeated, glancing at the boy. Yes, her father continued. The kanji for his name comes from Aoi and kokorozashi, resolve. Taking a part of Aoi-san's name for his own, her father's feelings were clear. Even if they hadn't reunited, he had wanted a reminder of her, a way to never forget his first daughter and their bond, no matter what. Come on, Aoshi, say hello to your sister, Yukori encouraged him. For a brief moment, Aoshi made eye contact with Aoi-san before quickly burying his face in Yukori's chest. I'm sorry, Yukori said apologetically. He's very shy. Please don't worry about it, Aoi-san replied gently. It wasn't surprising, he was young, and being surrounded by unfamiliar adults could easily overwhelm him. Please, enjoy your tea while it's still warm, I offered. Thank you, her father said, taking a sip. Oh, and about the dessert, Aoi-san began, looking at her father. I tried recreating the matcha pudding from Cafe Kagetsu. You know, the one you used to bring home a lot when I was little. Cafe Kagetsu's pudding, he repeated, surprised. It's not exactly the same, but I wanted to try making it again so we could eat it together. I see. Her father picked up the spoon and took a bite of the pudding. He closed his eyes briefly, savoring the taste, before smiling. It might not be Kagetsu's pudding, but I think it's much better. The sincerity in his voice was undeniable. As he said this, Yukori also picked up a spoonful of pudding, but before she could take a bite, Aoshi reached out and tugged at her sleeve. Do you want to try it, Aoshi? She asked. She handed him the pudding and spoon, warning, it's matcha flavored, so it might not be to your taste. To everyone's surprise, Aoshi finished the entire thing in record time, licking the spoon clean. Clearly, he wasn't bothered by the flavor. In fact, he stared at the empty bowl like he'd been robbed of seconds. Would you like some more, Aoshi-kun? Aoi-san asked, smiling warmly. He hesitated but gave a small nod, his shyness evident. Aoi-san quickly went to the back and returned with 2 puddings, one for herself and another for Aoshi. Predictably, he polished off the second helping just as quickly as the first. Now, Aoshi, you should say thank you to your sister, Yukori encouraged him again. This time, instead of speaking, Aoshi reached into his pocket, pulled out a piece of candy, and placed it on the table in front of Aoi-san. For me, she asked. Aoshi shyly buried his face in Yukori's chest again but didn't retract the offering. Is this really okay? Aoi-san asked softly. Yukori nodded, clearly surprised. This candy is his favorite. He always carries it with him but rarely shares it, not even with us. For him to give it to you, it means a lot. Aoi-san carefully unwrapped the candy and popped it into her mouth. It's delicious, she said, smiling brightly. From the corner of her eye, she caught Aoshi sneaking a glance at her, his curiosity betraying his attempt to stay hidden. Watching this exchange, a thought crossed my mind. If Kagetsu's pudding was the taste of Aoi-san's childhood with her father, maybe this candy would become the shared memory between her and Aoshi. The conversation flowed smoothly after that, with Aoi-san and her father at the center of it. For about 30 minutes, we chatted before it was time for them to leave. Aoi-san and I saw them off at the classroom door. We'll be going now, her father said. See you soon, Aoi-san replied, smiling. Turning to me, her father said, Thank you, Akira-kun. My gratitude is beyond words. No, thank you for everything, I replied. Please, continue to take care of Aoi. He bowed deeply, Yukori following his lead. I wanted to tell him to raise his head, but I stopped myself. I needed to understand what it meant for an adult to bow to a high school student like this, to recognize the weight of his trust, gratitude, and respect. Of course, I said, putting every ounce of sincerity into my words. As long as I'm by her side, I'll do everything I can to protect her. Thank you. We watched as they walked away. Just as they were about to disappear down the hall, Aoshi, still cradled in Yukori's arms, looked back at Aoi-san. Their eyes met, and he shyly half hid his face while giving a tiny wave. Aoi-san beamed and waved back, her happiness radiating. As I watched them, I muttered, Aoshikuin really does take after you, Aoi-san. Ha! How so? The way he hides his face when he's embarrassed. Oh, come on, Aoi-san said, blushing slightly as she laughed. Ha! Aoi-san tilted her head, genuinely confused. I don't think I'm doing anything like that. Apparently, she wasn't even aware of it. But, you're literally hiding half your face with both hands right now. What? Sure enough, as we spoke, Aoi-san's beet-red face was partially obscured by her hands. When I teased her about it, she panicked and quickly lowered them. You're mean, Akira-kun. Aoi-san gave me a sullen look from the corner of her eye. Her pouty expression was so rare that I almost felt like I'd won a prize just by seeing it. All right, our shift is done. Let's change out of these costumes and take a look around the festival, I suggested. Yeah, that sounds good, she agreed with a nod. Just as we were about to head to the back to grab our things. You guys, it's bad, really bad. Izumi burst into the room, looking like she'd just run a marathon, with Eiji close behind. What's wrong? Did something happen? What do you mean, did something happen? We got a call from the team on shift. The place is too crowded to handle, customers are waiting in line, and they can't keep up. What? Aoi-san and I instinctively turned toward the entrance, where, sure enough, a long line of customers had formed, snaking down the hallway. You've got to be kidding me. Inside, the classroom was already packed to capacity. This wasn't just popular. It was a full-blown hit. Sorry. I was so caught up with Aoi-san's dad visiting, I didn't notice, I admitted, scratching the back of my head. What do we do, Akira? Eiji asked, leaving the decision to me. There wasn't much of a choice. My shift's technically over, but I'll stay until things calm down. Adding one more person to the floor should help manage the load. Luckily, I'm still in costume, so I just need to put the wig back on. And if things don't calm down? Izumi interjected. Even with you staying, it's going to get even busier in the evening as people come to take breaks. She was right. I knew it wasn't going to be that simple. In that case, I'll work until the end of the festival as part of the committee. You're not handling this alone, Akira-kun. I'll help too, Izumi declared with her usual enthusiasm. She was always at her best in chaotic moments like these. I'd already guessed she'd insist on staying. Izumi-san, it's fine, Aoi-san said gently, stepping in. I'll stay and help Akira-kun. Even so, Izumi puffed out her cheeks in defiance, clearly dissatisfied. What's wrong? I asked, about to probe further. Oh, come on. If you're short on hands, I want to help too, Izumi whined, sounding more like a child throwing a tantrum than anything else. If that's how she felt, she could have just said so from the start. Besides, isn't it awesome? Being so busy at a school festival that you don't even have time to look around. That's peak fun, she said, grinning. Well, that's one way to enjoy it, Eiji chimed in with a small chuckle. Count me in too, no way I'm sitting this out. You guys, I muttered, shaking my head in disbelief. All right, no use trying to act cool anymore. Fine. Izumi, Eiji, you two handle the back. Aoi-san and I will cover the floor. Roger that. With that, we jumped back into the action. And just like that, the cafe stayed packed until the festival ended that evening. Section. Once the first day of the festival was over and the cleanup was done, the four of us, plus Hiyori, who had stopped by to hang out, gathered in the back room for a quick meeting about tomorrow. Although, calling it a meeting might have been a stretch. It was more like a brainstorming session to solve an immediate problem. Who would have thought we'd sell almost 150 plate meals on the first day? I muttered. A real good problem to have, right? Izumi sighed, leaning back in her chair. The sentiment was mutual for all of us, Aoi-san, Eiji, who was tallying up sales beside her, and me. The issue was simple. While sales were amazing, we were now critically short on supplies for tomorrow. What about the drinks? Do we have enough for those? I asked. Yeah, we're fine on that front. I ordered a lot of matcha in advance since it was cheap, Izumi reassured. Well, at least there's that. Finished tallying, Eiji reported. It's exactly 142 meals sold. Yeah, there's no way we have enough for tomorrow, I said grimly. Toward the end, we had to tell people to come back tomorrow because we ran out of time to make more, Aoi-san admitted. If those people show up tomorrow, we'll run out even faster. What's the plan, Akira? Izumi asked, looking to me for a decision. She was right, it was ultimately my call as a committee member. We've got some budget left. If we spend it all, we could probably make an additional 50 meals. But the real problem was time. I glanced at the clock. 6 p.m. students had to leave campus by 6:30 p.m., so we couldn't stay late to prepare. And while committee members like Aoi-san and I were allowed to stay an extra hour, it wouldn't be enough. Even if we made them at home, like we did with the puddings, this time it's 5 different plate dishes. Making 50 meals with just the 5 of us is unrealistic, Hiyori pointed out, calmly breaking down the logistics. She was right. We didn't just lack time, we lacked manpower. The room fell silent. It wasn't like we didn't have options. We could simply stop serving plates once we ran out tomorrow. That was a perfectly reasonable solution. But none of us wanted to say it. We were proud of what we'd created, and seeing how much people loved it made us want to push harder. We can't sit around forever. A decision has to be made, I said, finally breaking the silence. Just as I was about to announce a plan. Hey, are we short on plates for tomorrow? We turned to see a group of our classmates standing in the doorway. Did someone come back to pick up something they forgot? I didn't expect to see any classmates still here. Actually, I began, deciding to be upfront. If they were asking, it wouldn't be right to hide it. Trying to brush it off would only lead to rumors spreading. After all, we'd all worked hard together, and sharing the situation felt like the honest thing to do. After I explained everything, one of the girls responded immediately. If we have enough people, we can manage, right? I can't guarantee it, but it's possible, I admitted. Then I'll help. Without hesitation, she pulled out her phone. Moments later, notifications buzzed across all our devices. What's this? A message had been sent to the class group chat, explaining the situation and asking for help. Everyone will pitch in, I'm sure of it, she said confidently. Her words proved true as replies started pouring in. Most classmates enthusiastically offered their support. A few apologized, unable to join due to prior commitments, but even they promised to work extra hard during tomorrow's shift. Amazing, Aoi-san said softly, smiling with gratitude. Her expression said it all. I felt the same way. Let's do it. Let's make everything together, right now. That's the spirit. Izumi cheered, cutting through the lingering tension. Wait, Hiyori interrupted, halting Izumi's momentum. Even if we have enough people, we don't have enough space. My house is too small for a group this big. I've got an idea, I said, pulling out my phone. I quickly called someone, explaining the situation. To my relief, they agreed without hesitation. Who'd you call? Hiyori asked curiously. Our part-time cafe. The manager said we can use the shop after they close early tonight. Perfect. It's big enough for everyone and already has all the tools we need. Izumi exclaimed. All right, I'll send the address to the group chat. Aoi-san and Izumi, head there first and coordinate with everyone. Eiji, Hiyori, and I will pick up supplies and join you. Got it. Understood. I couldn't have been more grateful to everyone. Knowing we were all in this together made me feel a kind of happiness I couldn't quite put into words. Section. After finishing the supply run, we arrived at the cafe to find most of our classmates already there. The energy in the room was palpable, like we were about to throw an impromptu event instead of prepping for a festival. Thank you so much for letting us use the cafe, I said to the manager, still holding some of the supplies. Don't mention it. This is about all I can do to help, they replied humbly. That's not true. Lending us the fridge was already a huge help. Well, I've set aside all the tools you might need. Check them over to make sure. I'll handle it, Hiyori said, heading off to inspect the equipment. Meanwhile, I started looking for Aoi-san. Before I could find her, she spotted me first. Akira-kun, great job with the shopping, she greeted warmly. Thanks. Looks like almost everyone made it. Yeah. I didn't expect so many to show up. There weren't enough words to express my gratitude. But gratitude could wait until this was over. "All right, everyone, listen up," I called out, gathering the group's attention. All eyes turned to me. This was probably the last time I'd ask anything of them as the festival committee member. The thought made me a little nostalgic. It was a reminder that our first and only school festival together was nearing its end. The bittersweet realization stung for just a moment. Here's the plan. We're going to make 50 plate meals for tomorrow. If we divide the work properly, it shouldn't take too long. But we'll wrap up by 10 p.m. at the latest. Let's give it everything we've got. With a collective cheer, everyone got to work. Hiyori took charge of making the yokan, Izumi tackled matcha tiramisu, Eiji handled the ice cream, Aoi-san focused on the pudding, and I led the team making the buns. We split into 5 teams and started prepping. 1 hour later, things were running smoothly, and I had a brief moment to step back. My gaze naturally drifted toward Aoi-san, who was busy with her team. "How's it going over here?" Eiji asked, appearing beside me with a couple of glasses of iced tea. It seemed like he was suggesting a quick break. "Pretty good. We should finish just in time." "That's great. My team might run a little late. If that happens, we'll just stick around and finish it up together." "Sounds like a plan." I took the glass he offered, grateful for the drink. "By the way, you've been keeping an eye on Aoi-san's team, haven't you?" Of course, Eiji had noticed. He always paid attention to these things. "It's not that I'm worried, exactly." I hesitated, trying to find the right words. "It's just, I don't think Aoi-san needs my help anymore." Eiji raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. I clarified, wanting to avoid any misunderstanding. "You've seen how much I've done for her, right?" "Of course. I've been right there, watching the whole time. But sometimes, I've wondered if I was doing the right thing. Was I just being a busybody? Was I ignoring her feelings? Even though she accepted my help, I've always had those doubts. It wasn't like I hadn't tried to understand her. I'd made sure to talk things through. Just like Eiji always said, you can't truly connect with someone without communication. But still, I'd always found it difficult to fully trust my own actions. Watching her now, though, I think I finally believe I wasn't wrong. I knew this wasn't just because of me. Aoi-san had worked hard, and she deserved all the credit for her growth. Not everyone changes when offered a helping hand. Most people probably can't. But Aoi-san had grabbed onto that hand and worked tirelessly to change her circumstances. And that made all the difference. Those who succeed are always the ones who put in the effort. Aoi-san was accepted by everyone because of her own hard work. That's why I feel this way. I'm sure Aoi-san doesn't need my help anymore. Yeah. But you know, that's definitely something to be happy about. Eiji seemed to understand that I wasn't speaking from a place of negativity. I nodded deeply, agreeing with his words. "Remember during summer break, the night we all went to the summer festival? You told me it was time I put a name to my feelings for Aoi-san. I remember. And I still feel the same way. I've been thinking about that ever since. For these past 3 months, I've been trying to face my feelings honestly, to name them properly. And I've come to a conclusion. It was only after seeing Aoi-san get along with everyone that I realized it. My feelings for Aoi-san weren't romantic. That might have been an unexpected answer for Eiji. But for me, it was the clarity I'd finally reached. I care deeply for Aoi-san. I find her attractive as a person, and she's someone I can't help but notice regardless of her being my first crush. But more than anything, what I felt for her was responsibility, a sense of justice, and an overwhelming desire to protect her. I couldn't stop myself from chuckling bitterly. I thought, if I'm not there for her, she might not make it. Or, only I can help her. Looking back, I was so full of myself it's embarrassing. Still, those feelings were what had driven me. Now that Aoi-san has become close with everyone and is no longer someone I feel like I have to protect, I think I can finally move forward in my relationship with her. It felt like I was finally stepping away from the dynamic of protector and protected. That old relationship had become a shackle, holding us both back. For me, Seeing Aoi-san as someone who didn't need my protection anymore was monumental. If I were to name my feelings for her, it wouldn't be tied to the past, it would be about the future. Her independence wasn't just necessary for her, it was necessary for us. I think you're right, Eiji said, nodding thoughtfully. A relationship between two people should be equal. That's something I've always kept in mind with Izumi. If you and Aoi-san had progressed with your old dynamic, she might have felt overly indebted to you, and your relationship could have become distorted. Exactly. Eiji understood me even through my clumsy explanation. I agree. Her independence was essential for your relationship to move forward. Especially her decision to resolve things with her parents on her own, that was a big step. Yeah, that was the root of it all. Honestly, I feel a little lonely. But like you said, being overprotective at this point would just hold her back. Even as I admitted it, I felt at peace. Good work, Akira. I'm looking forward to seeing what comes next for you too. I don't know how it'll go, but I'll do my best to live up to those expectations. As we spoke, I watched Aoi-san working with her team. Akira-kun, could you taste this for me? Aoi-san waved me over, calling me with a warm smile. Sure, I'll be right there. There was no rush. From now on, I take things one step at a time and face my feelings properly. By the time the clock passed 11 p.m., the work was finally done. Finished. Izumi's triumphant yell echoed across the cafe. We had missed the planned 10 p.m. cutoff, so most of our classmates had gone home earlier. The 5 of us stayed behind, hammering away at the remaining tasks. It took another hour, but at last, we completed everything. I hadn't expected to feel this level of accomplishment twice in a single festival. If we run out tomorrow, then that's it. At that point, we'll just celebrate, I said, stretching. Exactly. We've done all we can, Aoi-san agreed, nodding with satisfaction. The cafe's going to be packed tomorrow too. How's the shift schedule looking? Eiji asked. I've already got it figured out, I reassured him. Don't tell me you're planning to say, I'll take the shift so everyone else can enjoy the festival. Again, Izumi teased, narrowing her eyes at me. Don't worry, I'm not that dramatic, I replied with a shrug. I'll be working the shift, but I'll need you 3 to join me. Aoi-san, I'm sorry you'll have back-to-back full shifts and won't get to explore the festival. It's fine. This is my kind of fun, Aoi-san said with a smile, answering without hesitation. She probably planned to help all along, even without my asking. Of course. We're all on board, Izumi chimed in. Right, Eiji-kun? Definitely. You didn't even need to ask. With their help, tomorrow seemed manageable. Well, there is one thing I'm dreading. Oh, what's that? Izumi asked, curious. Having to wear the blonde gyaru outfit again. Cross-dressing once in my life was more than enough. But you looked great in it. Izumi teased with a mischievous grin. That's not the point. Do you know how many pictures people took of me today? Even strangers were snapping photos like I was some kind of exhibit. And worst of all, Aoi-san's dad saw me like that. The memory alone made my face burn with embarrassment. Aoi-san, any motivational words for Akira-kun? Izumi prompted. I'd really like to see you in it again, Aoi-san said, her voice shy but sincere. I could feel my expression twist into something between gratitude and utter despair. I was thinking, maybe tomorrow you could wear a long-haired wig instead of the short one. An upgrade. Seriously? Don't worry, Akira. You're not alone. We're all in this together, Eiji added with a wink. Don't make it sound like some inspiring team effort. And why do you even need to cross-dress? You're on backroom duty, I shot back. If this opens a new door for me, someone better take responsibility. Well, putting the cross-dressing aside, we're done for the night. The manager will deliver everything to the school tomorrow morning, so we can call it a day. Just before midnight, we thanked the manager and left the cafe. Having stayed up all night making pudding yesterday, I could barely keep my eyes open. By the time I got home, I crashed on the sofa and didn't wake up until morning. Section. The second day of the school festival flew by in a whirlwind. As expected, it was just as much of a success as the first day. By late afternoon, the plate meals were completely sold out. Even after that, customers continued to come, saying they'd be happy with just tea. The steady flow of guests didn't stop until the festival officially ended at 5:30 p.m. For the final group of customers, everyone from the class returned to the classroom to join in the send-off. Immediately after, the announcement signaling the end of the festival played over the school's PA system. At that moment, the entire class erupted in cheers, exchanging high fives all around. So much had happened, but that only made the festival more memorable for everyone involved. Now, only one event remained to close out the festival in style: the grand fireworks display. Epilogue. Alright, that should do it. After the school festival ended, we had nearly finished cleaning up the classroom. Most of our classmates had already left to head home before the fireworks display. Even Hiyori had gone back earlier. Now, it was just the four of us left behind, lingering in the classroom as if reluctant to let the day end. Even though we could have gone home too, we stayed, soaking in the remnants of the festival while idly wrapping up tasks. Well, I guess it's time to head out, I said, breaking the comfortable silence. Still, we couldn't sit around forever. Regular students were expected to leave soon. Just as I stood up, "Akira-kun, could I talk to you for a bit?" Aoi-san asked hesitantly, her cheeks slightly flushed, her gaze shifting unsteadily. It was one of her usual tells. She had something to say but found it difficult to voice. "Of course. But it's almost time for us to head home. Committee members are allowed to stay an extra hour, right?" She was right. As members of the festival committee, we were permitted to stay longer for cleanup or additional tasks. Of course, if there was no work left, there wasn't much point in lingering. "All right. Is there something that still needs doing?" "There's somewhere I'd like to go with you," she said, her tone quiet and a little restless. "We'll leave you to it," Izumi chimed in cheerfully, exchanging a quick glance with Eiji. "See you both later." "Yeah, see you," I replied, still puzzled. "Akira, remember, the festival isn't quite over yet," Eiji added with a cryptic smile before they left the room. And just like that, Aoi-san and I were alone in the quiet classroom. Something about the atmosphere felt different, not in a bad way, but enough to make me notice. Was it the lingering traces of the festival, or the fact that it was just the two of us? Aoi-san's expression, though not troubled, seemed pensive, adding to the unfamiliar tension in the air. "So, where are we going?" I asked. "Just follow me," she replied. Leaving the classroom, we walked through the deserted school halls. Whether it was the empty building at night or simply being alone with Aoi-san, something about the air between us felt distinctly out of the ordinary. She led me to the rooftop, a place we'd visited many times before. But tonight, with the sun long gone, it felt entirely different, almost unfamiliar. "Is this where you wanted to watch the fireworks?" I asked. "Yeah. It's the perfect spot." Looking around, I couldn't argue. It was a quiet and hidden place, an ideal spot to take in the display. I checked my phone. It was nearly 6:30 p.m., the start time for the fireworks. They'd last for an hour, giving us just enough time to watch before the committee's extended curfew. We sat on the bench already set up there, side by side, waiting for the show to begin. Next to me, Aoi-san rubbed her hands together and blew on them. November evenings were cold, and the temperature had dropped sharply after sunset. "I'll go grab a jacket," I offered. "It's fine. My hands are just cold." "Still, you must be freezing." "Well, then." Aoi-san seemed to steel herself, her expression suddenly resolute. "What?" Before I could react, she reached out and took my hand in hers. "This will keep me warm," she said softly. Her hands were cold, the chill seeping into mine as they absorbed the warmth. But the sensation was quickly overshadowed by the heat rising within me, a warmth entirely unrelated to the temperature. We'd held hands a few times before, but this moment felt different. More intense, more nerve-wracking, almost like the first time, only magnified. And I knew why. It wasn't because of a change in Aoi-san or in our relationship. It was because of how I felt now. The silence between us felt comfortable, yet charged, as if something unspoken hung in the air. Slowly, our shared warmth eased the chill from her hands, and mine as well. At that moment, The first firework exploded with a loud bang and a burst of dazzling light, marking the start of the show. More fireworks followed in quick succession, painting the night sky in vibrant colors. "They're beautiful," Aoi-san murmured. "Yeah," I agreed. It was the second time we'd watched fireworks together. Compared to the summer festival, tonight's display seemed even more breathtaking. Perhaps it was the crisp autumn air, or perhaps it was because my feelings had changed. I watched the endless array of colors fill the sky, lost in the moment. After a while, Aoi-san broke the silence. "I really wanted to watch the fireworks with you," she said softly, her gaze fixed on the sky. "Why's that?" I asked, curious. "Izumi-san told me something." "Izumi?" She said that when a boy and girl who worked as festival committee members watched the fireworks together on the rooftop. Aoi-san trailed off, her words hanging in the air. The faint blush on her cheeks, whether from the cold or the fireworks' glow, stood out against the darkness. She said they'll stay together forever. Her voice was quiet, tinged with shyness, as she finally finished. I couldn't help but smile. Izumi's usual antics, no doubt. She probably told Aoi-san this as one of her playful teasers, knowing full well how gullible Aoi-san could be. Her innocence often led her to take such remarks at face value, no matter how far-fetched. Thinking back, Izumi had pulled similar stunts before, filling Aoi-san's head with all kinds of fanciful ideas. This time was no different. If such a rooftop fireworks legend really existed, surely other students would have taken advantage of it by now. Yet here we were, the only ones on the rooftop. Still, I couldn't find it in me to be annoyed. In fact, I felt oddly grateful to Izumi for setting up this moment. It was impossible to deny how much it meant to me. Lately, I've been wishing these days could go on forever. Aoi-san murmured softly as she gazed at the fireworks, their light shimmering faintly in her eyes. I've been able to get close to everyone in our class, reconnect with my dad and grandma, and find closure about my mom. I even found the courage to meet my dad's new family, because I'm truly happy now. If you hadn't found me that day, Akira-kun, I wouldn't be who I am today. Her words carried a weight of gratitude, as if she was savoring each one as it passed her lips. You've helped me so much, more than I can ever thank you for. It's not as much as you think. You worked hard to get here, Aoi-san. No, it really is a lot. It's more than just what I mentioned. More than what you mentioned? I asked, unsure what she meant. Then came her reply. You've always been by my side, even back in kindergarten. What? Her unexpected words left me stunned. Kindergarten? Could she mean? Aoi-san, you remember? I'd forgotten for so long. Even after we met again, I couldn't recall. But that day, at the end of the first term, when you found me outside the kindergarten, I remembered everything. She turned her gaze away from the fireworks and looked straight at me. The boy who stayed by my side all those years ago was you, Akira-kun. I had thought I was the only one who remembered. But when I recalled her, she had remembered me, too. When we graduated kindergarten, we were separated when we started elementary school. But now, watching these fireworks with you, I can't help but think maybe this time, we can stay together. I just want these days to last forever. Even if it's a wish that can't come true, it's impossible not to hope for it. Or maybe it's because we know it can't come true that we wish for it all the more. I've wished the same thing, again and again. For these days to never end. All I need is for you to stay by my side, Akira-kun. That's enough for me. I want to stay with you too, Aoi-san. At the very least, I wanted to allow myself the freedom to put that feeling into words. Thank you, she said, her smile soft and radiant. As I looked at her, I was struck by a wave of emotion. A deep sense of joy that we felt the same way, mixed with an overwhelming nostalgia. It wasn't the same feeling I'd held for Aoi-san before, but it wasn't entirely new, either. It was as if emotions I'd once forgotten had come rushing back, brought to life by her presence. I couldn't lie to myself anymore. Knowing that all the problems had been resolved, and that we both remembered everything, brought my feelings into sharp focus. This is what people call love. But, as I became fully aware of the fact that I'd fallen for the same girl twice, a faint unease began to stir in my heart. It wasn't a strong, clear worry, more like a subtle, nagging sense of discomfort. When Aoi-san said, "All I need is for you to stay by my side," it carried a weight that felt off, as if something was amiss. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I couldn't dismiss the feeling, either. No proof, no evidence, just a quiet whisper in my mind. Still, as I looked up at the fireworks blooming in the autumn sky, I prayed desperately that it was just my imagination. End of Volume 3.